Hello everyone, welcome to the seventh. It's the penultimate qualifying tournament of Women's Speed Chess Championship 2021 organized by FIDE and Chess.com. And today we have Bullet, 25 rounds, which will contain many, I believe really many crazy games, but very exciting ones. And today I'll commentate with the Women's FIDE Master Maria Emelianova, and I'm really glad and excited to start. Maria, hello.
Hi, Anna. Hi, welcome everyone. Just a small correction. It's 21 rounds of bullet today. We will also have 2 breaks. And yeah, this is the fastest, the most exciting, the most blundering qualifier. And it's very exciting to commentate with you, Anna. Of course, one of the already invited players, one of the best female players in the world, and the Blitz champion, the Rapid World champion. It's a great honor, and welcome everyone.
Yeah, the tournament is going to start quite soon, in about just 5 minutes, a little bit more. But I already see that we have 81 players registered for this event. And the highest rated player at the moment is Valentina Gunina, who just came from a Women's Grand Prix where I also participated. So she didn't have an opportunity to play in the previous qualifying events, but now finally many players are back. I also see Alina Kashlinskaya in the list. And also there are many players who played yesterday, and I was commentating on their games, so it will be really nice to commentate on their games again.
Yeah, a lot of players, of course, have not the first attempt. I think Anastasia Budnaruk is one of the players who participated in nearly all, I believe, in all of the qualifiers so far. And many other players we already remembered by heart their nicknames. Zabivol is Alina Bivol, and yeah, Vesper is Anastasia Budnaruk. Daisy Corey, she also played nearly all of the qualifiers. And of course, we also have a lot of streamers, including Karina Ambarsumova, who also had a shot at the knockout, but was unlucky in the second qualifier. And as well, Maria Rebidze did great yesterday in the knockout as well, but defeated by Dina Velinka. And I think Dina was rooted for everyone supported her. The whole Twitch, I think, was supporting Dina yesterday. And of course, it was a heartbreaking finish to her participation in the knockout. I hope she's playing today as well. I did not see yet. I see Anna Maya. I see a lot of other very strong players. Yeah, that is going to be really exciting to watch. And let's go through the format. So as we said, it's a bullet today. It's a seventh qualifier out of 8. And after the finish of this Swiss tournament, the first 8 best players will go into knockout playoff, where you need to win 3 matches in order to become one of the players to join the main bracket, which starts already in less than a week.
Yes, I think the main event starts from the 10th, so it's quite soon. And today we have the last 2 tournaments, the last 2 qualifying tournaments. So basically today everything will be decided, and we will have the full list of players who qualify to the final.
Yeah, we will even have a small drawing of lots after this event, where we will know which players will play against whom, including you, Anna.
Really? I didn't know about that. So I'll find out who is my opponent today. Great.
Yes. And here we see the players who were already invited, and also the players who made it through the qualifiers so far. So just 2 spots left. Anna, whom do you find the most awaited opponent of yours? Which player do you really want to meet at the virtual board in this tournament?
To be honest, I would be happy to meet everyone, and I have no influence on that. So I didn't even think about that, but all the girls, all who qualified and all who were invited, all are actually very strong. So it definitely won't be an easy task to beat anyone. I'll try my best, of course, but I'm really looking forward to start this event.
Do you find it helpful for you to commentate on the games of the players which you might meet at the board? Do you think it's knowledgeable information to be able to follow them like that, like commentator?
We will see this after the tournament. I think, yeah, if I play well, it will be obvious that maybe I got some information out of there. But jokes aside, I think like I know most of the players and their playing styles because all of them are top women's grandmasters, top female players. So we have already played quite many games against each other, so we know each other pretty well.
Was there anyone who particularly surprised you yesterday during the qualifier? Maybe
I
some
think
new upcoming names that you did not see before?
I think Jennifer Purse, I'm not sure if it's just the nick or it's her actual name because I don't know this player from Cuba. But checking her games and her technique in some of the game, it was really amazing. I didn't expect that. So I think she surprised me the most.
Yeah, she actually also participated last week in a couple of the qualifiers and did also pretty well. In all of them, we were able to follow her games since she was performing at the top.
By the way, it seems like the games are about to start and oh, it has already started. So here we are, and I just opened the game of Valentina Gunina as she's playing on the top board. And in the first round, she's facing Ortiz Anahi 2001. Maybe someone can check who this player is because I don't know this name.
We will do it in a second. And yeah, actually, yeah, her name is Ana Ortiz from Ecuador. We were commentating on some of the qualifiers with Alexandra Kostyanyuk in our sister channel, Chess.com RU, and we kept saying, where is Valentina? Valentina has to play. We need Valentina in the main bracket. And of course, last week it was very difficult to play for the players who were at Gibraltar. And it's only Elizabeth Pets who managed to draw with someone we know very quickly and then participated in the qualifier. That was a very quick game, Anna.
Yeah, but also once she played when there was a free day. So usually players are trying to have some rest, but not Elizabeth. She decided to try her chances and she did even quite well on this free day because she qualified to the top 8, but then she was eliminated in the knockout stage.
Also, Irina Bulmaga was playing on the same day, also on the rest day. But we just think that Valentina probably decided to focus on one event, or maybe she had something else to do on this week. Maybe was traveling, just taking some rest. We know it was quite stressful to get to Gibraltar and to, of course, to get back home. But it was really a pleasure to follow your games as well. But back to chess. Valentina is pressing here. She has an exchange up. So this seems like an untangable situation. I don't think Black will be able to escape.
No, there is also a very unpleasant pin and exchange up. The past A pawn is also very strong, so she just have to not just to make something really very simple.
Yeah, it will be very hard to even find how to miss something. Now she's winning a piece. And
okay, there is some check on E1 and then on E4 after King G2, but I think the king can escape.
Yeah, but Valentina decided to take the control of D5 square just in case. And then some mates are threatening, so everything is under control.
Yeah, it seems like
Even
quite
better.
a convincing win for Valentina in the first round. Rook f3, and maybe just going into the... Yeah, that's what she does. She's going to the pawn endgame, which is just totally winning. It's good to be in the pawn endgame when you're 3 pawns up, I have to tell.
We will try. We will believe you.
So let's check the other games. Valentina has just finished. The game of Alina Bivol is also finished. I think she won on time, but look at this with 50 seconds versus 0. Amazing. She must be pretty quick. Is there any game on progress? Here we have Anastasia Bodnaruk. We just
Yeah,
checkmate.
Elizabeth is also playing.
Elizabeth is playing. Oh, I was chatting with her right before we started, but she didn't mention she's going to join the event. But okay,
Maybe it was just obvious.
yeah. Maybe. Oh, but here I can see it's her game. She's still playing.
Yeah.
Good for her. She sits up.
The name of her opponent from
Easy.
Louise
Easy from
Head.
England.
Louise Head from England.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is all under control, and she is winning this game.
How about Lile Koritze? Now we have another game in progress. Pavala
Yeah,
Mali.
Lily won against I'm trying to, it's interesting name on Chess.com. Hi Haruka. I was first like, is it Harika or is it Hikaru or what exactly is this name? But her name is Han Ling Dong from Vietnam, and Lily won her first game.
Yeah, it's sometimes a bit funny because, okay, Hikaru can't play and Haruka is already qualified, so basically they both can't participate.
So it
but
was
the nick,
eliminated, of course.
yeah, but the nick is so close that the first things which come to your mind and the first names are obviously Hikaru or Haruka.
Yes.
Okay, it's a very
There's
exciting.
a last game in progress.
And a very exciting one, Rook's endgame. Rook d5
Yeah,
now.
that's the
Rook
theoretical
f6 now.
position. Some table base works here. I don't know if the players know this table base.
I think they agreed for a draw too early. I think they could still keep on playing, but okay, they decided to make a draw.
We saw one game in a 5-minute blitz, which lasted for 50 moves. It included Alexandra Samaganova. The opponent really did not want to settle for a draw and tried to find some ways to win that position.
So that's how I should play also, yeah, in the blitz when I do it. Just rook versus rook, and then we make 50 moves.
But there was one game where the opponent actually hanged the rook. They were just they kept moving the pieces, and I think she removed a bit too much and hanged the rook. So sometimes karma finds you.
So you have to keep the king next to the rook so that there are less chances to blunder it. That's how I think is the best thing to play bullet. But to be honest,
definitely need to practice.
Yeah, you definitely need to practice because in bullet it's well, it's about chess, but it's also not so much about chess, and especially online bullet because it's different from over the board chess. In fact, I think that bullet can be only played online. I just don't imagine the tournament, like the bullet tournament over the board, because it won't be the tournament. It will be just complaining of each of the opponent of how carefully you move the piece, because obviously you can't place the piece in the center square, yeah, how you want to do that. So yeah, it's just some kind, I would say, some kind of a show. I don't know. How do you see it?
Yeah, of course. If you will start throwing away the pieces, it's impossible to restore the position, and the beauty of chess is gone. And once the beauty of chess is gone, I think it's just not so interesting anymore. It's all about who moves their hands faster, or even can make some tricks. Did you play some games like that in the parks where you have hustlers with magically disappearing time, magically disappearing rooks or pawns? Did you play such games?
No, I think I didn't play so many. Well, I did play some games in the park, but it was just for fun, maybe just once or twice. I don't actually even remember. It must have been long ago. Yeah, it's just impossible to play bullet. In Blitz, it's possible to play normally, to play over the board. And in Blitz, you can actually have a normal game. You may learn something from it, but bullet, I think it's mainly about entertaining. And okay, I will not say many bad things about bullet because I'm sure many of our viewers like it, and that's also understandable. It's quick, it's fast. You may trick your opponent and then get a lot of joy of it. Yes, so if you like it, just go for it. But you can't learn much with bullet, and it's also quite obvious.
Yeah, I agree. In order to learn chess, you need to play longer games, put more thoughts, to analyze your games. Bullet is a lot about intuition and, as Elizabeth says, automatism. Um, so in Blitz, you have a healthy balance of calculation and automatism, and Bullet is much more about just moving it with the hand, not really thinking what you're doing. But it seems like Valentina is doing it really well. Valentina is about to win another game. We have it's not as easy. You need to be careful with the pawns to not to trade too many. But in this position, definitely bishop is stronger than the knight because it's open position. Plus
Also
the
because
king
there
is,
are...
oh
Oh,
no,
but knight b3, maybe
oh
knight
no.
b3, and then we take on f5. Oh, okay, after knight e5, it's
She
not.
did.
But the problem is that the bishop is not the right color. So if the bishop is left only with the h pawn, it's a
Yeah.
draw. That's why I had the idea to trade this knight for this pawn, and then to take the f5 pawn, and then it would be a draw. But Gun Lady, she was very short on time, so she couldn't
Yeah,
figure out
another
very quickly what to do.
Vietnamese player. She didn't realize that she could capture on b3. I believe it was a draw because the bishop was not yet on g5, and that's why Valentina immediately moved it to g5, the next move, once the opponent
True.
gave her this chance.
Alina Bivol won against Yelena Semyonova. How about Natalia Buksa, my compatriot? She's doing quite well in this game. I think she's winning. She's exchange up and she's just pushing her pawns. If the A pawn won't be promoted, she still have the F pawn, so she's not in danger in this game. But I think she will try to promote the A pawn. Oh no, okay, just taking the bishop.
Also, Daria Voigt is playing. She's about to win as well. Lots of knight endgames and knight and pawn endgames.
Okay, that's pretty winning for white. Let's check the game of Daria with 3 pawns up. Okay, maybe just not to miss some stalemate idea. Because the
Right
king is
now
still
it's
stalemate
quite
right
easy, but it's a checkmate. Beautiful. Checkmate with a pawn is always very satisfying to see. Natalia did win her game.
And we have only one game still left. Pavala Mali versus Golden Puppy.
Yeah,
And
Ashrita Svaran, the Golden Puppy, did also participate in nearly all of the qualifiers. I'm not sure about her opponent, whose name is Nadida. A lot of Indian players try to qualify, and we already saw lots of knockouts with them. Harika did qualify, and Vaishali, Ramesh Babu, also did qualify. So
And look who we have on the top board. It's Valentina Gunina versus Elizabeth Pets already in round 3. So
that's
some
too soon.
clashes.
That feels like too soon.
Yeah, maybe too soon, but I don't think they could avoid this while there are so many rounds.
No,
So
not at
basically they
all.
had to play each other sooner or later. Maybe better
At
sooner.
least we will see the game with them being really fresh still. So it's still very high quality games, usually provided by these players.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, knight f3, it's a fork. Things are going well for Elizabeth. Yeah, I meant the rook, not the bishop. It's just my mouth. I'm a bit worried of how I will play bullet because...
She could have taken on f3, but the idea is that the bishop was taking c3, the knight on c3 at the end, right? But why did she?
No,
How
I
the
think she did
volatility?
everything well. If like bishop f3, then the other knight is coming, and then we take the rook again. So everything seems logical.
Correct.
Valentina just tried to keep more pieces on the board, and that's also logical because when you're material down, you should try not to trade many pieces. The chances are when you keep more pieces on the board. Oh, rook h2. So knight g4 is coming, and then the idea is maybe knight e3, but you can't play bishop d4 later on. Okay, I think we are coming to that. King g2 should be, or
Is
king
this
h3.
enough for black here?
Knight
Feels
e6.
like this knight on e6 is a very good compensation.
Indeed, also the knight on e3 is kind of trapped, so how to move it? Maybe king h3 was a very precise move because it's keeping away the g4 square, so there was no knight g4.
Yeah, and now the pawn takes this place and the king is pretty safe. A rook takes e3. I cannot see anything except for one check.
Queen f6.
Maybe
Well,
bishop
objectively,
h7.
it's just hopeless for black, but it's bullet, and we know many things.
Yeah, it's still very unsafe king, and once black is playing very actively, it's
rook
the only way
e7
to
is
play.
coming, and then the queen is joining, and it's just game over because
now it's a mate.
try all the checks.
Bishop e4 probably was a mate.
It was pinned. That's why king h3.
That's why she's leaving. Yeah, now it's bishop e4 and the mate.
Yeah, bishop e4 is coming. Okay, queen g4 checkmate. Yeah, it didn't look good for Valentina in the beginning, but then somehow she tricked Elizabeth and won that game. So what about Anastasia Bodnaruk? Anastasia Bodnaruk is winning.
Yeah, she's playing against Vantika Agrawal, who also is a quite frequent player of the qualifiers this year. She even went to knockout once as well as Anastasia. Anastasia even was there twice.
This game is also finished, and this game is finished, and Lila Koritsa's game is also finished. So who is playing?
Alina Kashlinskaya won against Natalia Buksa. So she's
Anna is playing.
Sorry, who's playing?
Anna Maya was playing versus Daria Vori, but now the players agreed for a draw.
Dina is playing. And she's about to win against Padmini Road.
Oh yeah, I see her.
She probably joined in the last moment.
It's the best endgame you may imagine when you're a queen up.
Is it even an endgame? Can you call it an endgame?
Kind of, yeah. Why not? Just
Because definitely the end of the game. So
yeah, it's the end, but there are many positions like queen versus pawns, and some are winning, some are not. So they are covered in the endgame encyclopedia. So it must be an endgame, and just this endgame is not kind of an endgame where the side without the queen can fight.
Actually, the Perez Jennifer from Paraguay is also playing today, and she is winning with two queens. That's definitely an endgame. That was a checkmate with two queens. It's not the first time I see Diana Dorjeva playing until the mate in such a position. Probably she just is taught by her coaches long time ago to never give up, to always try to play until the end, especially online. Anything can happen. And now we have the last game.
The last game in progress. I think Black is trying to win. White is trying to play safe. Expecting a draw here, but it will take some time. Or some
Kabanova checks. Is playing with.
Maybe some white will play for a win. Yeah, slowly win the pawn and the ace pawn, and then you try to outplay somehow.
Yeah, in such endgames, sometimes it's not clear which side is actually playing for a win. You have such a double-edged endgame that can look like both players actually have a chance to win with some luck.
White has more time. Maybe this is even the most important factor in this position because objectively it's just a dead draw. White just keeps the king on g3, no king g4 because maybe there are some ideas with h2. So you just keep the king on g3 and it's very difficult to do something. Okay, draw, agreed. So round 3 is over and I believe we have many, really many. Okay, how many leaders do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players with a perfect score, 3 out of 3. But it's just the beginning. There are 21 rounds today and round 4 is starting.
Yeah,
Adriana
and
Nikolova.
three out of these 8 leaders are streamers, including Adriana Nikolova.
Yes, I also like to remind our viewers, I believe all of you already know about it, but during this tournament, the players may not only participate, but stream during the games. So please follow all the girls who are streaming because they are providing really exciting content and each of them is doing it in its own individual way, which makes it special and interesting.
Yeah, and actually, it's worth mentioning that streamers have a chance to get a special streamers prize in each qualifier, and we already had Lilia winning such a prize, and Maria Gevorgan, and also Anna Maya. Each streamer can only win it once during the whole series of qualifiers. So the more you play, the more is a chance. I believe if Dina is streaming, she did not stream yesterday. I remember she said during our commentary with her last week that if she will play, she probably will not stream because it's easier for her to focus. Do you find it also easier to focus when you don't need to commentate on your game?
Yes, it's much easier. In fact, I have never tried to stream and to play, but I believe it's very difficult, especially if you're streaming not in your native language. But even if you do it on your native language, it's still very difficult because somehow you can't be focused on both things at the same time. So it's like the words are coming automatically, or you just stream but you don't say anything. This is also possible, and maybe this is even the best if you want to do it, because to stream and to commentate, I would say it's a hard work.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting, but Anna Maya said already a few times that for her, it's actually helping to be able to commentate on her moves, to talk to herself through the process of her thinking.
Oh
She
my
finds
God.
it
I'm
useful to.
sorry to interrupt you, but Valentina Gunina just dropped the queen. I'll just go one move back. Queen f1 was taken, and the queen on d3 was under the attack, while Valentina just played king g7 after queen d3. It was over. Oh, already the first big blunder from the games we have covered.
So Adriana moves on to 4 out of 4. Very nice start for her. It's not over, of course. We have 17 more games ahead, and Valentina definitely will come back to the leading positions again. But yeah, of course, it's
Yeah, Maria, I'm
to
sorry to
forget.
interrupt you. You were saying that Anna Maya was mentioning it was easier for her to stream and to commentate. That's very, very surprising. I have to say, oh, losing by time. But I think White is just winning after rook b7 followed by bishop e4, if I am not missing anything. Maybe White was trying to calculate this line, but just forgot that time is ticking. But it's quite a pity loss.
Yeah, so Alina is on 4 out of 4, and we have Anastasia Vramido who just won against Dina, and also unfortunately Lilia is losing as well. It's going to be a queen promotion, second queen by Anastasia Bodenrook.
Two queens. The power of two queens. Now I'll have to prove that two queens are really powerful. It's not only two queens. Yeah, it's queen and the rook and the bishop. Oh, that's
Yeah, everything is
hot.
coming. Oh, nice mate. Very tactical finish by Anastasia.
Dina lost, unfortunately. Doria Voigt versus Karina Ambartsomova. This game is also finished.
I think it
Karina
was a
won the
draw.
game.
Yeah, Karina is on 3 and a half.
The game between Maria Rabidze and Anna Maya finished in a draw. So who is playing? Atusa. Atusa lost to Corrales.
Gulmira Dauletova is playing against another compatriot of yours. I think it's Evgenia Dolhanova. I'm not sure. Let me open.
I'm checking the game
Yep.
between Fam and Earther Deer.
That's actually the girl from my city. It's Lea Garifulina.
Oh, wonderful. She's a young player.
She's very young, yes, but she already drew
Awesome.
some blood at the World Championships.
I remember.
You might remember her. It was a lot of surprised players after the game with her, asking, who is she? How is it possible? She won against Elina Danielian, Harika, and another very strong player. But yeah, she finished sixth in the rapid, I believe.
I think in Blitz she was among top 15 in 2018 or 2019. I remember that some of the games she just played next to me, so that's how I first pay attention to her. And I was like, I didn't know about this girl, but very interesting.
Yeah, and she's tiny and so determined. I was always really impressed just looking at how she's playing. It's really incredible how quickly kids progress in chess now.
Yeah, that's true. And we are now in round 5 already. Things are going so quickly, I have to say, with the bullet. You don't have time even to think.
Oh, Lilith Mukasichan is also playing today. Nice to see her again. She's playing against Valentina currently. Sorry, but we probably will be interrupting each other a lot today.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. We have to say we are sorry. We are like speaking about different games. I just opened Alina Kashinskaya's game versus Anastasia. I think it's Anastasia Avramidou from Greece.
Oh,
the rook on a1. Oops.
Yeah, blunder the rook.
Yeah, Alina played very, very, very fast, and it was okay, but yeah, just in the end, it was quite a big blunder. So I don't think she can save
Yeah,
this.
these fianchettoed bishops are always very dangerous. You really need to keep an eye on them. I understand more and more why Harika is always fianchettoing her bishops in any opening. Literally any opening, Harika is always fianchettoing both bishops. Keep in mind. You might play her, but you probably already know.
Yeah, she likes the bishop on g2 and the bishop on g7 when she's playing with the black pieces. That's true. Yeah, she likes fianchetto bishops. But I would say many of the girls like fianchetto bishops. So we have to be prepared. Okay, Alina is also not only a rook down, but now also a rook and the bishop. Oh, black is trying just to make it in an easy way. That's why black gave some material back, but traded the pieces, and now it's just much easier to convert. Let's maybe check another game. It's Asia Chess. Sorry if I mispronounced.
That's Padmini.
That's an Indian player. So that's Padmini versus Adriana Nikolova, and Adriana seems to be doing quite well. So she's a strong bullet player as far as I can see, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to calculate how many pawns she's up, and I'm surprised it's only one pawn. So now the bishop is quite strong. Oh, the pawn on f5 is fallen. Oh, I doesn't want to take it. And black doesn't want to protect it. Yeah, just one pawn.
Yeah, now the king is going to take all the remaining pawns. Just needs to not to blunder the bishop. Yeah, king f7 and e6, e7. You cannot stop them.
And now it looks quite promising for white. Well,
Indeed.
in fact, totally winning.
King is running to the corner, but it's too many pawns for stalemate. She can just promote another queen now.
Yeah, difficult to find chances here. Maybe d8 knight. D8 knight was the checkmate, yeah? I mean, just look
It
at it.
was.
I don't know if I can.
No,
Yeah, if I can
yeah, it
promote.
was. It was a mate.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well spotted. But when you promote, I think you already kind of automatically always promote a queen.
It
It's the
depends.
easiest to
Maybe
click.
for yeah, so maybe for bullet players decide just to promote for a queen every time because you don't have time to find some other pieces. And
Yeah, I think so. I think the under promotion situations will happen so rarely that it does not make sense to risk it to lose on time when you need to promote to a queen, and it will happen in 99% of the chances of the situations. So I
yeah,
think
indeed.
everyone has auto promotion indeed.
True, that makes a lot of sense. But the 8 knight was just beautiful, so I wanted to.
Yeah, you need to press and hold Alt while you're promoting in order to pick another piece, but I don't think they are thinking about that right now.
So there are
Karina Bartsumova just won against Anastasia Budnaruk.
this game is an easy win for white. And another game is a dead draw. But I think there is more fight in this game than in the previous one. So let's follow Vlada Sviridova versus Victoria Tarasova. If there are no objections to that, and I hope there are
Of
not.
course not. Rook end games are always very exciting to see.
And maybe not exactly this one, but still this game is more interesting than the previous one.
Valentina did strike back. She won against Lily from Kurtichan.
As far as I can see, there is only one player with 5 out of 5, and it's Anastasia Avramidou. Oh, somehow two pawns are gone. How did it happen? How did it happen? I'd like to see that. So here black dropped one pawn and then another one, and
Another one with a check, yeah.
and then it was
looks like a misclick. Maybe the king was meant to go to f6 and not to f7.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure black wanted to play king f6, not king f7, but the king finally ended on f7. Still, it's kind of well, this must be.
It must be a draw.
Yeah, this must be a draw because the king is cut, and
Yeah.
it's very difficult to move the pawns. Rook
Yeah,
g3, one pawn
black
less.
just keeps checking. The pawn went all the way to f7, but now the king is coming and easily taking it with rook f7.
And this was the
And
last.
they decided to not to continue playing. Good on them. Thank you.
Thank you. So round 6 is about to start. Here we are.
Yeah, Karina Bartsumova is just half a point behind the leader. It's pretty early that we have a sole leader. And even the second place is just one person. And then the rest are on 14, 12 more players on 4 out of 5. Including some of the streamers as well.
What was that? I think white made some primo in this game because after h6 you normally are kind of okay, my bishop is hanging, so let's move it. But I think queen c2 was just a primo, and that's how white ended up being a piece down. Still, the game is not over. As we know, many things may still happen. 95
Correct.
position on the board.
Yeah, in this position, of course, there is no reason to resign early because it's bullet and your opponent can always blunder as well. And actually, psychologically, I find it very difficult to play because you kind of put yourself in the situation where you cannot not win this game. You really will be so disappointed, especially when you know people are watching it. It's kind of embarrassing to let your opponent slip away. And now Karina is burning through her time, and she's already half a minute down the clock.
Yeah, and I think Anastasia is actually playing in a very practical way. Yeah, she dropped the piece, but now she's trying to play fast. She's not trading the pieces, and she's trying to play active. I'm not sure Karina feels so comfortable even being a piece up. Maybe she has to try to push some c5 at some moment. Rook c8, Rook c1. At the moment, she's just staying, but she has to do something sooner or later.
Yeah, it looks quite promising for white.
Yeah, maybe now some ideas with h4, h5. But now she started
You can also reroute the knight. I was just going to say it, knight g2, maybe knight b3, and go towards the king.
Oh, but she dropped another pawn. That was not really necessary. Still, the game is not over, but with the pawn on g5, there were much more chances without the g4.
Now
Without
it's going to
g5
be just
pawn,
about the time.
so maybe some knight c5, and then some knight e6 ideas. Maybe bishop
maybe
e4.
knight e6 is coming. Yeah, unfortunately, she has to trade pieces eventually, and when you trade pieces, it's going to be easier for the opponent with extra material to play. Now g7, she can take on g7.
Yeah, she can, but if she takes with the queen, then she has to trade in even more pieces, and that's what she doesn't want. But wait, the bishop on c7.
Well, on c7, she blundered a piece. Now the tables are turning completely.
Yeah, queen g7 or queen f4 is also quite an interesting option.
Yeah, queen f4, yeah, to have the pin.
So black's threat is to go rook h1. Rook h2 also possible, but okay, there is a checkmate, so maybe queen, no, not queen f6, rook. Oh my god.
Knight e6 check.
What's happening? Yeah, it was better to play knight e6 to save the knight and only then to take the rook on b2.
What a game.
Yeah.
Now black can force a draw probably by perpetual. The queen is too far away to defend the king.
But I think black can also try to play for a win with queen d3, or maybe it's already a checkmate. Yeah, queen d3, queen c4.
Yeah, it is queen.
Knight b5. I am not sure. Maybe queen c3 and
maybe not anymore. What a game.
Queen b6. Just trading the queens. There was an option to play queen b6 here, but she missed it.
Actually, Karina has more time, so she can even stop and think for a bit. But and now it looks like a draw.
Yeah, now it looks like a draw. What a game, right?
Queen is black had a mate, white had a mate. Then black could force a winning endgame. I think there are still some chances for a win.
I didn't like a6 b6. I think black had to try to move with the king like somewhere to.
I think white did a mistake to go to c5. Going to b4, she would provoke black to push a5 pawn. But or she's going to play a5 herself. But now this looks winning.
I don't know why she didn't try to play like king e5, king e4. Now it's like the draw because white took an opposition.
Yeah. But Karina is still trying to move the king around to win the position, and it's repetition. Well, this game definitely deserved to finish in a draw. That was super exciting game.
Is there any other game in progress, Valentina Gunina?
Yeah, the evaluation bar was going nuts in this one. Tanya Sajdev is also playing. She's playing against FAM.
She played yesterday.
Okay, she lost.
And Valentina is now on the top board again. So Valentina is back and she's playing versus Anastasia, the tournament leader, I believe. I think this will be an interesting game. I would really like to watch it.
Yeah. Now Anastasia needs to calm down from the previous game.
She has no time.
Yeah. Valentina definitely had more time between the games. She won pretty quickly in the previous round.
F5. I think you shouldn't play something like F5 in a bullet game because you're weakening your king so much. And when you don't have time, it's better to keep your king safe, in my opinion, because you may easily miss something. And if you miss something next to the king, then it's just game over. But we will see.
Yeah, the king is super exposed right now. Also, the pawn structure is destroyed completely. So e5 is going to be a weakness, especially if white manages to trade the bishop on g7. But also these pawns are all hanging.
Yeah, the knight can
Five.
try to go like knight b3, knight c5,
White can take the b file.
knight c4. Yeah, also possible. What can black do? Try it with some activity with queen g5.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying h5, h4 also makes sense. She's trying to make dark squares more vulnerable in the white side. So
Yeah, queen g5 forces the king to come out. She's giving up on g3. It's interesting. Maybe black could have even sacrificed on g7, take on g3 and push the pawn h4, h3. Maybe that was a good shot for black, but of course you need to calculate such things.
I don't see anything wrong with keeping the rook, and then it's not so easy how to protect that g3 pawn. And if we just take, and then some ideas like perhaps bishop h6 and followed by bishop e3, that may actually start to be dangerous.
Now there was a nice tactics with bishop g4, attacking the queen as well. When the queen was hanging on g3. Because the rook on d1, black is winning the rook on d1 at the end.
Okay, but
after trading queens.
That's, well, maybe computer can spot it easily, but it's
that's a crazy line. I'm not taking any credit for that.
So bishop c5. It seems like now maybe even white's king is more vulnerable because black is starting the attack first. But maybe it's just the perception. Some queen h4, queen f2, queen h4 back.
Black is happy with the draw.
Yeah, it's forcing the repetition. Quite a good game. I think this was quite an interesting one.
Yeah, very, very high quality game by Valentina and Anastasia. We have another Anastasia playing against Adriana Nikolova, Anastasia Bodnaruk. Just captured a rook, and it's a full point for her.
That's true. Karina is playing, but Karina is also winning with black pieces against Chess Dreamer, the player from India.
Yeah, if we are able to remember the names, I can read them. It's Arpita Mukherjee. We will try to remember.
Yeah, that looks very, very winning for black, and black has just won. What about Alina Kashlinskaya? Alina Kashlinskaya won against the Chukus, Hungarian player. Mary Arabi.
Nina Obatsashvili is also playing against the same Vietnamese player we watched in the second round. This looks pretty equal. And you wanted to see.
So who is left?
Games are finishing so quickly.
Inna Gaponko won against Natalia Buksa. Here the game is also ended. So, okay, we have only one game in progress, but this one is also finished.
Yeah, Ksenia Balabayeva won, and Ksenia was actually playing in the same knockout where Bibisara won the qualified for the main bracket, and they had a match. So we had a Kazakhstan derby between Bibisara and Ksenia. That was very interesting. But now we have a short break after this round. So we will go on a very quick break, and we will see you soon after that.
Yeah, 7 rounds has passed. I will quickly remind all of you that at the moment we have 3 leaders. It's Anastasia Bodnaruk, Anastasia Avramida, and Karina Bartsumova with 6 points out of 7. But there are still many games to go, 14 to be precise, and we will be back very soon. The tournament will resume shortly.
And welcome back, everyone, to this seventh qualifier for the WSCC 2021, hosted by Chess.com with FIDE. And I'm Maria Emelianova, and with me is Anna Muzichuk, who is one of the participants of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. And the games just started. It's round 8. So let's see who is going to get the knockout spots today.
Indeed, it's round 8 out of 21. So everyone, welcome back. And during this break, we had a funny moment with with Maria actually, because we were kidding like the players and me. We were trying to have a break while Maria was trying to make some agreements with the cats. So it's out of the topic. Let's come back to the games. Here on the top board, you have Anastasia Avramido playing versus Anastasia Bodnaruk, a clash of two Anastasias. That must be interesting.
Yeah, indeed. And both of them played a lot of qualifiers already, including the bullet ones. So it is already becoming like the, we can say evening one, because they are both in Europe. The evening routine for these players, they go around with their day, keeping a lot of energy for the evening, and then just go ahead and play a lot of games on chess.com. Do you find it difficult to do something during the day when you need to play such a long tournament in the evening online?
I think it depends very much on the person, on the playing style, and many other factors, because some players actually prefer to have a bit of practice and try some games before they start their tournament. The others prefer just to concentrate on the tournament and not losing energy on any of the other games. So I don't know. Personally, for me, sometimes I tried both of the options, and I think I prefer just to concentrate on the tournament without playing additional games, because the tournament alone is already quite long. This may actually last like 3 or 4 hours if you make it into the very final.
Of course, it probably also depends how used you are to work at the computer for long hours. It's probably easier for streamers, but of course, it's always good to have some energy left and maybe even have a nap before the tournament.
That also happens.
Yeah, it will be interesting to ask the players, of course. We will have a chance to talk to the winner eventually, but it's a lot of games until then. Let's see. So black is pressing here, some attacking chances, but white pawns are marching. So which is better?
Who will be faster, right?
Yeah, creating some issues. Actually, white can even maybe no, sacrificing a piece would be really bad here. Yeah. Because also G2 was hanging. I was just thinking at a pushing pawn, but then you are risking to get a checkmate.
Right at the moment, I think black's chances are higher, but maybe it's just, oh no, rook d1 and then the bishop.
Oh no, it was not a mate. It looked like a mate with rook g1, but there was a h2 square.
In any case,
it's still difficult maybe to win.
Maybe not so.
Okay, rook h5 would have been a draw by repetition. That's why the rook went another way. But black is still trying to find how to win here. Anastasia, one of the Anastasias, she's going around with a king. Once she reaches f3, probably they're going to be. Okay, so now the pawn is marching. Now it's over. So Anastasia Ramido just resigned. Let's try to look. Oh, all of the games are actually finished or not? No, not all of them.
Okay, here we have Inna Gaporenko beating Alina Kashlinskaya. This game is
Vlada
finished.
Sviridova just won, and
okay, just one game left.
Gulmira Dauletova is winning completely unless there is a stalemate. No, she will not allow that. She's a very experienced player from Kazakhstan. And that concludes this round.
That's it. So who is leading? And now we have the new leader. The new leader of the tournament is Anastasia Bodnaruk with 7 out of 8. And then 2 players with 6.5 out of 8. They are Valentina Gunina and Inna Gaporenko.
And we are told by the chat that Elizabeth actually withdrew. I cannot see her in the list of players.
Oh,
So
really?
she did finish
That's
the
a pity.
tournament. Maybe she is going to play the second tournament. Maybe she decided that it's better to save energy and try to play the Blitz later today.
You think so? But it will be really very late. I don't think many of the European players will be able to join the next tournament, which starts after this one. But it will be quite late. It will be quite late. Maybe Elizabeth will play because it will be like the last chance to qualify if she withdrew from this tournament. But this won't be so easy because people want to sleep also.
Maybe she will sleep and then play. Who knows? I hope we will see her in the last qualifier anyway. But yeah, of course, 2 days ago she had such a heartbreaking finish with a hang queen in completely drawn end game, and that can really throw you off. But we're all professionals, right? Including you, and you just need to find your zone. So if it doesn't work in this tournament, she might want to give a break to herself and try in the next one. We'll see.
Yeah.
And now we have Valentina playing against Anastasia Bodnar-Rook.
And she's already 2 pawns up. Also, the pawn on e5 is hanging, the pawn on a2 is hanging, but Valentina doesn't take any. And the idea is that after rook f2, there is rook c1. Very nice tactics by Valentina and spotted very quickly. Sometimes you're just amazed how quickly Valentina can just see such short tactical variations, which are quite nice and which are winning on the spot. I think Anastasia will just resign soon.
Yeah, now it's also a pin of the knight.
Queen e5, maybe just to trade on b5. I think it's good to eliminate the knight when you're playing the bullet game because the knight is a very, very, very tricky piece. So it's easier when it's gone and you don't miss some fork.
Yeah, and why didn't have a chance to take the pawn on e6, which would have been nice because then ed5 is also hanging, but it was a back rank issue, so she didn't have time. She had to make h3 left first for the king to be able to escape. So then the king defended the pawn, and now, of course, there are so many pawns going. So Anastasia resigned. But also look at the time. Valentina had half a minute more.
Yeah, Valentina can even afford playing with half of the time, or how's it called? Berserk, yeah?
Berserk her opponents.
She's just too fast.
Yeah, she saved all this energy for the last day, and she has 2 tournaments today to play in. I really hope that Valentina will make it to the main bracket. Anastasia Vramido just won quickly against Nina Gaponenko.
How about this game between Chukos and Karina Chess? It's still in progress.
That's Petra Pop. Yeah, it's winning. Yeah, it's a mate threat and the promotion of a queen. That's why Karina resigned.
That's
Maria Potapova, young Russian player, also participated in the online Olympiad.
How about Dina? How is Dina doing? Oh, Dina doesn't do very well. She lost the game.
Well, she's still on 5 points. It's a pretty good result, but she of course will need to win a few games now in order to get higher on the table, on the leading list. Valentina is the new leader with 7.5.
Round 10 is over, and we have the new leader. Valentina was 7.5 out of 9, and she was followed by 5 players who have 7 out of 9. Let's now follow the game of Valentina again. She's playing on the top board.
Yeah, she's playing against Padmini Root from India.
And it's some kind of Benko.
Yeah, that does look like a declined Benko. Interesting pawn structure, and again, fianchettoed bishop, which but now the center is closed. So what will white do? Do you think f4? We will see f4.
I am sure Valentina will play f4. I just can't imagine
Oh, I'm
Valentina.
sorry.
would
I'm
not
sorry.
do
I
it.
should not even ask such questions when it's Valentina playing.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later, but she will play f4. It's just a matter of time. So now,
Yeah,
or not?
black has to make some awkward attempts to develop the pieces. So rook a7 and knight a6, you don't often see it.
Yeah, that
The
was
knight
quite
went back to b8.
Knight b4 is working because the rook on a7 is pinned.
Mhm.
But knight b4, queen b6.
Maybe that's maybe that's the issue because the knight on b3 is not defended.
Okay, I think bishop e3 followed by c5, or
c5.
immediately
c5.
c5.
Okay.
Strategically the
It's
right.
always either 4 or c5 as Valentina. Very exciting. But yeah, the rook on a7 is not very well placed. And now it's even a fork.
And we don't see f4. Okay, black did everything so that we don't see f4 in this game.
No, she will do it.
Okay, yeah, it's not game
She will
over.
do it.
She'll do it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sure
coming.
she will. Patience, guys.
So
Let's
now,
go, Valia. Let's go, Valia. Do it.
okay, now it's actually not a good thing to do because you're just opening your king. It's not
Maybe
like
first
you're attacking.
b3 to protect from a4. Oh, now she even doesn't need to play 4 anymore.
Yeah.
The center is gone.
e5,
The
e6 is
pawns
the right
are
thing to do. Or d6.
marching through. d6, yes, the knight is defended, so d6.
You take the, yeah, she did.
The queen, the full queen. But it was very difficult to play in this position. The coordination of pieces was just horrible for black. She had to play with the knight back and forth, with the rook, go back to a8, and that cannot go well against such a player like Valentina.
Yeah, also in the end, white had material advantage. Oh, what has just happened there? Bishop on b6 was gone. Just bishop b6 was a big blunder due to queen b6, and the white cannot recapture because the king is pinned. The pawn on a5 was pinned. And well, no, I just went for
Yeah,
black.
after a trade of queens, this is pretty much over. So black has a lot of free pawns. Oh, so now she lost one.
Just one. She
Still, it
had
still
two.
should be enough. Knight c6, she blundered the rook. She blundered. It's a rook.
Blundered
It's a
the
full
whole
rook.
rook because the
Yeah,
knight
the knight on
also
f6 is.
hanging
Yeah.
on the end. Oh, what?
Oh no! Now white should be winning.
Indeed, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just king is
She can even pin the knight, and maybe the king is faster. Could she transpose into opponent game?
Yeah, but that was not necessary. I think she could just
now she can just collect the pawns.
And now the only thing she has to do is just to keep the king not so far from the rook, so that there is no fork. Or very
this
far.
diagonal positioning of the king versus the knight is always the best. But rook f8 was winning the pin.
But she preferred to keep the rook on d file just to keep the king and then to push the b pawn.
And of course, even giving up the rook for the knight at any moment will win here because the king was closer to h file. And now Anastasia resigned. That was really a big blunder. Blundering just a piece would be still fine, but the full rook, unfortunately, gave away the game. So Maria Potapova had a nice win here, a nice swindle, we can call it this way. Nino Batsashvili, we can look at her game. She's a pawn down, but maybe still some chance. Bishop a4.
I don't think it's so easy to convert it. Bishop b5, maybe she could
Bishop
place the bishop on e8.
To be honest, I see this evaluation bar, but I don't understand anything.
Okay, well, black is
pretty crazy. But it's often happening that the engine does not have enough depths in such endgames. You just need to know whether it's drawn or not. So you
I
cannot
believe it was
always.
winning, but it was not so easy.
It was a
It was
repetition.
a 3 times repetition. So good for
Yeah,
me.
online chess have this advantage or maybe disadvantage comparing to over the board that the draw is always concluded automatically if it was a repetition. You don't need to claim it. You don't need to keep an eye on the moves. You don't need any arbiter. So it's both good and bad, I guess.
It's good for the player who is defending, but it's bad for the player who is like on the stronger side. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, you need to be really careful. I wonder if this will affect the way the players will play over the board as well, trying to avoid repetition just subconsciously. Do you think this is the case?
No, I don't believe there are not so many games, so I think you can adjust pretty quickly to a new format.
And go back to checking whether your opponent will claim it or not. But it's always so difficult when you are very low on time because you kind of break the flow, and your opponent has a chance to think about the position. So it's always some drawbacks at claiming draws like that.
Yeah, usually if one side is claiming in over the board chess, it's about 50 moves rule because to know that there is threefold repetition or not, it's quite difficult. And if you're claiming during the overboard tournament and the claim is wrong, then your opponent gets a minute, and you may imagine that the minute in the blitz game is really a lot. So people are just trying to be safe and they claim only something which is like 50 move rule or which is pretty safe to claim.
Yeah, that's why it makes such a big difference with the online chess. So Nino had a draw in that game. Yeah, so we have Alina Kashlinskaya playing against Valentina Gunina. Both players represent Russian Olympic team, so they definitely know each other's styles very well.
If that matters a lot in a bullet game, I am not sure. But yeah, they have played many games and many team competitions together for the same team. So in this game, it seems like things are going well for Valentina, but it's still far from clear. Queen b3, pin over the diagonal. Also attacking the b4, so quite a good move for white. Queen e4 is not possible because queen e6 and then the rook was on c8, so it was a fork. Right now, white can play something like queen d5, I think just centralizing the queen. But why is Alina Kashlinskaya taking so much time? Was she disconnected or what? Oh no, maybe there was some delay in the platform.
But didn't she blunder a bishop on b4?
No, there was a trade. White took the bishop on b4 and black took the knight on e4. Or maybe I just...
I'm
in
not
the
sure
end,
if she can
repetition.
capture on e6 if queen b4 is taken.
How did that happen? h4, rook e8 now? Yeah, there was a trade. Then Alina attacked the knight on e6. And Valentina, she didn't took on b4, which is quite surprising. I think she could just take with the queen and do this piece
Yeah,
up.
and it's a piece up.
But she decided to go for an attack. But unfortunately, queen f2 is not a checkmate because there is still queen in h1. And
yeah, it can sometimes look like you're winning, but maybe she forgot that the knight was pinned. Yeah. Yeah,
So
it can be such an optical illusion sometimes. The same happened when Elizabeth sacked a rook on h2 and ended up losing the game to Valentina. But it happens. We still have some games going.
Daisy
The
Corey.
leaders did finish all of the games. Valentina is still leading. Lilith is playing. Lilith is winning.
Alena
It's
Bieval is still playing versus Vlada Sviridova. And
Another rook endgame, but here we again have 2 pawns in the rook endgame, but this one is much stronger because the rook is gone and it's a mate next move. So Lena unfortunately lost to Vlada. Vlada is doing quite well today.
and this is
And
the only
again,
game.
Leia. Again, Leia is still playing.
Leia is
she's
not only
winning.
playing, she's fighting. Yeah, she's trying to make 2 passed pawns. One is this one, and the other one is that one, and I'm sure one of those promote. That's what's happening. Okay, Leia is winning this game.
Whether she has any chances to get in qualifying spots, probably not. She's going to be on 5.5. That's quite far away, but we never know. She might have a strong finish. So
Yeah,
the round 12 is.
We are actually right on the halfway. It's round 12 of 21. And the games are starting. Valentina Gunina is leading with 9 out of 11. And we have Natalia Buksa with 8.5 out of 11. And then 5 or 6 players with 8 out of 11. So it's still in a full swing. And I think almost any player still has chances to qualify if they really push.
Yeah. With some luck and consistency. So we have a game between Anastasia Bodnaruk against Natalia Buksa. And look at this one, or Pham from Vietnam versus Valentina. Pham even had a tournament in the qualifying. In the first qualifier, she was in knockout, but was eliminated by Harika. So also a strong player.
Yeah, I played versus her in the World Championship in the round 3. I guess she had a very good tournament. She won the first 2 matches versus the players who were higher rated than her, and then I won the match against her. But she did pretty well. So c5, nice trick. Bishop c5 is not possible because queen to c4. So the bishop had to go back, but now it's a very pleasant position for Vala. Knight e6, rook d7 is coming, and that should be winning.
Valentina is such an aggressive player. She always finds the ways to get under your skin, to bring all the pieces into attacking positions.
Yeah, she's so uncompromising player. She wants to keep on fighting till the very end, even when it's a dead draw. They're having so many games in the Grand Prix when it was even a dead draw.
It's never dead. It's never dead with Valentina.
She kept on fighting, and sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not. But I know that many people really like this playing style, and they also like when she's attacking and then creating some firefox on the board.
Yeah, also look at the time. She hardly spent more than half a minute in any game so far.
Yeah, she doesn't need it.
Yeah.
She's just a rook h7. What a move, rook h7.
And the mate next into moves. Yeah.
So how is she going to do that with queen h4 or? I'm
and then
sure.
f5 maybe?
Queen h4 and then rook g3 or f5.
And then f6. Bishop is controlling f6, so she can take on f6 with the queen. Beautiful. Okay. But you also need to spot that.
Yeah, and I believe many of the chess players, they wouldn't think about rook h7. They would play something safer like bishop f6 or rook g8 and then followed by bishop f6. But Valentina preferred to do it in her way, in her own style. That's what makes her special. But it's also, you know, sometimes it doesn't work, and then it's really a pity to lose some points just by trying to make it in a beautiful way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she spent 4 seconds, so maybe 4 seconds was enough for her to calculate this entire line. I believe 4 seconds was the longest she spent in this entire game.
Maybe an entire tournament. Okay, that would be
maybe an entire tournament. Yeah, correct.
Alina Kashlinskaya beat Karina Ambartsumova. And now it's the game between Margarita Potapova and Anastasia Avramido. Seems like Black is doing really well here, but will White manage to save it? So if White is sacrificing the rook for that pawn, and then they are trying to create a passed pawn,
King
seems like it
f6,
should
king
be winning.
g7. Well, rook h1 easily stops the king from going to g7 because the pawn on h5 is hanging. So now, yeah, the rook is taking. Now just h6.
8 takes g6.
Okay, this also works. This also works. King e4.
Are you sure?
King.
Oh, yeah, okay, now it's in time, yeah.
King is cut off,
But
so
h6
g7
was just much easier in my opinion.
Yeah, it was stopping the king from coming in. Now it's a mate.
Okay, a win for Anastasia. Who is still playing? Corollas versus Awesome Wishes. I saw that Indian player participating yesterday in the 3+1 format. Oh, now I'll have a long game. Now we can enjoy a rook and bishop versus the rook. I somehow feel Black will manage to win this, although theoretically it's a draw, but it's not so easy to make it.
Yeah, it is very difficult, especially when you only have 4 seconds to find the only moves.
Okay, it was quite.
It is a mate.
Quite fast.
Now.
I thought it would be longer, but it was pretty fast. And this should be the over of round 12.
One more game is going.
No, sorry. Yeah, one game is still big fight. King and rook versus king. I think it was Grishchuk, yeah, who said that the only rook endgames I like is when I'm a rook up or something like that.
That's fair enough.
Rook c4 and rook a4 checkmate. Well done. And
yeah, that's
here we are.
Varshini.
So the leader is still the same. It's Valentina Gunina with 10 points.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
If she was getting the extra points for all the time she saved during the games, she would be just unstoppable.
She would be already qualified into the top 8. Maybe we can remind the viewers who just joined our stream that first of all, it's this tournament, and the top 8 players, the players who finish in the top 8, then they play a knockout. So basically, it will be more important to win that, much more important to win the knockout tournament than this one. Right now, the most important task is just to finish among the top 8 and qualify to the knockout stages.
But of course, if you take first, it's a nice bonus. It's $250 prize. So always makes sense to try to win. But if you are risking by continuing to play not to get into top 8 by losing, so then it probably is better to settle for a draw sometimes to secure your spot. So players need to be strategic about this.
Yes, true. Sometimes you have to think what is important, what is the priority, the qualification to the knockout or trying to win the tournament. And one more reminder, there are also prizes for the best streamers. And as you may know, some of them participants are not only playing, but they are also streaming. So don't forget to follow them on their own channels. Here we have the game between Valentina Gunina and Inna Gaponenko, and so far Inna is doing quite well. She was an exchange up, but now she decided to sacrifice it back to have some other ideas. Oh, knight g3. It's quite surprising because Inna is trying to trick the player who is tricky herself.
Maybe that's the only way to throw Valia out of the comfort zone, although it's hard to even understand what her comfort zone is.
True. If I remember correctly, Inna doesn't have a good score against Valentina, so maybe sometimes she's thinking also about to make some move that is just safe, and maybe she will repeat the moves, but she could keep on playing. She could take the pawn on f4, but I think now she took this psychological decision because, oh yeah, I think she was just afraid to continue. And look at the time.
Yeah,
Look at the time.
maybe
Valentina,
that's the reason.
44 seconds left. Just
She's increasing her time even. I think by the end she will be having more than 1 minute left on the clock.
amazing, yeah, the way she plays. But that works for her. She's gaining points, so the system. She shouldn't change the system. What has just happened? That was quite a strange move. I think White
That was a
wanted to
trade.
take the rook from g4 and to take on g8
It
first,
was a
but
mouse slip.
unfortunately, rook g3 was played. That was.
It looked like some weird pre-move that ended up being a move. Maybe she wanted to pre-move rook g4, yes, and instead made a move.
Yeah, indeed. What about this game, Indian Star versus Mary Arabidze? This looks quite winning for Black. I think Mary Arabidze tried her chances in every tournament. I see her surname so often. Maybe she missed one or two, but she's really trying to get there.
Yeah, I think she did not play in the first 2 qualifiers last week, but she played all the rest. She is very strong blitz player, so yeah, we definitely will expect her to see her in the last qualifier as well.
Here we have Adriana Nicola facing Maka
Purceladze. Yeah.
In our favorite endgame.
Rooks are always
endgame, and this game. Okay, that one was
is
winning
this
for Black, and this
F3?
one, oh, it's a checkmate. Checkmate, quite a beautiful one. Knight f3.
Ah, nice. So she's using the Zugzwang to push the king to the corner.
And that's it. That's it.
The last game finished. So unsurprisingly, Valentina is still in the lead, but she's joined by Natalia Buksa.
Both of the players was 10.5 out of 13. So they are having amazing tournament so far. But there are still 7 rounds to go, and round 14 is about to start. And we have the clash of the leaders. Natalia Buksa playing versus Valentina Gunina. That must be exciting.
Yeah.
Quite an unusual opening. I prefer White's position because there is an unpleasant weakness on g6. I think White can just castle and then play something like rook g1 and then try to just attack the king. Sometimes maybe there is an idea to open the center with c4 or something like f5 right now. f5 was played.
Yeah, look how the time is disappearing.
The time is disappearing, yeah, only from Valentina's opponent.
Only from White.
Valentina's time doesn't disappear. She is on 47 seconds. She has plenty of time. But now she has to be careful because there are ideas with bishop d3, with bishop h3.
Oh, the queen is trapped.
Oh, indeed.
She had to move the queen away instead of moving the rook or play e5. Probably playing e5 was the only chance. And yeah, she is resigning. That's the first loss for Valentina. Well, it did work for her until it didn't. And maybe rook e8 was too fast move.
Yeah, but, and she resigned right away, yeah. So now we have the new leader. The new leader is Natalia Buksa. She's the person who lives in the same city where I live, so I'm quite happy for her, and I am rooting for Natalia. But it's still quite a long way to qualify. So let's just keep on watching the games. Anastasia Aramida versus Indian Star. Very complicated position, but seems like White's attack is just much stronger. The f7 is weak. Maybe just bishop takes e6.
Yeah, the question was if knight e4 worked well. Of course, you were losing the piece, but also the f file was opening after f takes e4. It's the game of Valentina, and then the king is not going to be able to survive there without any light pieces to defend him. So it's not even about the queen. It's just technically over.
White decided to trade all the pieces, but I think White's pieces were more active, so that was not that necessary. But maybe it was practically better. Some ideas with
These
penetrating with
pawns look scary.
these ones, you mean?
Yeah.
Quite a nice maneuver of the king. King b3, king a4, king b5. Not a very obvious one. So g6 and the rook b3. A very good technique by Anastasia Vanderimido. She's playing very fast and very strong this game. Should she take on b6 or should she still wait some of the moves? Because this pawn is not going anywhere. You may take it late. Oh, I think she missed. I think she missed that exchange. And now I'm not sure it's winning. Because black can take the pawn on h5, then sacrifice the rook for the
But
b
knight
pawn.
g3, she could have played knight g3
Oh,
and
yeah,
take the
yeah,
rook.
yeah, yeah. Rook h5 was a blunder because of knight g3, but that was missed. And
now it's a draw.
Now it's a draw. Yeah.
Not such a shame. Yeah, knight to g3 was immediately winning, but of course she only had 5 seconds left and overlooked it. You can even pre-move the pawn move without thinking sometimes.
Most of the games are already finished. Is there any in progress? This rook endgame should be a draw, of course, but
So
they will keep
Inna
on playing for
Gaponenko
quite some
won
time.
against Alicia Shlevitska. And the last game of Maria Potapova, and she is losing.
Yeah,
to a
it was a
Vietnamese
draw,
player.
but rook h1 I think was a big blunder.
Now g6 is following. The king is in the right position while the black king is away. And then king is hiding on h6, right? After pushing the pawns. Yeah.
Well, white can just try to put the rook on f7, and then when they check, then rook f5, and then just h6.
And then h6, yeah. Once the pawns are on h6 and g6, it's over.
Rook f7 and king h6. No?
Rook f7?
Okay, just check and king h6. There is no stalemate idea. Yeah, g7.
Yeah, you don't have this crazy rook idea here. Black needs 2 moves in order to start checking the king. And it's gonna be a checkmate then. So that was the last game of round 14. And round 15 is already going.
Round 15 has just started, and we will start with following the game of the new leader, Natalia Buksa. It seems like she's playing this London system with both sides. We have just seen her playing London with white, and now she's on the black side. That's a bit ridiculous, but that can happen, of course.
Yeah, so she's playing against an Indian star. That's a nice nickname by Priyanka Nutaki, also a young player from India.
I don't know her. I think. Did you hear about her name?
No.
No. Okay, so you see,
And I've heard a lot of Indian names. I usually do remember all of them, so I definitely did not meet her over the board at over the board tournaments yet. So a lot of up and coming players who did not have a chance to travel so much yet around the world, but we will definitely hear about her again in the future.
Bishop f3 is kind of forcing white attack with the pawn because the queen has to protect this bishop. And now I prefer Black's position because I think it's easier to play with the knight. Also, there is a nice place for the knight on d5, the isolated pawn. So White's pawn structure is worse. I think, Maria, you would also prefer to play with black pieces.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just
I like that Black has an advantage in pawn structure. It's a very nice pawn structure.
yeah, it's also easier to play. Just this rook goes to d8, some ideas with e5, and knight goes to d5 if necessary. It's good also to trade the queens to go to the endgame because then the pawn on d4 may be even weaker. Sometimes there is idea with h4 just in case to bother White's king.
Mm-hmm.
Natalia decides to do it with a5, a4. But okay, bishop e6, it doesn't work because f takes e6, queen c7, rook d7.
By the way, Natalia is taking over the role of Valentina. Look at the time.
Yeah, she learns from the best. And now she overtook and she's leading the tournament. She's doing quite well. I think she's convincingly outplaying the young Indian player. Oh, the knight. What a nice square on f5. Just we have to be sure
You can take
that
on d4 with
yeah, but rook d4, queen e5. Maybe it was
maybe knight d4 was better.
maybe knight d4, yeah.
Then there is no check.
But this
And
is
it was even if fork. It was a fork, right?
no, it was not a fork, I think. Maybe the
Bishop
way she did
was
it was actually the
on
best.
f3. Well, she won, so it was definitely the best.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as you score.
A win is a win.
A win is a win, yes.
Oh, Valentina just drew. Valentina did not manage to win against a young Vietnamese player, so that also sets her a little bit backwards. Natalia is 1.5 point ahead of
Wow.
Valentina, Anastasia, and Inna.
Natalia has already played once in the final versus another Ukrainian player, Yulia Osmak, but that time Yulia won the match against Natalia. So now she's trying to qualify again.
Well, we definitely expect her to see to expect to see her in the knockout. That's for sure. But then it will be also a lot of work to do in the knockout.
Then it will be just a new tournament, and it's definitely not easy.
The two last games are going by Maria Potapova against Padmini. This looks like a drawn endgame, but it's never a draw until all the pieces are gone from the board.
Just not king e3. Just please not king e3 because knight c4. Okay, king d1, much
That's
better.
what Padmini probably was hoping for.
She was definitely hoping for that. She was trying. Oh, the pawn is gone.
Now it's easier to draw, but she is constantly playing on the last second.
I don't know how she does it. But look, a rook before rook h1 and then taking the knight.
Oh, yeah, she did blunder a piece.
So it was a pawn up for just a free pawn for white, but now it's black who is a piece up, and also the g5 pawn is fallen. So it's completely winning for black.
But we also saw the same turn of the events for Maria Potapova versus Anastasia Bodnaruk, where she was completely lost, and then there was a rook blunder. So it happens
so
with
karma, yeah?
all of
It's
us. Yeah,
returning.
yeah, she's returning the favor.
Okay, black should.
Yeah, that's the one more game. No, Tusha just lost to Julia Antolak from Poland. So that's the end of round 15.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, that's the last game.
It's the last game. It's still being played.
But it's the mate now.
Rook f2 is quite a big threat. And
yeah.
here.
And now it is a mate.
Okay. Round 16 should start soon. And it has already started. Natalia Buxa playing with black again. Versus Ashio Chess. We have already heard about this nick before today. Another Indian player.
Yeah, that's Padmini Road, who is part of the national team of India. Strong IM, and she also participated in quite a few of qualifiers already in this tournament.
Great. Sveshnikov on the board. And Natalia is playing quite fast, but White is also playing relatively quite fast. It's still the theory, still quite a theoretical line. Knight b8, the knight is heading to c5, which is the best place for Black's knight in this position. And now there should be some counterplay with f5. I'm not sure if immediately or Black can still wait. Maybe bishop d2 was a mistake because a takes b4. Okay, what's happening?
Oh, that's a rook.
It's just a rook for a queen, yeah. And both
Yeah,
of the
yes.
players are playing it so fast as if all the moves were so obvious.
Sometimes you just need to pretend that it was all planned so that your opponent loses time. But both players have, well, look at Natalia's time. It's already second time we see when the player played too fast, maybe a little bit too fast. And but now she's trying to, well, now Black is suddenly.
I think Black is doing well because rook a1 and b2 b1 is quite a huge threat.
So what White needed to do is to grab b4 pawn very urgently. Instead, she played h4, but there was no mate threat yet because the bishop was defending f1 square. And the pawn b3 immediately turns the boards.
I think bishop d1 was really important because if you take and then let's say rook a1, then if White plays bishop f1, Black takes the knight and Black takes the c4 pawn, and then the f1 bishop can't be protected. That's why White had to go bishop d1, and that's very difficult to see in a bullet game. In any case, yeah, it was much better to do something, but not h4.
To take the pawn. Yeah, she could have taken the pawn, and then White probably was winning due to material advantage. That's a lucky chance for Natalia. Queen g4. Probably just a mate. She decided to trade. That is also
a move.
Mm-hmm.
But now she...
Yeah, it has to be a mate somewhere, but it's not so easy to find.
That's a bit strange. That's a bit strange because she started trading the pieces and then she avoided the queen straight.
Yeah, it's like she had second thoughts.
Knight e7. Okay, that was not missed. Queen f6. Very good. Queen
now
h4.
She wants to take on h4, and it's a mate. It's a mate. Rook e1.
Oh,
well done. Well, she got quite lucky that Palmini did not take the pawn on b4, but of course she created such chances, and the opponent did a mistake because of her.
Valentina also won her game, so they are increasing.
Oh, Polina Shuvalova is playing. We did not see her in the leading places yet, but she is playing against Anastasia Bramido. Flawless fighter.
Flawless fighter. Yeah, I saw her playing yesterday and she was doing quite well in the beginning. And I think she's the one who has also tried many times to qualify.
Yeah, she was in semi-final of the knockout number 1.
And yeah, it's also just so tough when it's only one place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also probably psychologically quite exhausting to be so close every time, to be in the knockout and always missing out. And also it's, of course, burning more energy by playing for 6 to 7 hours in a row, and then to have to play the next day again. You probably sometimes just need to take a break to decide which qualifier you're gonna miss, to collect some more energy and to play again. Yeah, that's like an entire tournament to play. 2 weeks of endless fight.
Yes, true. It depends on the persons because some of the players they have some kind of mode that they don't spend that much energy, while for some of them that's really tiring and that they can't just play every tournament every day. So it's for these ones, it's better just to make some break and to try their chances. Also,
And it's time for us to take a break as well.
it's round 16 and we have another break. Yes.
Yes, yes. So now we have a short break. Please stay with us. You don't want to miss the end of this exciting qualifier of today. We have 5 rounds ahead of us and then also the knockout. So stay tuned.
See you very, very soon. And welcome back, everyone. It's the seventh qualifying tournament of Women's Speed Chess Championship organized by FIDE and Chess.com. And it's most of the games were played of the qualification tournament. Round 16 will start soon. We have 21 rounds today. And then the most exciting part will be the knockout tournament.
Yes, and we would like to mention that the Junior Speed Chess Championship qualifiers are also starting already tomorrow on Monday, June the 7th, and then the next three qualifiers will be also on Mondays. The starting time is a little bit different, but everything in the morning for Pacific time or evening Central European time, as we saw on the slide. But the games are already in progress. Let's dive into the round 17.
20 moves have been made in the game of the leader, who is Natalia Buxa right now, and she's playing very fast, also quite good. She's the leader of the tournament. Right at the moment, she has 13 and half points out of 16 games, and she's followed by actually, Valentina Gonina, she has already won her game, so she's on 13 out of 17. She's pretty close, and I think these two players are having quite a remarkable tournament so far, because all the rest, they are still fighting for the qualifying spots. There are only eight players will make it to the knockout stage, so a big fight is still ahead.
Yeah, it's possible we will see a clash between Natalia and Valentina again. Natalia did win their head-to-head game to be able to take the leading spot. So now Natalia is playing against the Golden Puppy.
And she's two
I
pawns up.
I just love
So
this nickname. Yeah, that's Ashrita Eswaran.
I think Ashrita made it yesterday to the top 8. So she's quite a good player when it comes to faster time controls.
She was
But
in the final. She was in the final against Gulnar Mamadova. And
yeah,
Srita was the one to beat Dina in a really, um,
yeah,
really
so
crazy match.
she was really very, very close, and it was quite unfortunate she didn't win it. And I think it's very, very difficult to come back, because when you are just one step away, when you're playing in the final and then you just lose in the final, and you understand that it's only the winner who takes it all, while for all the other players it didn't actually matter if they finished second or any other place. That's quite difficult, but I'm glad to see her back today, and I hope she will make it at least to the top 8 and then fight again for the last spots.
Yeah, but of course there are so many players that we are rooting for or we like how they play, and it's so difficult to make a choice for whom to root. We also have a lot of streamers whom we also support as our colleagues. Um, so are we watching the same game still? Okay, so Natalia just won.
Natalia
Let's
won, and I am
move
moving to
on.
another game between Asia Chess and Bin, but it has just been finished.
Yeah,
In
Anastasia
tomorrow.
Bonaruk is also winning a knight endgame. Yeah, her passed pawn, a passed pawn is uh, really
It's just too
crucial. And
strong.
Fan, yeah, Fan just resigned. It's a loss.
Here is the
Okay.
game between two Ukrainian players, between Ina Gaponko and Olga Babi, and it ended in a draw. How about Tanya? Tanya versus
Tanya
Karina
is winning.
Bortsova.
Tanya is
Tanya is
winning.
winning
She has really strong pawns in the
in the
king
very
side.
active king. So yes,
Yeah,
she
pawn
promoted.
structure really matters in the pawn end games.
Okay, it's just a queen up, and black won that game. Meka Bartoladze versus Indian Star. This should be winning for white, because the c5 pawn is falling and the white is already a few pawns up. Maybe the game is already ended.
Mhm.
Uh, Flawless fighter Polina Shuvalova won the game versus Ortiz Anahi, so she's coming closer.
Just last game is going on, I believe, and it's yeah,
Here we are.
Black is winning. It
Too
was rook
many.
end game. White, I think, just dropped a rook at the end, but it was already winning completely for Florencia Fernandez from Argentina.
And it's the end of round 17. So we have 4 games left. Yeah, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And the games have just
Tanya
started.
Sajdev is playing against Natalia. Yeah,
Tanya
let's
Sajdev
look
on
at
the
this.
top board.
Let's look at this one. Queen's Gambit. We all love Queen's Gambit, right?
And not only as the opening. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. That's the reference.
King d2. Very brave decision. On the other hand, it was not possible to recapture with the other piece because otherwise white would drop the pawn. But here we come to the endgame, and in the endgame, the king on d2 is not in danger anymore. Well, e5, I'm not so sure because black can take and spoil white's pawn structure. Maybe also some ideas with f6 later on, or maybe right now. That was quite committal. Takes. Okay, knight f8. I believe the knight is trying to be regrouped to d5. Well, white will be trying to attack the b pawn. Knight e7, nice trick. f4, f6, I think. g6 preferred. If we speak about this endgame, I think it's easier to play with black pieces because when you're playing a bullet, it's very good to have a knight, just very, very good. The king is coming to d7, then maybe some idea with knight c8, knight a7. d5 on the board. Will we see some major trades on d5? Maybe just to take, because if you allow d6, that can be a real unpleasant. Rook c8, it's good to activate the rook, but the pawn on b6 is now under the attack. Take, king e7, I believe, king c6. So Natalia is trying to play, to put her king closer to the b pawn, but that may be very double-edged. Rook f6 and then some idea with f5. Now I prefer white's position because the pawn, okay, this is a passed pawn, but it's still too far. At the same time, the h5 pawn and the f7 pawns are the weakness now.
Maybe white had to give a check first to push the king away.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the black king got a lot of activity and like back in the game. He takes f4.
Yeah, just take on e5.
Yeah, it is. It should be a draw here. The king will come, and if black will capture the pawn. So, nice. Natalia did save it. It did look a bit dangerous for a bit.
Indeed. Valentina Gunina, how is she doing? I think she's about to lose
Elena
this game.
Semyonova. Oh, she just dropped a rook.
No, it was the pawn promotion with e1 takes take.
Yes. Yeah,
so
she had to give up a rook. She had to give up a rook, and she lost the game. I'm not sure if Valentina can still. No, she's still in chances for top 8. And
she has great chances. She's still on the second place, so no worries for Valentina. I think she will definitely manage to make it to the top 8, and then it will be a new tournament. Is there any game in progress? Here we have Olga Babi versus Alina Kashlinskaya.
Yeah, Alina is losing here.
Alina is
lots of material for white.
Lile Koridze. Quite a tough game for Lile. She's pawn down. Oh, but now look. What has just happened?
She's winning a rook.
She's winning a rook, yeah, with rook f3.
Nice.
It was a
White just resigned. Congrats to Lilia.
come back.
She's on 11 points. Good chances for going into knockout. She needs to win the remaining games.
And this is something very complicated. The game between Phoenix and Karina Bartsumova. White is pressing, I believe, but there is always the idea with G5, which will secure that black is making a draw. Yeah, white is winning the pawn on h4, but it's a rook endgame with very high drawing tendencies, so it shouldn't be quite problematic to save this game. Rook g2, that's a strange move. You should not allow to activate the king. Oh, that's very strange. What is white black doing? Okay, now it's just king c6 and it's lost. No, but you should not do it this way. Oh my god.
Yeah, now white is winning.
Yeah,
They
now
can even give up the rook because they have two pawns that are too advanced. Yeah, now
the
just
pawn is
e6
running.
e7 and
But in the beginning, it looked like a totally draw. Just you should not allow your opponent to activate your king so far.
oh, that's crazy. Chiyu just won the game with being a queen down. Her opponent ran out of time. Nemsko, another fellow streamer, she just was very lucky in her game.
So rook f5 and black was not on time to make every move. Every move was working. Like, yeah, pity, but sometimes you don't only have to make the good moves, but you also need to make them fast.
Yeah. And now the games already started. Natalia Buksa is playing Mary Rabidze, and Polina Shuvalova made it to the top and is playing against Valentina.
Oh, let's check the standings. So we have Natalia Buksa with 15 out of 18. Then two players with 13 out of 18. They are Anastasia Bodnaruk and Valentina Gunina. Followed by Anastasia Avramida with 12.5 out of 18. And right at the moment, then we have three players with 12 out of 18 who has, yeah, they all have good chances to qualify, but there are still 2 games to go. 3 games to go, yeah. Why 2? If you can play 3, that's even better.
Yeah, exactly. So shall we look at Natalia? Oh, okay. There was some trades of the queens using the fork on c7.
So queen d5 here. I think there was some check on before, but black decided just to take it immediately and then rook e8. White is a pawn up, but it's still not so clear because the spin over the e file is quite unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's not unpleasant anymore because bishop g7 and then knight f6, or we are winning in exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, Mary probably will resign soon. It does not look like she can save it here.
Just taking
Yeah,
on
she
d4.
took the knight. There is no problem with the bishop anymore. And she also castles out of the pin by attacking the bishop.
Bishop f3, trying to trade the pieces. Mary is trying to keep the pieces on the board, but the bishop on a6 is quite awkwardly placed.
Yeah, now after c4, it's cut
Maybe
off.
just bishop d5, cutting that bishop. Bishop d5 was played. Rook f1.
You can also put the bishop on f3, block all of the possibilities for black to.
Now bishop f3.
Yeah. And now
And the
she's
bishop
also
on f3
winning
is done.
the bishop on f2. So yeah, Mary resigned.
So Natalia has already qualified. We can be sure she's already qualified to the top 8.
She's 3 points ahead currently. Of course, Anastasia and Valentina are both still playing, but even 2 points is enough. Valentina just won
Valentina
against
won.
Polina, so she is going to have 14.
And Anastasia is
points.
also winning, so she will join Valentina. Any other games? Maybe we'll have something more crazy. Oh, look at this knight. I picked the game between Fam and Anastasia. So this knight versus this bishop. But it's not so easy to convert. Oh, we could just take the bishop. Just take it here, and instead knight f3 was played. Bishop back, king e5. How to penetrate? I think white should try with g4 some moment. That's what they did. So the idea maybe to take on f5 and then to do something like g6 or
Yeah, that's a nice breakthrough with a pawn. Yeah, black needs to trade and open up the rook.
just f takes g4 and king g4 is not possible because of e5. But black simply doesn't want to take on g4. Black just prefer to keep this pawn on f5. Maybe it's a good strategy when you're just down to 3 seconds, but objectively, I think it's better to take. It was better to take. Now I'm not sure it's good to take. Somehow I feel white will win that because black is really very short on time. King
Yeah,
f4,
it's very
some
hard
rook
to play with
g4, rook
such time.
g2, and maybe take on g6. And then some idea with
Yeah, rook
king
h2, rook h6.
king e5.
Although white was also pinned to defending the pawn on b2. Now e6
King
is
f7,
falling.
f4. Black is trying to go for counterplay.
But just king e6, king d5, and it's just too many pawns.
Yeah, it was not necessary.
As long as white does not blunder on b2, which they did not, and it's now completely winning. Yeah, that nicely looking pawn structure quickly fell apart.
Yeah, it's like at some moment where I just collected all the pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, now white has all this chain of pawns moving.
Yeah, that's the last game of this round. So all the players are waiting for the next round, number 20. So it will be 2 last games of the Swiss qualifier. And after that, we will have very exciting knockouts. So Pam just won. And let's see the pairings.
Don't have them yet. Now we have them. Natalia Buxa playing versus Phoenix on the top board. And let's take a look at the standings. So Natalia Buxa is still leading 16 out of 19, and 2 players with 14 out of 19, Valentina Gunina and Anastasia Bodnaruk. Then 2 players with 13 out of 19, and then 3 players with 12.5 out of 19. So these are the players who would be qualified if the tournament was finished, but the tournament is not finished yet. There are still 2 games to go. And let's follow the games.
By the way, pay attention, we have 3 Vietnamese players in the top 7 currently. It will be really exciting for all the fans of Vietnamese players to see so many players in the knockout if it happens.
They have great chances to be there.
At least one of them for sure. But Pham already made it before to the knockout. We'll see if her younger compatriots can do the same. Tanya Sajdev is playing against Valentina. That will be an interesting game.
Maybe, yeah, we can start following the games of participants who are about to qualify, and it's like the question if they will make it or not. For Tanya, things don't look well here because the bishop on b6 is a bit trapped and it's not so easy to get it back into the game. So rook b8, just attacking the bishop, and there is no way to go. E6.
Yeah, so usually it's the pawn on a7 or h7 that is poisoned to be taken by the bishop because of the pawn b6 cutting its way out. But here what happened is probably the bishop took on b6 and then c5 was played, which happens much more rarely, but also works to trap it.
And look at the time. Valentina was over 50 seconds just a few moves ago, and now she's still on 47. That's really impressive. Queen c4, the rook on f1 is...
She just needs to pre-move everything and finish with over a minute. Oh no, she finished with less than 50. Unacceptable.
Very bad, very slow. I would say it's just very slow. How about Anastasia Bodnaruk? She's facing Aisha Zakirova, player from Kazakhstan, I believe. Here, black has two pieces versus a rook, and okay, now it's even the rook is gone, so it's just two pieces, not versus the rook. F2 and knight g3. That's completely winning.
Yeah, this is completely winning. We can look.
Yelena Semenova versus Fam. That's an interesting game. That's an interesting game. So material, it's equal. The pawn on g2 is under the attack. Now it's protected by the king, but the pawn on c3 is fallen now. Still white has a lot of activity. So the king, if the king start marching towards b6, it may be dangerous for black. But bishop g8, I don't get that move. Why does she need the bishop on g8? Maybe there was some idea I just couldn't understand.
Yeah, so it pins your own rook to defend it.
Now she's trying to trade more pawns. So knight f5 or not knight f7 was played. Okay, knight f5. Maybe some idea was they're repeating the moves. Okay. This game is finished. Mary Arabidze won the game against one of the Vietnamese players. So now I think Bin Bin is in a risk and not to qualify, but if she wins the next game, then maybe she will do it. Daisy Corey won against Anastasia Avramido. How about Polina Shuvalo? Polina Shuvalo won against Olga Babi.
Nina Obatsashvili also won her game. Karina Bartsumova just drew.
So who is playing?
Dauletova. Yeah, Gulmira is still playing. Oh, interesting.
Okay. Gulmira is winning, yeah? King b2, promoting, and then another pawn is promoting.
Yeah. So double pawns sometimes work for you. You just give up one and you promote the other.
Yeah, it's not like in every position double pawns are bad. If they're extra, then they are not bad.
Extra pawn is an extra pawn.
Indeed.
It's enough. So the last game is finishing
Just
with
not
a checkmate. Okay, they resigned. So it's the last round of the Swiss tournament, which means that Natalia Buksa definitely qualified. And not only that, she also takes the first prize for the Swiss already, even if she loses the last game.
Yeah, congratulations to Natalia. She did really well. But now it's all about who will be the other 7 qualifiers. Okay, Valentina Gunina and Anastasia Bodnaruk, they are safe. They are definitely qualified to the top 8. Pham is also qualified. Another Vietnamese player with the nick of Bin Bin is already in danger. I'm not sure she will qualify in case she loses, but there are so many players with 12 and half out of 20. Just look at this.
Including Tanya, who is now playing against Bin Bin and of course wants to win, not only for the sake of winning the game, but also to try to qualify. Tanya has good chances if she wins.
Let's take a look at her game. So Bin Bin versus Tanya. I think one of these players will qualify, but not 2.
Yeah, chat is correctly saying that only top 3 are safe. All the rest is absolutely unknown what will be happening here.
So everything will be decided now, and it's a very exciting moment and very stressful for the players who are not qualified yet. How about this position? Takes. The pawn on e5 is
Looks
hanging.
pretty equal at the moment. Maybe black has slightly better, uh, well, they have the bishop pair, which of course is always better, especially in the open positions. But this d5 pawn is very dangerous because of the diagonal attack by the bishop on a8. Tanya really needs to move the rook out of the way.
Maybe some idea with rook c5 attacking the pawn on a5 and protecting our own pawn on d5 can also be an idea. Now something like knight e7 was an option, attacking the c7 pawn. She decided to do it another way with knight b4. But what about
Maybe
bishop
bishop
d5?
b2 is a good idea, and if the rook goes to b1, bishop c3, take on b4, and we have a quite advanced fast pawn.
Or even taken on a3 right away.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I actually proposed knight e7, because knight e7 was coming with the tempo, it was coming with a check. After knight b4, black had still a move, they were not forced to move the king. But Tanya played rook a7, knight d3, bishop d5.
Still
Okay,
a3 is a weak pawn.
yeah, she somehow managed to take that pawn, but she's still a pawn down.
Knight e6 now, she's not losing a piece.
I think she was losing a piece. I will quickly show that line. Knight e6
Because of the
attacking
mate
the
threat,
rook
the back
and
rank
the
is...
bishop.
Oh,
So
now
if
she just... I think she wanted to take the rook, but she mouse slipped.
oh, what
Unfortunately,
happened?
Tanya just lost.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, rook c6. It was definitely a mouse slip. She just if she took on c2, I think she had quite a good drawing chances with, let's say, bishop d4 or something like that, cutting the knight. But rook c6. Oh, what an unfortunate
It looks
mouse
like
slip.
Anastasia Vremido has good chances of being in the knockouts. She won against Elena Semyonova, as well as Padmini, who won against Marka Purtseladze. She is also on 13.5. Valentina won against Maria Rabidze, so Mary is definitely out. And
Lily
is Daisy
Koritsa.
Corey just jumping on the train? She's number 8. I think we have the final top 8 already. Some games are still in progress, so some additional tie breaks might be adjusted slightly, but
So
not...
Margarita Potapova just got to 13 points. She won the game versus Lila Koritsa, but
But
will
it
it be
was not
enough?
enough. It's not
It's not
enough.
enough.
Yeah, she's number 9.
Oh, I think it's the most unpleasant, to finish just very close but not making it.
That's the first one out. Yeah, exactly. Uh, by the way, I have great news for those who were rooting for Jennifer Perez. Of course, she did amazing job in the previous qualifiers, and but not everyone knows that she's also a streamer. And not only that, she is winning the best streamers prize for yesterday's
Oh,
qualifier. And let me use the opportunity to give a shout out to her. Please, everyone who is not following her yet, stop by the channel of Kaisa Chess and give her a follow. She is streaming right now, and she has an adorable puppy, which quite often comes to her and stands next to the monitor, and you can see the puppy. It's really cute. Please go and visit her. But yeah, back to our qualifiers. Let's announce the qualifiers for the knockout.
yes, back to the tournament which he's just finished. So Natalia Buksa won and made it first into the top 8. Then we have Anastasia Bodnaruk and Valentina Gunina. The fourth place was taken by Pham. And then we have another Vietnamese player, Bin Bin. Could you please tell me what's her surname? Because I believe it's nice to name all the players. And
Mhm.
after that, we have Anastasia Avramido, who also made it, and Indian player Asia Chess.
Padmini wrote yes, and Bin Bin is Hong Nguyen. GWI.
Hungarian. So,
Mhm.
and also one more player,
Daisy
Dev
Corey.
Daisy
Yeah,
Core.
she was
Okay.
also in the knockout for the first qualifier. The very first one, it feels like a very long time ago already.
Yeah, because there was quite a big break between some of the qualifying tournaments. So there were a few in a row, then there was a break, and then now we have the last qualifying events. And today we have this one, which is seventh, and then we'll have one more, which will be the last one. So now we have Bullet, then we'll have Blitz. As for the moment, we'll go for a short break and then we will come back to the most exciting part, which will be the knockout, where everything will be decided and after which we will know the one and the only player which will join the final of the Women's Speed Championship.
Yes, stay with us. We will also see the cameras of the players, which is pretty cool.
And welcome back, everyone. I am really glad and thankful you're with us today and that you are not missing the most exciting part, which is the knockout. This is also the most important part, as now it will be decided who will win the seventh qualification tournament of Women's Speed Chess Championship organized by FIDE and Chess.com. And this player will also join the invited players and the players who won the previous qualification events in the final. We are starting from the quarterfinals, so now all the points gained by the players are kind of erased and we are just starting a new tournament.
Yeah, and while we are waiting for the matches to begin, we would like to remind you that we have some really awesome events coming up this year, organized by Chess.com in cooperation with FIDE. It's Isle of Man 2021 Grand Swiss, and not only Grand Swiss like the 2 years ago, but also the Women's Grand Swiss, which is even better, double the fun. And we are already in the games. So the first match is Natalia Buxa versus Daisy Corey. Let's maybe start watching with this game. While Anastasia Ramido is playing against Valentina Gunina, which is also a very interesting match.
Yes, I don't know how we are going to cover it because the games will be played quite fast. So maybe let's focus on one of the matches and then when the game is finished, we jump into another one. Here we have the game between Natalia Buxa and Daisy Corey. It's kind of a French type of the structure, but Black is struggling with the king in the center because the king on e8 is not castled, and castling is not possible because of queen h7. Please watch it out. Don't do it in your own games. Though it's not so clear what to do. I definitely prefer White's position here.
Yeah, indeed. It just looks like more space and just more flexibility for white to attack both king side and queen side, while the black pieces are kind of crumpled. And well, just now the knight took a nice position on c4, but it can be also easily pushed away. And now the dangerous spin might happen, so the knight has to go away. Otherwise, bishop f4 was quite a nasty threat to pin it and win the piece.
I think White just blundered that pawn on e5 because it was not necessary, first of all, to give it. And then after knight g6, I'll quickly show that moment. It was possible to take the knight with bishop g6. If black captures with the pawn, then we take on g6 with the queen. If black captures our queen first, then there is an option. We can take, for example, with the h pawn, and after f takes g6, knight e6, and the position looks more pleasant for white because the pawn structure is kind of better balanced for white pieces. But instead, Natalia preferred to keep the queens on the board, but that left her just being a pawn down. And she also dropped the queen. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
just a small addition to all the troubles. And
yeah,
Daisy,
that's
yeah,
really important.
wins the game.
She won the tournament, the first one, but now she lost the first day, and now she's in a must-win situation. She has to win that game in order to continue the fight.
And also
Will
with
she
black,
make it?
which is also double difficult.
Indeed. How did the other game? How did the other games?
Valentina is still playing the first game against Anastasia Vramido.
I think
Uh,
everybody is still playing. So
yeah,
Valentina is playing.
Valentina
At
is
one...
up on time, but not by a lot. But the position
Oh,
is
she's in
quite
a
good.
huge time trouble. Huge time trouble, but knight f4 was a nice trick and now taken on d1. Valentina is winning the first game. Good start for Valentina. Now Anastasia is in a must-win situation, and also she will play her next game with black pieces. What about the other two games? Here
Actually,
we
the
have the clash of
Vietnamese players are
Vietnamese players.
fighting against each other.
That's pretty unfortunate for them because I believe they wouldn't like to play versus each other. But okay, that was drawn off lots, which was like Black lost on time. Black lost on time in a better position. Oh my god, that's really painful. And one more game between Anastasia Bodnaruk and Padminia Root. the Indian player is a pawn up, and it should be winning for black, but it's not so easy to do because white can easily attack the g6 pawn. This is the problem. Though somehow black is converting it in a very nice way, now taking the pawn on f4, taking the pawn on g5, so now it should be easy. With one pawn, it was not so clear, but with three pawns, I think black could even give the d6 knight and then just put the pawns. But why to give the knight if you can still keep it on the board? So I think she's doing it in a good way. Bishop f5, knight f5. Okay, this will be a must-win situation for Anastasia Bodnaruk, and also she will have to do it with black pieces.
Let us remind the format for the knockouts. Each match is consisting of 2 games in the same time control as the Swiss tournament that they just played. So it's 1+1. And in case of a tie after 2 games, they play until the first win. Just like in
And it's
football.
a very difficult situation for Natalia Buksa. She is an exchange down, also 2 pawns.
And
Oh,
also
looks very
much
bad.
worse on time. Yeah, her tournament went way much better than this match. Somehow she just did not find her play here. But
Yes.
Daisy also had a lot of tournaments before where she had chances or was close to knockout, and then one of them she was also in a knockout. So just like Natalia, she also has experience playing these matches. And maybe just this time control is a little bit more comfortable for Daisy, or maybe she just collected more energy and kept more fresh for this knockout.
Pity Natalia is losing this match and she is not qualified to the semifinals. She had a great tournament before. She was convincingly leading for most of the event and she won it in the beginning, but now she's losing to Daisy Corey and she's out of the tournament. Pity for Natalia, but congratulations for Daisy. We'll see her in the semifinals. How about the other games? Valentina Gunina is a piece down, so Anastasia Aramido has good chances to tie the score, and then it will go to a sudden death game.
Yeah, sudden death. It's not Armageddon like we are used to in the World Cups. There is no advantage for black. And the player who finished higher in the Swiss tournament has a priority in choosing the color she will play with in the first game. So far, I believe everyone chose white, and probably that will remain the case. And we will see what will happen in this game. Yeah,
Yeah,
Anastasia
piece
should
up,
be
but
winning it, but the white pawn has advanced a lot. It's always a chance to swindle.
bishop d6 a very good move to just keep your bishop safe, and now winning the g pawn can be
Technically, it
5.
should be completely winning. Anastasia also has some time left on the clock. It's not, and she also takes b6 pawn. Of course, if they drop the last pawn, then it's going to be very difficult, as Valentina obviously knows how to draw the endgame rook versus rook and the bishop. And she also has some time left for some calculation.
Maybe one of the plans was just to bring the king not to that side, but when the king was on d7, just king e8, king f7, and then king f6. But I think sooner or later black will make progress on that. Maybe the king is coming through b6, king d4 before, yeah. Okay, now
The
without the
younger
rooks.
Vietnamese player just won the second game as well, so she also advances to the Hong An Nguyen, also advances to the semifinal. Same as Daisy.
And
Yeah.
so 2 players are already advanced to the semifinals, and we have 2 sudden death games. Or just one?
How did finish Natalia in the last game?
So it's definitely Valentina who will play a sudden death game. And what about this game? Anastasia Bodnaruk. No, Padmini wrote won both of the games versus Anastasia Bodnaruk, so there is no sudden
Yeah,
testing.
Padmini through as well. So it's just one sudden death that we will see now, Valentina versus Anastasia.
I believe it will start very, very soon. Just it's not appearing on
Yeah,
the
the
screen
players are
yet.
just confirming. So Valentina has a priority to decide which color she wants to pick.
I think she
Okay.
will pick white. But maybe she will take into
She
account that
might.
she. Yeah, I
She
think she will.
might choose black and play her beloved Karakan. It did work quite well for her.
Or slow defense, also her beloved system. Oh, the
Yeah, it
game is.
depends. She did pick black.
She did pick black. Wow,
It's
amazing.
the
Maybe
first
she.
time in the qualifiers the player picks black color.
Maybe she was affected by the fact that she lost the game with white
Mhm.
right now, and then also before she won the game with black. So maybe that's why
Mhm.
she picked black.
Maybe
Because
she just does not feel comfortable playing against Anastasia. Maybe some of her preparation for specific opening did not work.
I am not sure it was such a deep thought, especially for the
Maybe
bullet
just
game.
psychologically, she just wanted to continue the win streak with black.
That's possible. And she comfortably equalized the position. Will she try to make it to make more out of this position, or will she be happy just to make a draw? I think we will see this very, very soon. The knight on c5 is a bit annoying because it's attacking the pawn on b7, and also you can't push b6 as then the pawn on a6 will be taken. But after queen c7, b6 was perhaps a threat as there was the rook on c1 hanging, so there were some ideas with that. Rook
Yeah,
c3 seems
nice
nice.
outpost on c5.
This rook is coming to c1. What black can do is to play something like queen d7, but Valentina doesn't do that. Valentina prefers queen d7. I think she wants to push, maybe she wants to push a5 and then b6 at some moment, or maybe b6 right away. Before, but wasn't it possible to play b6 here? Before the pawn is not protecting the c3 rook anymore, so I think it was just winning a piece. Maybe, yeah, okay, that was not played. Knight e8. Nice maneuver. The knight is coming to c4, e4, knight d6, b5, takes, rook c7,
And
b6, rook c7.
it's a rook.
Ah,
It's
so
a rook.
knight d3 was
Valentina
just,
wins the game. Did Anastasia just blunder the rook?
yeah, knight d3 was a huge
She,
blunder. And
she should have played, but knight e4 probably also doesn't work.
knight e4 is definitely better than knight d3. But I think that things started to go wrong for white after white pushed b4, because the pawn is not guarding the c3 rook anymore, and there are just the knight on c5 is pinned and the knight can't move anymore. I think that was the most important moment
Yeah,
of the game.
it
So
was
congratulations
difficult to
to
play.
Valentina. She made
Yeah,
it to the
Valentina is through.
semifinals. And soon we will have the pairs. Do we already know who will face like what will be the pairs? Who will face whom?
Yes, so Padmini will play against Valentina Gunina, and Daisy Corey will play against Hong Nguyen. Pairings. Yeah, it will be very sharp match. Padmini versus Valentina. They both had really strong opponents. Both knocked them out pretty convincingly. And we can remind our viewers on the format of the qualifiers, since right after this knockout, we will have a little intermezzo. There will be a surprise drawing of lots. And then we will have the next qualifier. And now we will go on short break, I believe.
Yeah, because the games are not starting, so maybe the players were asked to do something, or maybe there is some technical problem. I don't know.
Yeah,
Uh,
there is a break now, and we will be
break.
back in a couple of minutes.
Okay, I think this break will be quite short, so we'll be back very soon.
Yeah, see you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are already in the semifinals. Only 4 players are left who are fighting for only one spot, one place. The winner takes it all. The winner gets the spot in the final of the Women's Speed Chess Championship, which will start on the 10th of June. And here we have the game between Hon Nguyen and Daisy Corey, who started first, and the other game of the semifinal will also start very soon.
Yes, indeed. We will have staggered semifinals so that we can actually focus on both matches one at a time. So let's give full attention to the game. I see that Daisy already gained some quite nice time advantage, and the position is also more comfortable. White is a bit slow in uh, developing. Well, the pieces are technically developed, but it does not feel that way. Black has occupied more space, and the coordination of pieces is just much better.
Also, black is a pawn up, so, and it's not only the pawn, it's also the central pawn. So some ideas like d3 may be really dangerous here because the pawn can't take as the knight will be hanging. But also black can just improve the position with rook d7, rook d8, though I think black just gave the pawn on b6, but now they come back with the idea of d3. So d3 looks like it's very very, very annoying, and I believe it should be winning for black right now. Rook is just take, and then rook e7. Yeah. Another strong pawn on e2 right now. Black is doubling the rook just to strengthen the e2 pawn. The knight can't move. h3 was played. Of course, there is always a hole when you have a bullet game, but sometimes the position is just so bad that you can't do much. Bishop e6, bishop d5, nice maneuver of the bishop. Knight h2.
Winners.
Black has just taken another pawn on b2, and also the pawn on a3 is falling. Okay, I think this looks very good for black, and white resigned. So basically now the Vietnamese player is in a must-win situation in order to tie the score and then proceed to the sudden death game, but that won't be easy to do it with the black pieces.
Yeah, it was a very comfortable win for Daisy. Certainly, she's a favorite in this match since she's now playing with white pieces. But it's bullet, so anything can happen.
And it seems like this format is actually much better for Daisy because she was not leading when it was like a Swiss tournament. But then when it came to knockout, she won quite convincingly versus Natalia Buxa, and now she's having a very good match for her versus Hon Nguyen. So it seems like she is really quite comfortable when it comes to the knockout.
Yeah. Our chat is discussing a number of things right now about the format of the knockout matches. Of course, it could be uh, straight up best of three, but then in case of a draw, in case of a tie after 3 games, again, you have to have a tiebreak. So there is always a tiebreak possibility, and you cannot predict that. And there was another question, why Valentina Gunina, as obviously a very strong player, is not invited straight to the final of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Well, the case is that the top 7 Blitz players were invited, and unfortunately for Valentina, she did not have a very good performance in the last Blitz World Championship, which was right before the pandemics. And as we all know, Blitz ratings are very strongly fluctuating with each tournament. And if you had not a very lucky one, you can drop out of the top 10 quite easily. But of course, Valentina has a very strong shot at this knockout and might qualify already today.
Yeah, and today she's doing quite well. She was playing very smoothly in the Swiss tournament, and now she will start her semi-final match. Meanwhile, Daisy Corey won the second game, so she's already qualified to the final. Daisy Corey, congratulations. And I think Valentina's game will start right now, just in a few seconds.
Yeah, and Valentina is going to play a strong Indian IM Padmini Road. It's not going to be easy. Do you remember how they played their game in the qualifier? I try to pull it up.
Not to be honest, but maybe some of our viewers remember that game. So just please drop a line in the comments and let us know how the game was played, because that's interesting how players are taking it from psychological point of view. Are they affected by the result, which was but the result of the game, which was played just today? It's not like it was played, like years ago. So this may
and
also.
Valentina did win that game. It was Benko Gambit, and she played with white pieces.
I remember that game. Yeah, it was Banco, and then she played this with 92 e4. It was the game where we were expecting f4 from Valentina. You remember?
Yes,
I think it was
yes.
that game.
Yeah, that was that game exactly. Instead, she played c5 and completely opened up the queen side and ended up with 2 passed pawns in the center. It was a very convincing win. But now Valentina is playing with black pieces, and it's not a surprise a Caro-Kann again. She always plays Caro-Kann with black against e4.
Yes, in most of her games, she does respond with c6 after e4, and Valentina knows Caro-Kann systems really very well. In this particular game, she went for the system with knight f6, where black is doubling the f-pawns on the first stage of the game, and it may look like the pawns are weak. But these pawns are protecting the king very well, so the system became quite popular recently. And Valentina also started to play it in many of her last games. And let's see, she didn't play f4 in her previous game, but she did play f5 in that game. Is it good or not? We will find out very soon. She's here she has some problems. The rook on e8 is unprotected, so I think f3 was quite strong from white side. F takes e4, white took the pawn. Can black get some compensation for it? Some ideas like, I don't know, because now the knight on h4 is also cut. I think she has to bring this knight back, but maybe Valentina will try something with knight queen g5. Yeah, I already feel when Valentina has chances to attack, she always goes. she
I don't
never
think
misses.
she even thinks about it.
Yeah, first to play and then to think. Yeah. Knight f5. Oh, the knight is gone. That's bad news for Valentina, because knight is the piece that may cause many troubles. Queen c8, maybe queen c8 and queen b7 with a check was possible.
Yeah.
The pawn.
Padmini has. Oh, okay, she
Oh,
just
now
gave up h2. She definitely should
that
have
was a
played
very
h4.
important pawn.
Yeah.
That was a very, very important pawn.
Now Valentina has. Oh, it's mate. It's a mate. Mate on the board. Queen f2.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How did she do that? She was she had quite a lost position here. I think if something like just
With
king g2
with h4, white was just completely safe from any checks,
or h.
comfortable extra pawn and centralized queen. Instead, she blundered the pawn and ended up walking into a checkmate. King d3 was just keeping the. Probably she did not want to allow the pawn endgame, where black obviously immediately attacks the pawn on e5, and she was still trying to play for a win. But Valentina just swindled this game and might go into the final if she manages to at least draw this game with white, which is already started.
Yeah, that's true. And now she's playing very safe, which is not quite typical for Valentina, but that of course makes
Oh,
a lot of
wait
sense.
for it. Give her some time.
Okay, she's already pawn up. Could she take on e4 perhaps? Instead, she decided just to trade more pieces. But now black has a space advantage, and the problem is that this bishop is undeveloped, and if you play bishop d2, then the pawn
Bishop
on
b2, she has to give up on b2.
Okay, at least now she has developed all her pieces. So maybe something like b6 followed by bishop
Rook
e6 is
b8
coming.
as well.
Rook d8, rook b8 is possible. But black started to think, okay, b6 on the board. That's what I expected. Rook c1. White has some activity now. Bishop b4. Also. Oh, very tough game. I can just imagine how stressful the players are, because it's all about just a match with the bullet time control. So
And
one
it's
map.
equal material now, but Padmini has to win this game. She now set up a little trap with rook a8 threat, but the queen immediately leaves a file. And now Valentina saves the pawn on a2. So yeah, the material is equal and the position is pretty balanced. So how does Padmini try to create the problems here? Is there even any way to create any problems?
I
White.
think she will try to do something with f5, then maybe bring the king closer. Bishop b3, she wants bishop c2, and then the rook on b1 is kind of a trouble, but there is still a place on e1, so it's not like the rook is trapped. And whose move is now?
Actually, bishop
Valentina's move, and she started.
a3. Bishop a3 is currently a threat, and rook b3, bishop d6 takes with a check, and she has time to defend the pawn.
And
that's
look, Valentina is only with 13 seconds. That's something that
that's
is
quite something unheard of.
that's something unbelievable.
Yeah, but Mini did create some chances here for herself, and the pawn now will start moving towards promotion. She offers a draw of the bishops. Valentina cannot avoid that because then she will drop a pawn on e4. And this should be possible to win for black. Maybe rook c5, push the rook away, and then pawn starts moving. Bishop is
c3 and b4.
Okay, yeah, the
before...
problem for white is that the bishop is out of the game because of the pawn on e3. And of course, had it been opposite colored bishops endgame, then it would be more chances for Valentina to save it. But now it looks just hopeless with this
the king
pawn
is coming
advance,
to
and
g4, then
the king is
g3, then
coming.
collecting
Yeah.
that pawn. It was very, very close. Valentina, I think, had great chances not to lose that game and to qualify to the final, but instead it seems like she will play a sudden death game, and nobody knows what will happen. King f3, a very nice technical move, just shouldering a white skin, and now the pawns are just marching.
Yeah. The problem probably was that Valentina tried to play safe, just like you mentioned, that she went against her style. She wanted to have a draw, and it was already so many times that the player who needs just a draw and tries to draw spoils the position while playing against the principles of the situation. If you have a chance to attack, you should attack. And Valentina probably just walked into something she's not comfortable with.
Maybe also something went wrong out of the opening because that was the position she's not used to play. And the sudden death game has just started. Valentina picked white, or was it now the time that opponent was picking the color?
Yeah, so now I think Valentina had, yes, Valentina was third while Padmini was seventh in the Swiss. So Valentina was choosing the color.
And now she chose white.
Now she chose white because against Padmini, she won with white in the Swiss in that play for Valentina game.
But then she lost with black right now, so
yeah.
it's quite
So
difficult.
she decided to pick white now. She won 2 games with white against Padmini already today.
No, she won with the black, the previous one.
Yeah, sorry, the second one she won with black. So she had good result with both. So she decided to switch to white.
And knight e4, so the rook on f1 is hanging. This knight is coming to c5. Just knight c5, I think. Yeah. Now there's no way to protect the b7 pawn because it's attacked by the bishop and the knight. So Valentina will be a pawn up. But I think it's still a lot of fight in this game to come. Knight b7, then queen b6 or queen b7, queen b6 plate, knight c5 back. Knight e4. Black could take the pawn on d4, like by taking on c1 first and then knight d4, but then there would be a very unpleasant pin. And now Valentina is actually playing according to her style with the g4 and making all the active moves, so I think this strategy may work better for her.
Yeah. You know, I like also to push the A and B pawns since white has an advantage on the queen side.
Oops. This pawn can be taken. Now it's quite unclear. Queen f4.
Yeah, the pawn.
I think she missed f6. I think she unfortunately missed f6.
Mm.
Also, the d4 pawn is fallen.
What about bishop f2? Is it?
There is knight h3 and or knight
Oh,
d3.
she went for knight d3.
Okay, but somehow she saved that pawn. I don't know how, but she saved that pawn.
Yeah, but you cannot. You don't want to play king e4 here. It's you're losing the bishop on f3 after bishop c6 check. So she did
Yeah.
lose on d4 anyway. And Padmini has very good chances to qualify to go into final against Daisy Curry. Now this is going to be very hard to save. Although something happened and they exchanged, and the king is now. Oh wait, what about bishop f4? Then the king takes on. Unfortunately, the rook is on d4. She still decides to trade, but this is opposite colored bishops.
This
And
seems like a draw, but
yeah,
it
and she cannot even save the pawn on f2. Valentina is up a pawn.
Yeah, something.
And
Some
now
miracles are
Padmini
happening.
cannot save on h6.
Yeah, but still, it's a draw. Still, it's a
Is
draw.
it? It's
Yeah, black is just waiting with the king or
if
with the
anyone
bishop.
has a chance, it's only Valentina now.
Just bishop h4, yeah.
Yeah. Now they will probably
This
repeat
is
the
that draw.
position.
So
I
we'll have
really
another
like I really like the time management. Sorry, I really like the time management for both players.
draw. Agreed. So we'll have another game. It was not an Armageddon game, so it was just a sudden death game. And the next game, Padmini will play with white pieces, and Valentina will have black pieces, and it's still it will be just another sudden death game. So the first player who wins the game will qualify to the final.
Yeah, they will play until the result in the game. So if it's a draw, they will play another game and so on. I hope it's not going to be many games because we still have more things to do today. We have the second qualifier waiting for us where the eighth player will be chosen. Plus, we will have something in between the two qualifiers to do that. You
And
definitely
another
don't want to
Karakan.
leave. Yeah, that's just not a surprise anymore. Oh, what happened
Are
to the
you
pawn on e5?
expecting another? Sorry?
Sorry. No, there was a pawn on e5.
Yeah, but black traded the bishop for the knight on f3, and that's the way black took the pawn on e5. So it was not blundered.
Okay.
But knight e4 was blundered, and now it's quite an unpleasant fork for the queen and
The pawn
the
on
pawn.
c3.
What to do after knight c3?
Probably. Now bishop d3. This is a nice trick. The h7 is hanging. So black had to play f5 or take on d3. And now she can move the rook out of the red.
Oh,
But
just
then she
rook
still
d2.
loses on a2. So Valentina still gets some material. She decides to
Bishop
go for a
f4.
pin just to complicate the position. So Valentina wins material, but white has bishop pair.
Maybe just bishop f6 and then trying to move this queen away from the pin.
Yeah,
Looks nice.
Padmini herself is also a very sharp and aggressive player, just like Valentina. So when she saw that she's going to lose a second pawn if she saves material, she decided to give up the exchange, but save two bishops and maybe try to create some attacking chances. But Valentina immediately moves both light pieces to defend the king. And then
Yeah,
she
that's
will
true.
try to
I did play some of the games with Batmini, and I can confirm she's an attacking player, and she's always trying, just like Valentina, to complicate the matters, especially when things don't go the way she was expecting.
And now she's losing another pawn, and technically Valentina should be winning this game. She also goes to protect b7, attacking b4. Now she can bring the queen maybe into the
No, no,
whites.
f4. You remember
F4. No, she
f4?
goes for d4. We
No,
cannot
no,
guess the
no,
moves
no.
of Valentina today. What a bad job. But look at the time. Look at the time
Yeah,
by
we can.
Valentina. And Parmenia loses on time. It's over.
Okay, but she was
She,
also lost by the
yeah, this
positions.
position is completely losing. So well
But I
done.
can't believe
Valentina is in the
Magnus.
final.
Yeah, with d4, even with d4, she's in the final. I think we'll have some break, or will the games of the final start like right now? But Valentina has just finished the game, so she must have some at least some short break, because comparing to her opponent who had some
No,
time to
it's
rest,
right into the game. So no rest for the best.
not rest for the best, but maybe Valentina is in a bit worse situation.
But sometimes you
Though maybe
prefer to
she's
just immediately dive into and not to sit and think about it and get nervous. Maybe that's even better, especially that Valentina is in great shape.
okay. Here it is.
We will
Here
see.
it is, and it's the final between Daisy Corey and Valentina Gunina, and only one player will qualify to the final of Women's Chess Championship. Let's just watch it, because it's a crunch time. It's the most important. Games are just starting now.
And it's another Slav. Valentina is playing with black pieces, and already the pawns are. We did not even start the game yet, and the pawns are already on b4 and c4. That's Valentina.
I will just quickly show the line, because it looked like the c4 pawn was hanging, but in case white takes bishop c4, then bishop c4, knight c4, queen d5, and the queen is attacking on c4 and g2, and that's why white didn't do that, and white decided just to play bishop e2 and castle as soon as possible, and only now white managed to regain that pawn, so now the material is equal. a5, knight d7. Bishop f4, quite logical. Now maybe
Yeah, so
something
it
with queen
does.
a4.
It starts looking
Knight
good for white once the c4 pawn is gone.
Queen b3, knight d5, good place for black's knight. Queen g3. Now Daisy Corey is trying to attack Valentina. That's
Yeah, Daisy is also not scared of going for attacking even against one of the best players in Blitz, and not only. Yeah, bishop h6. The knight is defending on g7. I felt like maybe trading the knight on e5 was better. Bishop h4, she can win the bishop. But
bishop
of course,
h4,
taking
queen
on
g4,
h6
and
is
I'll just quickly. Okay, bishop h4. Yeah,
f5,
you're right.
and
Bishop
then
h4,
f5,
and if queen
and
g4,
then
then
our
f5.
favorite f5.
Somehow she doesn't want to play that.
Of course, it was still dangerous to open up the king, but she did take the bishop after all. But probably in a worse. I mean, it's an exchange instead of. Oh, she just hang a piece.
Seems like she could still keep the bishop, but she just decided to give it.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
now it's just bishop f4.
And now bishop f4, and she loses a rook, and there is no checks left. So Valentina wins 2 pieces up. Yeah,
two
these
pieces,
bishops
and
are
a
going
huge.
just to surround the king. She can now play bishop h4, then bishop f3, and the mate is
Maybe
going
she
to
could even
happen.
play bishop e3 here. Black won the game. I just saw some trick with bishop e3, attacking the queen and also threatening the checkmate. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
just...
that was also a nice tactical idea to win the queen. But yeah, when you have 2 pieces up, it's very easy to recommend what to do.
Yeah, we are all like really super strong grandmasters when we are playing with 2 pieces.
Well, says the super grandmaster.
So Valentina won the first game and she just needs half a point, or if she wins, she of course is also the winner of this event and she gets the spot into the final. Let's see how she will do it. Up to now, she's doing quite well. Bishop e2.
Yeah, and it's not the first time I see players choosing King's Indian when they need a win with black. And Daisy Corey herself already did it in the qualifier #1, I believe, where she also needed to win on demand because King's Indian is quite a
Sharp
poisonous,
opening.
sharp, and yeah, tricky opening. If you feel comfortable playing it, it's definitely the best choice for playing for a win with black.
Yes, it's a good opening, but I just think Daisy Corey plays King's Indian regularly because you cannot choose something you don't know for a bullet game just because you have to win. Usually, you try to play the openings you know the best, and
And
if it
G4 is on the board. Yay!
d4 on the board. We have been waiting for it for quite long. Knight d4. The knight is coming to e6. Very good game. Very good play by Valentina in this. I really like what she's doing. Knight e6. Then maybe just queen e2 followed by f5. Queen e2 in order to protect the bishop on e3. f5. Bishop e5. What's happening? King h1, queen h4.
Oh,
Now it's
some really,
Now it's kind of really very unclear because knight
yeah, it is very
f6
unclear.
or h5 is also an idea. Knight f6.
What do
Somehow
it looks
Daisy.
really dangerous. Now knight G4 is a real threat. Everything is pinned, king is stuck. Once the position opens up, the king is just checkmated. It has nowhere to go.
Rook g4, so black won a piece. Now it suddenly looks very winning for black.
The tables turned.
Indeed,
Yeah,
and it happened very quickly, very unexpectedly. Maybe
yeah,
the
it
plan
happens
was
quite often
f5.
when you overpush and you get a bit reckless on your king safety, knight h3. And white seems to have to give up an exchange, otherwise it's a mate.
Knight g4.
Maybe bishop h2. She's lining up the rooks. The king can run away, but white is still piece down. So Daisy might have it, might be winning the game when she really has to win to stay in the match.
So rook h2.
Now she's straight. Okay, but she cannot repeat the position. Knight g4 now. Ah, that was her trick. She's bringing the piece.
She wants knight e3.
Maybe just h5 and go for a promotion.
She's collecting the pawn.
Collecting pawns. It's also not bad in the end game.
Rook
And she
c3.
cannot take the knight because of rook e3 and winning the rook, but she takes the knight on c7, and Valentina lost on time, but the position is completely hopeless. So we will have a tiebreak.
What a comeback from Daisy Corey, who managed to tie the score, and now we will have the sudden death game.
Yeah, so now again, Valentina will choose the color.
I think it was quite a big miss by Valentina, but I think she should just forget about the game she has played now and focus on this one. No more King's Indian. Now a more solid Nimzo Indian.
We have Jennifer Shahadi in the chat. Hi, Jennifer. Jennifer will be joining the show quite soon and will be also commentating the second qualifier of today. Before that, we will have some really interesting action to do. So stay tuned.
It will be, I think, for me, it would be the most interesting thing to follow.
You are definitely waiting for that to happen, to know whom you are going to play in the first match next week.
Yes, indeed. And f4 by Valentina.
That is a good news. Although she did lose a pawn on e3 immediately, and now h2 is hanging, and how to save from the mate? If she plays h3, then queen f4. So she has to give up on g3 as well. And this looks
And now,
terrible.
yeah, but now she has the open g file, and I wouldn't say it's so easy for black.
No, it's never easy. When
Also,
you play against Valentina,
these
it's
are
never easy.
Maybe it's even easier to play with white pieces right now. It's strange to say because it looks like it was much better for black, but I just think it was easier to play with white. So we can't take on g4 as there is checkmate on h2. Some ideas was knight f5, yeah. What to do? Queen h2. Oh my god, what's happening on the board? The pawn on g7 is can be taken with a bishop or with a knight. Rook e8, rook e2 is coming. h5, also a nice move to secure the knight on g4 and also to give the place for the king on h7. Maybe now just
it is not easy. The king is also not very safe.
takes
Rook d2. Maybe white could have gone for counterattack on the 7th rank instead. But of course she was scared of some mate threats.
Okay, now it looks very winning for black, but the game is far from over. Rook h3, rook h2. I think Daisy Corey is playing really very well with the rooks. We saw it on the previous game when she was just maneuvering quite a lot. Bishop c7. I'm not so sure about that.
Valentina does have a little time advantage, which is quickly disappearing. Now she also blunders a piece on g3. And it's yeah, it does look very good for Daisy.
King
and
f3
it's a
and
mate threat, and there is no defense from a mate. She just checked her way into a checkmate, so Daisy wins the match and is qualifying for the main event. Congratulations to Daisy. It's her not the first attempt. Valentina is playing her qualifier just for the first time today, while Daisy was playing nearly all of them and also was in the knockout before. So it's a well-deserved win. I know it looked like we are rooting for Valentina. We both quite good friends with Valentina, and her style just cannot leave you indifferent at all. She's an amazing player, but also kudos to Daisy. And Valentina has another chance today. I don't know whether she will play or not, but we will see. But yeah, congratulations to Daisy.
Yeah, I'm just joining. I can completely relate. Congratulations to Daisy, who didn't have an easy tournament, who was struggling in actually almost every match. And she was in a must-win situation. She managed to win in the final. And yeah, it was not easy, but she made it. Congratulations to Daisy. We will see you in the final. She's joining the invited players and the players who won the previous qualification events. Well done.
Yeah, especially when you need to win on demand, it's especially really amazing achievement to cope with the nerves, to come back from also a worse position and swindle and win, and then win another game in a row. Unfortunately, we will not have Daisy for the interview. She cannot give it, but there will be plenty of content later. There will be a second qualifier. The show is not finishing, and we will have more action soon after a quick break. We will see you again.
Yeah, please stay with us because the tournament is over, but this session is not over yet. And soon we will have the drawing of lots for the final event. I'm really looking forward to that.
And we are back, and I am here with Jennifer Shahadi, who is going to take over the lead in the next qualifier right after we are done with this little event that we are going to make. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited about this. We are about to draw lots for the main event of the Women's Speed Chess Championships. Tell us how it's going to go, Maria.
So we have 8 invited players who are already in the main bracket, and we have currently 7 qualifiers who are known, and the 8th one will be known in just a few hours with your and Irina's help. So what we're going to do is we have this lovely Perling ball chess set, well, part of it, just 8 pawns, and all of them have number from 1 to 8. And all of the qualifiers have the numbers as well as they were selected by the days. So we currently have 7 names. And we will have the 8 invited players matched up with 8 qualifiers. So we will start with the top seed, who is Katerina Lagno of Russia, and then we move on to Huifang, Lei Tingzi, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and so on, including Anna Muzachuk and Irina Krash, who are currently quietly sitting in the same call with us, but we are not saying bye to Anna yet. She will be back soon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mix the pawns up again. There is no connection between the color of the pawn and the number. There is no specific order, and I even don't know myself which ones is which ones. So I'm going to mix them up, and then Jennifer is going to tell me which pawn to turn over, and that pawn will be matched with our invited player. So let's move on to that.
Fabulous. Let's do it. Don't drop any pawns.
I will try to not to. So I am just mixing.
Don't worry, though. We're going to fully randomize this. Yeah. You are the perfect random number generator. Look at those pawns shuffling. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. I think we're ready to do some picking here. And as you say, Maria, we're going to start with Katerina Lagno. So we're going to pick her pairing number first. Is that right? Okay. Yes. So point to the let's just start with the red pawn on the upper left.
So this one.
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay. So that's number 8.
All right. Number 8.
Oops. I'm sorry.
That's right, Bristol Pete. What could go wrong? Number 8 for Katerina Lagno. Okay. And next we're going to do Ho Yifan, right?
So I am removing this pawn aside.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ho Yifan, choose please.
Let's do the top row all the way to the right. So that other red pawn.
So this one.
Yeah, red is my favorite color.
It's like I knew that. So that's number 6.
You knew that.
Any dot because we don't have 9. So that's 6.
Okay. So Ho Yifan, number 6. Beautiful. So she's going to be playing against
Mamadova. Yeah.
Mamadova. Okay. Mamadova. And now we've got our third player, Lei Tingzi, is coming next, right? Yep. So let's do the white pawn on the second row, the second white pawn. So in the middle.
So
that one. Yeah.
Okay.
This would be so much easier if we had like algebraic coordinates. 2. Okay. So she's playing with her second qualifier. Lovely.
Yeah, that's Vaishali, the sister of the famous Progananda.
Oh, amazing indeed. Okay, and then we've got Alexandra Kostyanyuk, chess queen, who actually just gave the Chess TV channel a raid. So shout out to Alexandra. Let's go with the red pawn on the second row on the left.
So this one.
Yeah, that one. Beautiful.
Okay, so that's number 1.
Number 1. Okay, so she's playing against Harika. I know because I called that qualifier. That was that was some great play. That's going to be a great match. Ooh, and now we have Anna Muzichuk's pairing. This is very exciting.
No, Anna is all shaking.
Let's go with the final red pawn. Come on. Okay. That's going to be good luck for sure.
The red pawn for Anna, and that's number 4.
Okay, number 4 for Anna. There we go. Beautiful.
So yeah, Anna is playing against Julia Osmak, and she did commentate on that tournament, so she will know a lot about how Julia has played in the qualifier.
Beautiful. And I you might say I took the last lucky pawn for Anna, but don't worry. I know Irina loves playing with the white pieces. So let's go with the top row, the last pawn.
Yeah, so that's for Antoaneta Stefanova. So that's
yes.
one.
Antoaneta Stefanova, that's right. Grandmaster Antoaneta Stefanova, former women's world champion. There you go.
Number 7.
Number 7, yes. And that would be
Daisy Corey, who just qualified with us, with Anna.
So the one that you just called. Okay, so just 2 players left. Grandmaster Humpy Kanaru. Let's pick the pawn on the top for her.
So this one.
Yeah, that one. That's right.
So Humpy gets number 3. So we did not have just one number yet. Which one is it, chat? Tell us.
Nana. It's got to be Nana, right? I haven't heard Nana yet. So there we have it. Nana Zagnitsi is going to be playing against Irina Krush, Humpy Kanaru versus Bibi, Antoaneta versus Desi Corey.
And here is a confirmation. This is number 5, which we still did not have.
Great. And here we see all the invited players. So we've had people qualifying via the qualifiers, but they're joining this list of 8 players here. And yeah, what a amazing main event that's going to be. Some really tough matchups, intriguing matchups, really to start it off, Maria. So I think we did some good picking there.
Yeah, definitely we did. Thank you, Jen. And we are now going to be joined back by 2 of the participants, and we will hear from them if they like what we chose for them or not. But yeah, Anna and Irina. Welcome back, Anna, and welcome, Irina.
Hello, everyone, once again.
Yes, good to see you, Anna, and great commentating earlier. So how do you feel about your pairing?
As they say, we will know after the match. Yeah, if we win, it was lucky. If not, I'm still thankful to you and to Maria for doing such a nice drawing of lots. Everything was quite fair, I confess.
You like red also. Okay.
Yeah, I double checked like 5 times that all of the numbers are there, that nothing is doubled or missing, just in case.
And Irina, talk to us. Hello.
Yeah, so I'm playing Nana, someone I know quite well. I've played against her a lot. So very experienced player. I think she's a former women's world blitz champion. So I think it's not an easy pairing, but I'm happy with it anyway.
Yeah, excellent. There are no easy pairings in this. I mean, there are some real amazing players qualifying and invited. So they're all going to be great matchups. And by the way, of course, Grandmaster Irina Krush is going to be hanging around with me to call the 8th and final qualifier, where we're going to find out who plays Katerina Lano.
Yeah. So Katerina needs to wait for a little bit longer. What about you, Anna? Are you happy with your matchup?
I'll be facing my compatriot, Yulia. So I know her quite well, as we are both playing for the Ukrainian national team. But I was hoping I would play someone else, So, okay, anyway, we will see. I'm looking forward to the start of this tournament.
Well, it'll be a great match, and we are going to go to a commercial while we get set up for the final qualifier. Thank you, Anna and Maria, for being here for this drawing of the lots.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, it was a nice drawing of lots. Thank you, Jen, for helping. And bye, everyone, and enjoy the show with Jen and Irina.
Yeah, thanks on behalf of myself. And now we give the floor to Irina and Jen. I'm sure you will do a great job and you will have an exciting time commentating on the last qualifier event. While me and Maria, we are saying goodbye to our viewers and see you at the tournament.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championships. I'm Jennifer Shahadi, and I am here with Grandmaster Irina Crush, who is one of our qualified players here in the Women's Speed Championships main events. But right now, we have the final qualifier, and actually, we just drew for the lots, so you're going to find out who's going to be playing against Katerina Lano. Hello, Irina.
Hey, Jen. It's good to be with you. I'm really excited to commentate on this event. It's always really fun to watch Blitz chess. I think the favorites in this event, I guess, are Valentina Gunina and Elizabeth Paz, who just recently finished playing in Gibraltar. So I guess we actually have their game up right now, right? Valentina is playing against Ina Agrest, and wow, there were some cool tactics going on the board right now.
Yeah, this is a Carol Khan fantasy variation. Okay. Not one of the most popular variations, but the one that has the coolest name, that's for sure. And it looks like Ina is pulling off the upset here.
Wow.
She's got a queen for 2 pieces, right?
Yeah, Black's queen just got trapped on f6, and now it's quite winning. Yeah, just queen back to e3, for example.
Well, I mean, she's done great in this, actually. In the very first qualifier, she was in the final round of 8, and she made the knockout, even though she was in the bottom half of the field by rating. So she's really rising to the occasion here. But poor Valentina, because she was just in the final, Irina, and she's really showing some heart by playing this in the first place. But the good news is for her that she just needs to come in the top 8, right? So
I don't know. Is that good news, Jen? Because she's in Russia, right? So right now it's like what? It's plus like at least 8 hours or something. So she makes it. She'll be playing into the morning. Yeah, it's really tough. That is definitely showing a lot of will, I think, to be playing such a late night event.
Now, is there any way that she can get back into the game here? Look at this. Look at these 2 pieces trying to coordinate to get tricky.
I think there is a chance, actually. I mean, White gave up a 5 pawn, I think, with some kind of a pre-move that didn't work out.
Knight c4. Don't take that pawn. Knight b6. No.
Wow. Oh, wow.
But this is still winning, right? We're running bishop c2 mate and knight b6. Oh my gosh.
What a comeback by Valentina.
Wow. That was a great game to be watching, Irina. If we pick them like that, we're going to be in for a lot of fun today.
She is a really resourceful player. You really can't count her out, even in bad positions. That's like one of her specialties is defending bad positions. So, I mean, but even for her, I think, having only 2 pieces for the queen, that's a really big comeback.
Oh, yeah. That was amazing. Okay, what are we looking at now? We've got a position where White is just up a bunch of pawns.
She's the 3rd rated person in this event after Valentina and Elizabeth, and she is winning pretty easily here.
Let's see how Ellie is doing. Well, it looks like she already won her game. And we've got, let's see who we still have playing. Well, we still got this game, as we see. And it was just won by White with that extra queen doing the job, of course. Let's look at the top board that hasn't finished.
We also have Alina Kashlinska playing, right? Alika 2810.
Oh yeah, we've got Mary Arabazi playing right here, and this game is pretty interesting because White's got the beautiful pawns, but what about that king on h2? It's a little vulnerable, isn't it, Irina?
Yeah, this definitely looks scary with such an open king. I mean, I would sort of prefer to be black here.
Could be a draw by perpetual somehow, but what about this move queen f2? I didn't see any checks there.
Yeah.
Oh,
now queen h4 maybe. Okay, yeah, this one is safe. Knight f7 is a good move.
Yeah, nice move, getting rid of the knight, because the knight is so good when you have an exposed king, right?
So this
and there we go. Nice liquidation there.
Yeah, now
White is now going to win easy peasy. You said you wanted to look at somebody else's game, Irina?
Alina Kashlinska, but I think she already won, right?
Oh, and here we've got a happy pawn versus Arm Queen, and that is Jennifer Yu,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, Jen Yu playing with the black pieces there. Look at her blitz rating's gone up a lot. She must be training a lot. I think that when I was calling her games at some other tournament, it was a lot lower. Let's see. Maria Komiajana versus Kukas. It looks like Black just won that game. Very nice. That was the last game.
Why did Black just win this game? Did someone, oh, someone lost on time.
Lost on time.
I
Yeah,
was
someone
like,
lost on
that
time.
doesn't look like a resignable position yet.
You know, it's normal. It is 3 minute, right? 3 minute with an
1
increment.
second. One is a very tricky increment. I really like 3-2 more, you know, because 1 second, it's so easy to lose on time. I just like not making that last move on time. It's 1 second is almost like nothing, but yeah. So we had Blumenfeld gambit here. Yeah, white just declines the gambit, plays bishop g5. And I guess Black is not going to take that pawn, right? On b2. It's a little risky. Oh yeah, d6, e4, yeah, a6. Right. She's going for the c4 square here.
I'm just taking a look at the full list of names here, Irina, so we could see, get a sense of all the great players that are playing. Look at all these titled players. It's so cool. We've got players from all over the world, of course. More players than usual there should be from the Americas because of the time, right? A lot of times it's early in the morning.
Yeah, that's a really aggressive move that Valentina just played.
E5, well, you got the player right.
What did she calculate here? She just going for this position. Okay, that's a slightly surprising. Okay.
You think it's too early to just like cash in your space advantage?
I don't know if it's too early. It was just a little surprising. I mean, she's still obviously she's not letting the knight on b out yet.
Yeah, that's nice because there's this knight d7 idea. Okay,
yeah.
So is that a case of the superfluous knight because the knight on c4 is so beautiful? She took the bishop off, which was, you know, not necessarily the greatest piece, but she was able to move the knight to c4 permanently. What do you think of that exchange, Irina?
She's better. I mean, yeah, I think the way she played was pretty good. She's playing really fast, and I like her chances in this position.
I mean, I would have loved to keep both knights forever, but that was just impossible. So she decided to just keep this one, and now she's going to occupy the D and E files with the rooks.
Yeah.
What about the immediate queen e7?
I think she'll play that queen e7.
Yeah,
it's a good idea because the queen on f6 is a really good piece.
Okay, that's a good way to think about it. You know, if I would have thought about it like as a forcing move, whereas you're really honing in on the fact that this is one of Black's only good pieces. Well, maybe the only. And of course, an endgame with these weaknesses here is nothing for White to cry about. In fact, potentially celebrate over. So yeah, this looks quite promising for Valentina. Let's look at maybe some other games. Oh, actually, this is a nice tactic. So queen f5, she wanted to keep.
You know, I have to say the queen f5, it felt so suspicious. Like you just kind of knew that queen would have a hard time holding on to the knight. And yeah, Valentina found it very quickly. I mean, I don't know. I guess there was knight d6 to look at, but knight e3 is like much cleaner.
Yeah, and now everything's going down for Black for sure. Let's see some close games here because I'm sure there are some. You know, this tournament is so tight that, you know, as early as round 1 or 2 you get some really epic matchups. Okay, so it looks
interesting.
Yeah, bishop f5 is a threat. Pawn takes bishop is a threat.
And White's got some nice initiative here, but at the same time, it's hard to say that, you know, if White's actually better because Black's pieces are pretty good too. Okay.
Why isn't bishop f5 just good? Let's see.
Yeah.
Rook takes e5. No, that doesn't work, does it? It doesn't work because after bishop takes d7, their rook on e8 is hanging. So bishop takes e5 was Black's choice.
It's interesting too because yeah, the two bishops on the open board are definitely providing some compensation. You know, bishop and yeah, actually no.
Why wasn't rook takes rook good? Oh, there's queen d4 check. Okay, that's why. All right, got it. There's so many tactics here, you know, looking at 3 seconds. I mean, 3 minutes on the board. Freudian slip there, 3 seconds. One of them's gonna have 3 seconds eventually. There's a lot to look at. So White is down in exchange. I mean, White's up in exchange, but these two bishops could become very powerful.
I wasn't sure about that move. F5 is interesting. I was looking more like, well, I was looking at f6, but was that even a move? Because on f6 there was rook takes f6.
Oh,
tactic there. Yeah, still very tactical position.
So this queen now's got a battery, so she plays rook f2, over protecting that square. In case the queen wants to go wander. Probably she's also thinking about the move rook e2, making use of the pin on that bishop on e5. And you know, that's one of the reasons I think you squirmed a little bit at the move f5 because she never has this option now of playing f6, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think she's going to experience some problems right now on the E file.
Yeah, okay, so she played rook to e6. So what's the idea if rook e2, is she going to play rook d6? I think that's what she was thinking, rook d6, and then the bishop is no longer pinned.
Her king's going to get in trouble, I think. Although, okay, maybe queen g5, bishop f6, not that scary. Maybe it was just
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to access the the e7 square of the bishop on f6. But something feels promising about these heavy pieces, huh? Maybe just trading off the queens.
Yeah, she's gonna go for the trade, and now there's king g7. There was rook e7, little tactic.
Ah, nice one, rook e7, which you saw that Black did. The thing about these bishops is they're so useful in the attack, but they're good in the endgame too. I mean, the bishops are powerful here, but the rooks are really doing a good job.
Move, I think that's a really good
Great
idea
move.
to try to push that rook off that file. Okay, rook d7's a good answer though. Unfortunately, I still didn't have knight d5. White really would love to neutralize one of those bishops at some point. But it's actually pretty hard to like get knight d5 in. I mean, yeah, there's always knight rook d7.
Yeah, and in that position, before king g1, there would have been a bishop d5 and rook e1 mate. That would be embarrassing. But this is a really dynamic struggle here. Knight d5, finally she got it in, but at what cost? Because that b2 pawn is going to hang. I mean, yeah, take that.
Yeah, Black is doing fine, I guess. I guess this position probably objectively is close to equal.
This is a fun one though. And I mean, it's close to equal in a classical game, but this is blitz. So it's still all three results are possible.
Yeah. Okay, but now really Black already has two pawns. Yeah, they have two pawns.
And the kings are running. You got to figure out a way to get that rook active.
It's very, very complicated position.
I think I take Black because I'm just a little afraid of having to calculate some stuff with the pawn running. But what to do here for Black? Okay, because rook e7 was just played, attacking the h7 pawn. She ignores it, lets you take h7, and she's playing a3. Now a2 is a terrible threat.
Yeah,
so she had to play rook a7.
It seems still balanced. Yeah, it seems like White is, tied down to the a pawn, but on the other hand, Black has no clear way to advance it. So,
but I don't know about this move h4. I don't get that move because putting those pawns on the dark squares, doesn't it give me the opportunity maybe to play bishop e1? I guess if I ever play bishop e1, you can.
Or she would like to maybe ideally play king c4, king b3, but yeah, maybe here king c4. Right there you go. Try to use the king to stop the a pawn.
And there it is, bishop e1, the move I was a little afraid of earlier. But okay, the thing is we can't just take these pawns because White's going to figure out how to take our pawns. Having the bishop on c3 holds the rook at bay because you always have to watch out for a2, a1 equals queen, right?
Yeah, they have really little time now.
Fascinating endgame though. This is a good one. What happened? What happened here?
With like 2 seconds.
Wait, well, Black's got so many pawns now, but she can't hold on to the a3 pawn.
Can't hold on to that one. Maybe White's winning because they're going to go c4.
Oh, yes. Oh, boy. But Black won on time. Oh, what an endgame. What a fun endgame we got there. Okay, let's see who's still playing. Ellie playing against, I don't know what I'm looking at. This one's going to take some getting used to. It looks like Black just won. Okay, Ellie lost the game to Jimaka.
I think that's a Georgian player, or isn't that a Georgian player?
Yes, I am from Georgia, yeah. And here we've got Claudia in a 16. She's up against Butterfly.
Black's winning. Yeah,
Black's winning, indeed.
White lost some time.
We've got streamer, Belankaya. Remember, there are streamer prizes in this tournament. So the top streamer gets an instant bonus.
How do you know who's streaming?
I think they have like a spreadsheet and they write it down afterwards, right? Like you'd figure. Yeah.
Whoa.
2 seconds left. There was a rook hanging.
Black just could have just taken a rook.
Pre-moving. Right? It's pre-moving, Irina, because they're down to 1 second. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. Black won on time. We're seeing so many timeouts here, Irina. Okay, speaking of streamers and commentators, we got Eddie here.
Talking was a little hard. Trying with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh boy. Okay. It is hard, Irina. I mean, usually streamers stop talking at that point. or just like talk to themselves. But I think that's one of the reasons they have the streamer's prize, right? That it is a different game. You know, it's more difficult to do everything at once. So let's see who's got 2 points.
Valentina's got 2, and so far she's been really convincing.
Yeah, it looks like Jennifer Yu's got 2 points also.
Happy pawn, yep.
And we've got also Kukis from Hungary with 2 points. Nice. What do we got here? What is she playing? She's playing a modern defense. Jen Yu does this a lot. Like I saw some other Blitz games where she was playing this line, especially when she's trying to win, which I guess
too good, but for black.
What's that?
I mean, the position doesn't look too good for black, but maybe it's just you know, not my kind of position. I don't know, Jen, what do you think?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's a bit of an acquired taste. I take white as well, but I get it. If you're trying to play for a win every game, this is a really good opening to play because it's already very dynamic. You know, you're playing for B4, C5, maybe white will overextend. And you know, Jen is very good at taking advantage when people do that. I mean, you know, you've played her in so many US championships.
In this game.
What's that?
Where's black going to be castling in this game? I mean, I suppose she has to go kingside.
Yeah, I think she's going to go kingside. I mean, queenside seems very suspicious to me.
Yeah, you can't go queenside. So she'll probably play E5 here, I guess, or...
I mean, we would love to be castled so that we'd had some tactical options here, like takes on D5 and then bishop on E3 is hanging. But that wouldn't work here because the rook on A8 is hanging at the end of the line, right? So castling would be a useful move.
Yeah, maybe black's position is not too bad. I mean, E takes and just castles, right?
And then we are threatening knight takes D5. And even if we can't play knight takes D5 right away, because obviously white will see it, there could be some other cool ways to win that pawn, like what Jen's trying, B4.
Yeah, actually, looking at black's position, it seems better and better. And
do we take this pawn?
Yeah,
just take the pawn. Greed. Let's do it. What is white going to do against it? Bishop
D4.
Yeah. Or bishop C4 is an idea as well, right? Kind of hammering on F7 eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe even immediately. Maybe knight.
Or there's yeah, it's actually possible. Yeah, because on knight B6 there is bishop takes B6. Fascinating
struggle here. Loving it. Hello, everybody in the Twitch chat. Sorry, the games have been so good. We've been I haven't been caught up with it, but yeah, we love everybody watching. So
maybe the ugly move C6, Jen.
Tell us if you have any favorite players you want us to keep up with. Bishop C4 was played, and you're saying C6 here. Okay. But notice that now knight E3, we've got knight D6. I want to make knight F7 work. I want to make it work, but that doesn't mean it's gonna work.
Knight F7, king F7.
No, not knight G5 check. Okay, what else can we do here? Keep this attack going. What about bishop F4?
Yeah, bishop F4, knight E5.
Yeah, because you can't play knight F4 because the knight takes D6 check. That was, or bishop F7. So bishop E5. Did you say knight E5 or bishop E5?
Knight E5.
Knight E5, okay. And bishop F4 was played. Knight E5 was the response. Now attacking C4, that's good.
Yeah, it looks like black's got things under control.
And if I play rook E1, what if I play rook E1 here? Does knight C4 fall to knight takes D6 check? What a mess this position is. I'm glad we picked this one. Yeah, rook H1. What do you do?
I mean, you know, I'm gonna castle.
Yeah,
I don't want to check your the tactics with knight D6. Yeah,
it looks wild, but she did not play rook E1. She just played bishop D3. Okay, but now castles and black breathes a very big sigh of relief.
Yeah, black just has an extra pawn and really good knights in the center, a great bishop on G7, and I don't really see what white has here. And not to mention the plan of, you know, A5, A4.
But yeah, this is why Jen does it. You know, she's plans to defend. That's her plan. I love to see it.
D4 is a good try.
Yeah, you got to go for it. Like, you know, black is not going to miss her chance when you let her play A5, A4. So you got to take your chance here.
Yeah, there's still chances in this position for sure. But yeah, I was thinking about knight F4, queen F4. But the bishop on b3 has some power. Like here, I would seriously think about, I don't know, can we take on h5? You take on e4, I take on g6. I guess you have knight g6. But even there, I mean, is actually
it's a little messy still.
I mean, because I could go queen g4 and try to get into h5, and yeah, I mean, of course, she didn't really have time to think about it, but I would have really wanted to consider that.
Go for it. You got nothing to lose. You're in trouble materially, right? You're already down a pawn. So that's a good moment to just take on h5 and think later. I mean, I'm sure she's trying to.
You know what's happening, Jen? She saved the knight, but the bishop on b3 is closed. So it's like she's basically playing without the bishop. She might as well play without the knight,
And this queen and bishop battery are now beautiful, relegating the queen to the c1 square, because otherwise there would be all these discoveries that we wouldn't want to see landing with a mate here. So this just looks fantastic for black now. Bishop h6 played, okay, allowing f4. Knight f3 played by Jen quickly. 17 seconds left for Jen. This is still a very tight game, guys. And now queen takes g6. Oh boy, that queen's not looking good on g6. Because rook g1 is
annoying.
f2. Okay, rook g2, simple chess.
Move the knight h5. Was interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, it's my move again. Knight h5. Oh, even better. Rook takes h6. Yeah. Bang. Oh boy, Jen's going down. What a game.
Yeah.
What a fun game. Okay, I think we can. Do we stop looking at this one? Yeah, white's up a.
There's still some chances. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, white's up a queen for.
I love those center pawns, but
yeah, that's why she just snapped one of them off. You just got to make sure to guard your back rank. But yeah, this looks donezo now after queen b4 taking. Although I always get the there's so many cases in bullet. This is basically bullet now, where you call the game too quickly. But cutting off all the possibility of tactics there certainly helps.
Yeah, that's a good move. Nice play. Okay, now she's definitely winning.
Okay, let's see how our top seed Valentina is doing. Well, it looks like she already won. And it seems like another very exciting game. d3 check, won the game because of this discovered check, which also is attacking the queen.
Yeah, they actually finished with a lot of time left on the clock.
Oh yeah, that would have been a good one to start with too.
So who else is still playing?
Ellie is still playing against Adriana Nikolova, who's also a streamer, I believe.
And Ellie's not doing that great.
No, and she only has 1 point so far too.
Oh, but she might win on time. Adriana has like no time at all.
Oh, wow, and there it is. You called it.
Yeah.
She did win on time.
It's just so hard with 1 second, It feels like an increment, but in reality, it's almost not.
Especially if you're streaming, because sometimes there's like lag, when you're streaming, it can make it a little harder unless you have a really souped up system. So I think, I feel like I was calling some of your games when, your opponents had that. Okay, let's look at this check, this end game. What's going on? Okay.
A draw, I guess.
Got a draw here.
Yeah, it should be a draw. That's right. The king is easily getting in.
And what's his name? Ambition Elite. That's a cool name.
One finish in a nice simple draw.
Nice.
This one also.
Butterfly versus Saraswati. We've got a lot of Indian players in this event, because we had 2 qualifiers, right? And then of course Humpy Canary. So far we have 3 Indian players, and more fighting it out right now, right? Because we have
it's like 5 a.m. in India.
Commitment here being shown. Speaking of commitment, Valentina being rewarded for her back-to-back play. She does have 3 points now, as does Zephyr Ka from Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Valentina.
Yeah, well, it's easy to root for Valentina.
Yeah,
because she's a great fighter.
She's a great player. Yeah. Okay, Rook E1. This is some kind of new line in the Queen's Gambit. Except interesting. Do I understand it? I don't understand it. No. What's the idea? You just lost a tempo and go into the endgame line?
So give us a sense of what you're talking about. That if you're going to go for the endgame line, you take on C5 here rather than wasting.
Yeah, it's interesting. So she got the knight to go to C6, and then she took. What did she gain? I don't know. I just don't know this move, Rook E1. There must be a point, but it seems like it's like a tempo
So is D takes C5 immediately a move that you hate to play against, or are you pretty agnostic about it?
Yeah, I would say I'm agnostic about it. I mean, it's not like so fun, but it doesn't really bother me. If you want to know my psychological feelings about this move, Jen, my very deep feelings, it doesn't bother me.
Doesn't bother you? I mean, no matter what opening you play when you're black
Yeah.
against D4, there's going to be something that your opponent can take the juice out of the game,
Well,
right?
that's kind of interesting. I feel like with this move, usually it's played by very good positional players, like if they're trying to beat you, But at the same time, so they're obviously good. They feel like they're strong in positional play. But at the same time, I feel like that's also what I can do. So we can play that kind of position. I feel okay about that.
So explain why, like rook E1 is not the normal square for the rook. Normally the rook would want to go to D1. So that's why it surprises you.
Yeah, I mean, okay. What is it doing there? I mean, she's not going to be playing E4 anytime soon, I guess, because there's knight G4. So what was the point of having the rook there? Right? It seems like black has set up a normal position, except the knight on C6 usually likes to be on D7 in these positions. But yeah, I don't really understand what. Okay.
This is what we got in the current position, by the way.
So fast. Wow. It's all of these moves. Am I going to have to play this fast too, Jen? I don't know if I'm going to be able to make any plan in this amount of time. Well, let's see what's going on here. Okay, black is doing totally fine. I think that's.
So now this move threatens knight takes A5, obviously. So black, but black's knight here could consider taking on B3, right? And then what?
Yeah, I guess the idea is that, no, I mean, there's going to be knight D6, right?
And knight B4, but you have to start with, the tactics are not that obvious, right? Because knight B3, knight D6, can we get away with knight takes C1? No, she checked. Oh, she checked first and then took on B3.
Yeah. Okay. Now black is good, right?
Yeah. Now it looks really good. Rook D1. There's no threat here. Rook D7, King D7, B6 is covered by the bishop. So what's the idea? Okay, Rook D3
about stopping the knight. Yeah, I was gonna say exactly that. Knight doesn't really have a clear way out. Maybe she needed to think about having how to get him out of that square. So what now? Is
like maybe we could have played bishop C6 or something instead, so that if Rook D3, bishop A4.
Yeah, because now bishop C6 is gonna have to sack the knight. I mean, do you see how else she can get him out? I mean, I guess knight B6 is some kind. No, knight B6. There's still rook B3. Wow.
She did choose knight B6, and now as you mentioned, rook B3.
Then knight A4. Yeah, she's going for this one. Yeah. But just knight B4 here. Or
happened.
She doesn't need to worry about the bishop on B2 very much. So yeah, it just looks like a piece for a pawn.
Another
swindled again.
Another turnaround for Valentina. Wow, there we go. Let's see who's still playing, because we'll get to look at maybe another game. How about Karina versus Prague Queen? I mean, isn't that Katerina Nemcova? And this is another player from Poland. So this is a pretty exciting matchup here. We've got, from Czech Republic. What Katerina wasn't originally, now she plays for the United States. And what do we think here? Although I could be wrong. Is Prague Queen Katerina? Because I thought Katerina had a different name.
Yeah, black is, I guess, yeah, I was going to say it has a perpetual or a repetition here, and I guess that's what happened. I don't know who these players are actually, Jen, so I can't.
Yeah, let me confirm whether Prague Queen is Katerina Nemcova, because I believe Katerina has a different handle. She might have two, but I'm curious about that. And let's move on to some other games, since that one was a draw.
So Valentina's got 4 out of 4, and there's still some people that can catch up to her, right?
Yeah, like Butterfly versus Kukas here. Well, this one is, we don't need to stay on. White is up a pawn, and it's going to try to win this game, no doubt, especially with that beautifully placed rook on E5.
Black has a lot more time. This is interesting. So this is a battle of time versus position.
Rook D2 here, stopping this.
Don't think. Well, White's played white well, no doubt. F5 actually winning.
Yeah, I think white's winning because this king is very strong, you know, and meanwhile, black's king is cut off, and white's plan is quite simple: play g5 and f6. And with such a nice head start, you're going to have trouble, you know, creating the types of drawing techniques that you need to create.
Yeah,
so
I think she managed to win even with this little amount of time. It's not that easy though, but yeah, I mean, black's position is quite poor. And now a nice idea, Jen, on rook e7 was f6, pawn takes king f5, and just kind of like coming in with the king, I think.
But look at this.
Horrible. Yeah, now she's going to lose easily.
She's going to lose a g7 pawn. Oh, and look at that check. Nice little technique there. Just trying to hone it in. Don't need to take the pawn right away.
Who is that? Sukus.
We'll find out for you guys. I love this. Love this. Okay, let's see what else we've got. So she's going to rise to 4-0 as well. She's going to rise to 4. Oh, here we've got a very exciting looking game here between Golden Puppy, who I believe is Esritha Eswaran, and Natalia Buxa. So what's going on here? White.
Okay. Yeah, what's going on? It's really hard to say, Jen. I'm just looking. Black
material looks equal, but white, it's got to be winning, right? I mean, how do you protect all these things?
Takes d5 was an interesting move, but then I guess there was queen takes d8.
Oh, look at that, knight f5 check, winning the queen on e3.
Okay, nice, she won.
Sharifa is off to 3.5 out of 4. That's a pretty sweet way to start this tournament.
Yeah, she
very nice.
The final against who was it that she lost to? Amadova.
She's played a lot of them.
Yeah, well, she got in some kind of final and she lost to Mamadova. So.
Oh, okay. So looks like white is going to win this one.
So Elizabeth is not having a very good event, right? So
crazy girl, another American player. This is Begum from Mizzou.
Oh,
and we've got a classic endgame. Oh, Irina, you want to talk about building a bridge?
Yeah, building a bridge, yeah, on the G file. I think that's what we're going to see right now.
Nice. You know, for the adult improvers and the kids out there, man, you can never look at this technique enough, because when it comes down to it, a lot of times you got to perform it with 1 second or 2 seconds on your clock, right? So you really have to know it like the back of your hand. Similar to pawn end games. Pawn end games and these like really basic rook end games, Lucina.
We got 3 players, Jen, on 4 out of 4.
Nice.
Now they're going to start playing each other.
Yeah, and Prague Queen is Katerina Nemkova. I'm hearing that's a confirmed fact. I know she's.
Who is Sukas? Yeah, maybe we can find out.
Yeah, and we know that. Okay, look at this. 2 seconds left for Ellie Pats, and there it goes. White did win this game. Nicely done, and we're in round 5 already, I believe. I think we should be in round.
The speed is breathtaking. I can.
It is.
All the speed chess.
I know they're playing so well. 2,800. Nice job. 4-0. That put Valentino over the 2,800 blitz hump. Nice. Love to see that. It's a nice little rating. I think Alexander Kostyanyuk has been above that rating, but not a lot of players in this event had been over 2,800 blitz, I don't think. So this is a good omen for her chances to win right here and make that last qualification spot. Her opponent's playing the Grunfeld.
Yeah, something I know a little about. Yeah, this Grunfeld line, the classical Grunfeld. I've also played it with rook c1. So let's see how I think d5 is a bit early. Wow, so fast. I guess e5 is not a good move because you can take en passant or.
Well, there's en passant would have been quite interesting with both queens hanging, but look at them, they're just flying by here. Is that a variation wasn't investigated? F4 played. I was looking at knight d4 also, like, could I make use of that d4 square? But I like this move F4 too. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on a5, I guess she has to try to bring him back into the game in some way. But right now I'm liking White's position. Actually, she wants to go maybe even f5. You know, so Black has sort of an unpleasant choice here. Bishop e5, maybe just knight d4, yeah.
So we're hearing that Pap Petra is Kukis on Chess.com with the game that we're looking at right now.
Wife of Gabor Pap. Hungarian grandmaster.
Petra Pop, right? Looks like yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
That's a really cool name. Petra Pop. I love that. That's great. So Rook takes F4. I mean, you delivered. We find out what the name is, and it's like an amazing name.
Five. I mean, okay, black is in the game, but white is better. Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy to blockade the pawns. Queen e5. There's even an interesting move, knight f3, and trying to get an e5 somehow. Maybe that wasn't possible, but
I like white though, because the king's position has been nicked a little by playing this move f6. We have to guard f6, and our light squares have been weakened. I don't know. And this knight on a5 is so offsides, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's interesting. That's how she's going to try to weaken up the black king. You're right, because the knight just cannot move at all. I mean, it has to stay and protect the c6 square. So I guess she's going to play queen g3 and then threaten e5.
Yeah, that's just like simple chess, just threatening to play e5. And how do you actually bolster the defense of that pawn on g6?
Yeah, I was going to say a line here generally, bishop g4, e5. I was going to say e5 because if pawn takes e5, there was a nice line with like knight e6. Trying to get
yeah, knight to e6 check in that line with e5. I don't see a defense here. I mean, if we play queen e5.
Queen e5 is the move though, because there's no rook g4 yet.
But what about, why wasn't I allowed to play knight f3 there? I just queen c3 and, queen c3 in e5, you had queen c2. I get it. Okay, that's probably why she played rook f2.
Bishop on c2. Look how fast she's playing. I mean, it's amazing. Really, really good.
She just wants to win this thing. Knight c6. No, you can't let the knight in the c6.
Yeah.
Now white's winning for sure. And that's the problem.
I mean, because that's just 30 seconds for this whole game and putting all this pressure on her opponent.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Valentina. You're going to 5-0, it looks like. And unless I just jinxed you, but I don't think so. Let's look at Golden Puppy. What's up with her game against Maria Bidzi?
Oh, this is interesting. Knights versus bishops.
I'll take the knights in this position.
Yeah, because look at those outposts, Jen.
I didn't calculate anything. I just looked at those outposts exactly. But hey, bishop g4 might make it knights versus rooks, which is
I don't think it changed too much. I don't know. I think white's still better here. Wow. Yeah, okay, she wants to trade queens, really?
No, I didn't want to trade queens. I was going for that. We wanted to go for a checkmate, and now black's position is a lot better than it used to be.
Yeah, this is much more acceptable. I mean, still a fight, of course, but
I wonder what that was about. I mean, not that we're going to really analyze it, but it was very sad to see that queen go away. Maybe she felt she had to for some reason, but I would have tried to get my queens onto the dark squares. Like maybe, I guess it wasn't that easy, but yeah, wasn't that easy. But let's look at another game as we see which players might be able to join the leaders.
Who's Suka's playing?
We just saw that game. That was the one against our leader, Valentina. Here we've got two American players, Katerina versus Jen Yu, Katerina Nemkova versus Jennifer Yu, and it looks like somebody's up a piece, Katerina. So I mean, she's playing great.
Yeah, she's up on the clock, so she's gonna win.
Yeah, it looks like she's having a good tournament because 4.5 will be quite a good score. Excellent. She's a very frequent guest in our U.S. Chess Women's Girls Club. Very popular coach. Does a really good job of breaking down chess concepts, like forcing moves. Really like her coaching style. So good to see her do well here. And what do we have here?
What's going on in this? Oh, this is a King's Indian.
King's Indian.
That is really unclear, actually.
This is a fun one. These games have been really entertaining. I love these games. Okay, what's going on? Rook takes g2 is a threat. So what do you do here? Trade rooks?
It looks like you have to, yeah. But I like black. I don't know. It just feels like black's gonna have more threats to white's king in this position.
Yeah, so we're running out of pieces.
There was queen c1. Yeah, that was kind of.
don't have a lot of pieces left. Okay, I want to try to, what do I do here? Knight h5, my
Yeah, that's
d6.
knight d3 was good because at least she's like holding all of the squares, not diagonal.
Bishop f8 was played. Okay, she's trying to bolster that pawn on d6 because the rest of the position might fall apart.
Yeah,
If
queen
not.
f3 maybe. I mean, okay, she just wants to make sure her knight can stay.
And now she's attacking the e4 pawn, forcing the knight to come to d2. Like this all makes a lot of sense. And now she brings her bishop back to h6. This is some good play.
Yeah, black is doing
But now we
well.
take on e4.
Maybe,
Yeah. Now we take on
yeah,
e4.
now white's king is a problem, but okay.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop g5 could have been possible, trying to keep queens on the board, but yeah, she's just going after the pawn here. As there's not a lot of time left on the clock here. And look at those two center pawns. She's gonna go after it here. 4 seconds left for Sanjura. Can she get this done?
Not so easy.
No, it's never easy with so little time in the clock against Phoenix SGH.
Okay, so
SGH.
now she's definitely on her way.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And bishop c5 checking the position
Yeah.
too, pushing you back.
Yeah.
Oh, look at those knights. Not so happy anymore. Actually, that was a different game. Like we were looking at knights versus bishops in a different game, but this one, the knights are not looking so happy.
Yeah, good play by black. Oh wait, does she just lose the pawn on d4?
Does it matter? Does it not matter? She just hung a bishop, but is she just queening? No, knight takes d3.
Who knows what's going
Oh
on?
no.
There was knight e4 check, by the way.
Don't.
Oh wow.
Oh my God, white wins. What a turnaround.
White wins.
Black was playing so well.
Oh, that was painful. That looks like the way I play chess, Jen. You know, I can
No.
easily imagine myself doing something like that.
Blitz is hard, you can play so well. And then, you just it all goes away so fast. Okay, we won't torture anyone by looking at this game much longer because yeah, somebody's just up a queen. But
so now we got Valentina is probably, so she's gonna play either Katerina or Mary.
yeah, that seems right. And by the way, this is the last game underway. And we are going to be taking a quick break after this round. So, you'll get a chance to recover from all the crazy action, as it was pretty heart pumping. And it will get more so because remember, we're picking 8 players to get into that breakout style knockout as we determine our final qualifier.
White needs to make sure they don't hang their queen here, or else it's going to be a draw.
And there it is. There it is. Phoenix SJH hung in there and got rewarded. And we are down with 5 rounds. And we're going to be taking a quick break, Irina, as we.
That's a shame, Jen. I'm enjoying this.
I know, it's really fun. Oh my God, these games are amazing. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Women's Speed Chess Championships. I'm here, Jennifer Shahade with Grandmaster Irina Crash. Wow, let's get right into the games, Irina, as we've got some fantastic games going on right now. We have our leader, Valentina Gunina, who is playing against Mariara Budzi right now. What do you make of this position?
Okay, so white just pushed d5. Oh, interesting intermediate move. I mean, I guess first impression is that I like white. I'm seeing two bishops for white, like a really good pawn on d6. I mean, okay, the pawn is a little bit blockaded, but not so much. I mean, you can't even play knight f to d7 because of bishop e7. So maybe just f3 here for white. Right, what else is she calculating? F3 just defends the e4 pawn.
She took an f6 and then played queen e3, looking at the knight on c5 and also potentially playing queen h6, and with some serious mating ideas, right? The rook can come over to h3.
That's really interesting because on queen d7, which is probably going to happen. I mean, the annoying move is queen h6, and then you really can't move your knight and your king. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this was absolutely the best strategy. I mean, yeah, white's got an initiative though, for sure. I wonder what black is thinking about, actually, because yeah, queen e7 seems kind of forced. Wow, really?
I'm surprised by that move, but I'm sure it also looks good. I mean,
yeah,
she's trying to just simplify here because the b7 pawn is also under take. And then the rookie.
This is really weird, which I didn't understand at all. So she just gave up the b7 pawn and she thinks she's going to try to get some play, but I really doubt this.
No, this looks fantastic for white, but God, Valentina is a wizard at getting out of bad situations. I don't know if she's going to do it this time.
Right. For some reason, I was thinking, actually, I thought Valentina was white, you know. Yeah, no, this is actually kind of, I think, a good choice against Valentina in a way. I kind of like what white has done, especially against Valentina, just to, you know, simplify it, you know, fewer tricky tactics on the board, no knights on the board. Actually kind of like white's strategy. And, you know, white's play is quite simple. Okay, so she wants to play c5, protecting that pawn. I mean, obviously she could have gone, you know, d7 and tried to eventually play queen d6, but okay. So queen d5, yeah. Ooh, oh, this is a big advantage. Yeah, I don't c6. Letting the queen in wasn't too good. I mean, what is she gonna do? Like queen e8 now? I mean, that's just depressing.
She played rook f8, but that's not much more exciting for white.
F7. Well, rook f7 is queen d1 tactic. That's the kind of thing that she's gonna want to do. But yeah, white doesn't fall for that. And now rook f7 is a threat. I mean, not kind of a threat. I mean, just wins a pawn. Queen c5 is a threat. I mean, there's a lot of threats. Like black is just completely.
Valentina, as usual, keeping in the game. Rook f7 allows queen takes b1, so you got to keep playing good moves. And of course, she is going to try to play a4, a3.
Okay, so she's still got swindling chances here, I would say. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, especially as white goes under 1 minute. This is 3-minute games, very fast chess. We're in round 6 out of 13. The top 8 make it all the way. I don't know what that final score that's going to get you there is going to be.
Okay, so she is going to take on c5, I think. That's what she's going for. Oh, well, queen c5, there's like rook c8. There's rook c8, I think. Or nope, she just wants to promote that pawn. Well, yeah, maybe that wasn't the best idea because now white is going to get to play c5. I think she's going to hold everything and then she's going to win now.
Yeah, I think I like your idea, rook c8 more because this queen b4 move is such a good move as the two passed pawns are just going to be brutal together. That connected pass pawn, just too much. C5. These two pawns are
rook d2 tempo.
She played rook a2 instead. She did not play your rook d2, gaining that tempo. Maybe she was worried about, I don't know, a2.
Rook a1. It was still fine for white. It was actually
still good for white, yeah. Let's see. Can Mary
How about just
Arabizzi?
Rook A1. I was gonna play Rook A1 and just win that pawn, Jen.
Simple chess. Simple chess is what Irina wants to do. I was thinking there maybe Rook B8 and then,
Yeah.
you know, and then Queen takes D6 at the end would have been an improvement in Black's position. Rook
Now White's
C8.
winning, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
Black can't do anything.
That would have been maybe Black's last chance to keep
Wow.
it
This is the
interesting.
way, this is the way to beat Valentina is like, you gotta get this advantage from the opening, simplify into something, not too many pieces on the board. And yeah, that's probably the best place to go.
But the cool thing about Black's position in the tournament now is that 5 out of 6, I mean, it's not a bad score when you're only trying to get into the top 8, right? So, hey, you got to look at the positive. Let's check in on Katarina and Vesper 2008. Katarina, look at that knight on D6. Is she up in exchange?
She's up in exchange,
Yeah.
and she is totally winning, but the time is going to make it a little bit tricky, but she is really winning though.
Yeah, this is a really nice position.
Okay, Queen F6, I was going to say it was coming, but it's been stopped.
Rook E1, she's just simple chess, just playing the double her rooks and just shoot up the E file.
The bishop on C, it's not enough that Black is down in exchange. They're actually down like pretty much a rook because the bishop on C6 is like not playing at all.
Oh no, Queen takes D4. Oh no.
What?
She forgot it was check, Irina. She thought Rook takes F8 was mate.
No.
No.
Oh,
God, okay.
No.
Oh, I'm going to another game. It's, brutal. That is hard. Oh, the pain of blitz chess comes for all of us. And that's why you got to keep playing. Shout out to Vesper 2018 for anyone who finds those swindles. You just got to keep up with it. Speaking of which, Valentina always tries to do that, but look at these 2 pass pawns. Oh boy, that's too many.
Yeah.
And she does. Now, don't make a queen and think that you can make a queen. It would be checkmate in one move. Yeah, this is looking good.
Actually,
White.
She actually has more time as well at this point.
She does win, and we've got Karina versus Adriana here.
Ooh, this is okay. A win for Black if she has enough time. Yes, she does.
Yeah, she does have 14 seconds left. And then the point is, this is not a stalemate. So you just, every move that you bring your king a little bit closer and eventually you win the pawn and checkmate.
Yeah, I see we have an advertisement here for the Isle of Man tournament.
Oh yes, the Isle of Man 2021 event, Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. That's starting in late October.
Yeah, Irina, I'm thinking about playing there, Jen.
Oh, exciting. Yeah, I was wondering what your tournament playing plans are coming up.
Yeah, well, I think, October might be the chess month.
Yeah, because there's a US championship, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a big month coming up. That's October though. It's only June now.
Yeah.
And we've got Valentina now playing against Golden Puppy, who's a Shrita Swaran, and this is round 7. We're in the midway point. Now, what's going on standings wise? Let's see. It looks like Butterfly and Mary Arabidzi are actually technically on the board 1 now. And Valentina against Golden Puppy, board 2. Only 1 5.5 and lots of 5s. That's where we're at. Now, this is a hard situation for Prague Queen after that very disappointing game. Even in Blitz, it's difficult. But in Blitz, it's a little easier to come back from a devastating loss because you just get right back in it, right? And the memory can be erased much more quickly than if you lose a classical game.
Yeah, near her position is quite playable.
Yeah, I like this eye line right here towards the bishop. If we can move this knight, bishop takes c3 would be a threat, but White just played bishop g5. Okay.
I think she'll play g5. Oh, well, maybe not g5 yet. Okay. Maybe later. Bishop e6 is very solid. Probably. No, queen d3. Okay. Queen d3. There you go. Somewhere. That's a pretty good square for the queen. G5, bishop g3, knight h5. What do you think about that, Jen? Because now the queen's not covering h5. So there's a certain point to that, actually. kind of interesting. G5, bishop G3. Okay. Well, she went queen E8.
She just figures she can always do it next.
Yeah.
Because you're not like you're going to play bishop f6. Although she did play f3, which now allows the bishop to come back to f2 in those lines. But the thing is, you don't even need to play g5 now. You could just play knight h5 straight away.
Yeah.
Looking at that f4 square.
I think white would like to transfer their knight from c3 somewhere because it's pretty restricted there. So maybe she's protecting this pawn so she can play like maybe knight e2 to d4. Jen, what do you think? Knight e2. I love that move.
Yeah, you don't like this knight because it doesn't have play here.
Rook e7, I actually think is a bit awkward, Jen. Like, because I mean, what's the rook really doing there? I mean, I just want to go queen b8 or something, but we'll go knight e2 and b3.
I don't like rook b7 that much either. It's a bit of a loose piece. And this construction looks a little artificial because you could play b3, right?
Yeah, although I don't know why she went for queen a6 and like, I mean, it's possible, of course.
Yeah, she went for the pawn, but we're losing this pawn.
Right.
I guess she's thinking.
Thinking, why go for any of this when you have this nice, a simple plan, and you could sort of try to play against the awkwardness of black's pieces.
But instead of playing rook b2, she played rook b6, just continuing to tickle that queen because I guess she didn't want to lose the pawn on c7 at the end of the line. Okay.
Yeah.
The game goes on.
Yeah, should be pretty happy, right? Queen d3, like rook takes b2.
Looks like they're going for a draw, guys.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna go for
that. And I think that is not a bad result at all for black here. I was getting a little worried.
Maybe black should go. No, she should take on b2, Jen, and take.
You think queen c6?
Take on c2, and play. Yeah, I would play.
Yeah. That. Okay. Well, white decided to play. White's playing, and now bishop f6 is a potential threat, right? Bishop f6, and then knight d5 will be very annoying.
So rook takes b2, Jen.
There's still rook b2. It's true. Yeah, I was thinking that c7 is hanging at the end of the line, but I don't know if that's anything too exciting. Maybe. I mean, you'd have to calculate it. Knight c7 and queen takes d6, right? But that didn't happen because knight d7 was played.
That's really strange. Why? What was wrong with taking this?
But knight d5 anyway, similar line.
Oh, there was some kind of tactic with rook b1, queen a3, and knight d5. That wasn't like winning. So, okay. Anyway, that was a bit strange that the b2 pawn wasn't taken, I think.
But now rook b2, rook takes b2, queen b2, knight c7. What's the deal here?
Yeah, now, okay, it's like, seems like a better version, at least for white, than they had. I mean, knight c7, there's queen b6, so let's not hang the knight.
Yeah, queen b6, that's a good idea. Yeah, I missed that, sorry. Bishop f2, protecting that, and now attacking the c7 pawn and potentially the a7 pawn too. Hey, but a2 is hanging, so black has to figure out what to do. She didn't want to take on a2 because she thought knight c7, the rook has to move, and then the d6 pawn could fall as well because rook f6 is just kind of undesirable. And now,
or knight b6 or some kind of.
So knight f4 played. Oh, okay.
Rook e8.
In between move here with knight e5.
Yeah, I wonder if white should play queen b3 and improve their pawn structure. Like queen to b3, a takes b3 or something, and then like go rook a1. But
no,
black would be able to play queen rook e7 anyway.
She just has to keep queens on the board, and she plays rook d1, going after the d pawn, the weakened d pawn. But now what? It's
actually a really interesting game. It's even hard to make an evaluation, Jen. Like, what do you think?
I mean, it looks on the surface that like white has a good position because the rook is so much more active and the queen is attacking this weak point. But we do have some issues over here, like the fact that our king is a little open because of the f pawn and the h pawn that are forward. Black's position pretty resilient. Looks like black's position is resilient.
Yeah.
That combination of minor pieces.
Move,
Very good coordination here between the knight and the bishop for black.
Yeah, so it seems like probably around even at this point, but black's king feels maybe like a little bit safer to me. So,
but I kind of like the potential ideas for white of knight e2, knight d4, and h5. Maybe it's a little bit easier to play. I'm trying to figure out.
Black to play h5, Jen.
Just play h5 right now. I was thinking about playing h5 last move, but yeah, I like the idea of h5, stopping all of my evil plans.
Yeah.
smart.
Black is good. And I'm telling you, this H4 pawn, like who knows when it might appear as a weakness for white.
It could go any way though. Look at this C5, but black is staying ahead on time. That's always so good in blitz.
Nice, nice. Okay. Are we gonna see the white king being an issue? I think so, one day. Okay, well, queen b5. It's
Oh, look at black go.
Ooh. Oh, she didn't even want to go for that end game.
She's
Well,
up a pawn
she's
now.
worse. She's just seriously worse. And she's like worse on the clock, and she's okay. I mean, she's trying to do something here with the pawns.
No, not again.
What is it? What is? Oh, she's gonna hang the queen again. Is it possible, Jen?
Probably a pre-move, maybe a pre-move. That's brutal though. These pre-moves with 11 seconds in an increment, not always worth it. Not always worth it.
I honestly feel just bad seeing that. You know, she played a decent game. And it's sad for
it was a very interesting game, by the way. Really good chess by both sides for this type of time control. What do we have here? This is kind of fascinating. Black's up so much material and managed to simplify. Okay, so black's going to win this one.
Yeah,
nicely done.
And the rook. Yes. Okay, that makes things easy. Cool.
And we've got our Petra Pap here trying to get back into the action of things. She lost to Valentina before the break. Seems like she lost another game, but she's not losing this one.
Yeah, weird position, right? With white's pawn still on d2. It's not that often, Jen, that you have an endgame with white's pawn still on d2. And now what is going on here? I mean, black is doing well. Black is winning, I guess.
Yeah. Wait, what happened?
Ooh,
oh no, the pawn is too close.
It's a draw.
It's a draw now. The pawn's too close. Oh my God. Well, there it is. Another draw. Queen Irina. Oh.
Is that someone I should root for, Jeff?
Well, it wouldn't have done you much good in this game because she just lost to Karina. They both have like an Irina in their name in a way. So
yeah. Irina and Irina.
So those of you who missed it, Irina did pick her pairing for the main event of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. She's going to be playing against Nana Zagnidze of Georgia in the first match of that bracketed event. It's 16 players. We're determining the final qualifier right now, but that's the one that Katerina Lana is going to play. So she's going to play the winner of this event. Irina has already determined that she's playing against Nana Zagnidze. I was kind of hoping that like this would be the one to play you because you would have to like be rooting for the underdog all the time. I mean, not that we don't root for the underdog anyway. It's kind of a natural instinct for us Americans, right?
Yeah. But I still predict that Valentina is going to win this. I don't know why. I mean now Mary.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and Mary just beat her in a pretty convincing game. But
yeah, that's true. We aren't really rooting for the underdog. Well, at least you are not. You said in the very beginning that you were rooting for Valentina because she had a real tough go of it in the last one, right? Losing in the playoff. It was a very grueling affair, 5 hours affair, a 4-hour affair, and then she immediately had to play this one. So you kind of like to see somebody rewarded for their effort, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure she's not the only one to do back-to-back, but she's the only one to do back-to-back with such a little break.
So what is going on here, Jen? Golden Puppy's playing Vesper, and it was probably some kind of a Najdorf.
Yeah, and the move B5 was just played on asking the question.
Fine, right? Just totally fine position for black.
It does seem that way because look at black's control over this beautiful square. This is a key square in the Sicilian, and black has a really nice control over it. That means that they should be doing A-okay.
Yeah, white's going to try to play probably bishop or knight to c4 next. Yeah, queen b4 looks like a nice move. Attacking.
Love this move. Getting rid of that knight on c3, which was trying to occupy d5.
Queen d4, is that a move, or is that gets the queen trapped after c3, Jen?
Oh wow, that's aesthetic. Queen
yeah,
for c3. That looks like a fun position. Maybe that was amazing. Good find, Irina. But Black saw it and she played D5 here. Oh, I like this.
Black has got some kind of initiative, certainly from the playing point of view, because she's gonna have the bishop versus the knight here. She's gonna go queen B7. She's not gonna trade queens, obviously. Queen E6, maybe. Queen E6. I like that.
Okay, so why do you say obviously? Like, what is it about this position that makes you think you've got to keep queens on the board?
Yeah, I mean, because she's not going to have any initiative after like queen D1, rook A D1. Like she's not going to have anything in the end game. But with the middle game, and she also doesn't want to help improve the rook on A1. Like the rook on A1, there's going to be a lost tempo to pawn E4 soon. So with the queens on the board, she has a chance to get a bit of an initiative. Like, so E4, I guess there's rook A5. I mean, rook A5, yeah, I mean, it's not like white has no chances here, but I still would prefer black. So E4, rook A5. I mean, there's bishop C3, rook C5, bishop B4, rook E5. Okay, that wasn't too good for white, for black. So therefore, she chose something else. Rook A B8, interesting move. Yeah, okay, there you go. Rook A B8, very reasonable.
So just to give you guys an update on the tournament itself, it looks like 6 out of 7 here is our top 4 players, right? And after that, we've got 2 players with 5.5, and then a ton of players with 5. So looking ahead as we near the finish line, it's seeming like something in the area of 9 points should get it done, right?
9 out of 13, yeah.
Well, that should for sure, right? Something like that. Yeah. And then I don't know about 8.5, whether that will be enough. But yeah, we'll keep our eye on the standings now as we kind of get a little bit closer to the end.
Can we see how Gunina is doing?
Sure. Yeah. We'll see if she can mount that comeback, because right now she is in that group of players who are in a danger with only 5 out of 7. If the tournament ended now,
well, she obviously decided to turn things around. She was spending half a minute on this game again.
Nice. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's a King's Indian, but she's about to play rook H1 and win all the pieces.
Yeah, queen
H1 anyway.
Rook H1 anyway. There you go, Jen.
And now, well, what
is King F2, and then she just needs to find some good move there.
And we know she's up to it. We know that. Rook H3. Look at that. We're not even trying to win anything on C1. It's going to win your queen. There we go.
Going to 6 out of 8.
6 out of 8, and that is going to be a nice score for her. Now, Phoenix SJH has won some really nice games in this tournament, some very nice fights. So she's not going to be happy after this game, but she's got a lot of tournament left to get back into it as well. Let's see about our second board between Butterfly and Zavival MC, because those are the other 2 players with 6 and a 6 out of 7, and this looks like a fascinating game.
White must be having something here. I doubt that the rook on A1 is that important, Jen.
Yeah, it does feel like we should find some way to capitalize on those dark squares. Knight takes D4, just snatching a pawn off, though.
Wait,
well, okay, I didn't do the math, but apparently knight E2 wasn't any good because of rook F8 and rook takes D5. So queen D3 here with the idea that bishop takes H6, no good because of knight F6, forking the king and the queen. Okay. But what else do we have? What
happens on knight F5?
Just playing knight F5, huh? Solid move. And if we take everything, Black's going to have those nice queenside pawns at the end, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible for Black. I feel like, I mean, that's not the worst that Black could have had in this position.
So she takes on G7 first, queen D3, rook D3, king G7. Okay. Rook D7 trying to capture one of those beautiful pawns that we discussed. And what about some counterplay here with knight G5, trying to win the whole king side?
Knight H4, king G3, G5.
But she just put her knight on D4. Okay.
She did better. Yeah. The move I was thinking about was not too good. Okay, knight C6.
I'm not sure about rook C7 because
knight D4, she's got to go knight D4. Okay, yeah, she'll go. Oh, okay, Black's playing for the win. Probably a very bad idea. Now White seems at least like it's easier for white to play.
Oh yeah, look at those pawns roll. H6, he's just gonna play for H6, H7, and then rook B8 mating.
Yeah, knight
Oh
F4.
boy, there she goes. But knight F4 check and rook takes G5. Oh, she took
Okay.
it too literally. She was
Yeah,
she
so
had
now
this great idea,
white's playing
but
for a draw. King
okay, well.
still, well, still a draw. Yeah, king E5.
There was rook H5 check, Irina, though there was a skewer.
Well, okay.
The king went to E5 here. Rook H5 was on the board. But she played rook E2 and there was a draw by agreement. What a wild affair that was. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I think we're starting round 9 in just a second here. I
That's
don't
a
think
good game to look at and try to see how white could have, tried to make their attack work better in the middle game.
and we've only got a couple games left here as that one really went the distance. Here's one of our remaining games. Doesn't look by players who are in it to win it unless they go on a massive streak. They have to win most of the rest of their games. But hey, it can happen in blitz. But look at all these white pawns.
It looked like white's winning, but the clock situation is really unclear.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Glue glue.
Yeah, this might be a draw.
And it was a win by white on timeout, which seems like a just result because white was also winning in the position.
Yeah.
Seems that way at least. Yeah. I mean, unless you, nah, it had to be winning somehow. Okay. And now we've got a knight for a pawn. Wait. And a queen. It looks like black just hung a queen because probably a pre-move or something. But white won the game. Okay. And we are in round 9. Let's take a look at our standings too. Well, we've got 5 players on 6.5 out of 8 now. And 2 with 6 out of 8. So if the tournament ended right now, it would be all of our 6 out of 8s plus.
Yes, it would mean that we haven't seen Alika too much. She has 5.5 out of 8.
5.5 out of 8. We haven't seen this player.
I can make it. I mean, everything is still possible.
Yeah, we haven't seen Awesome Vishesh very much as well. So this is a great one to check out. And it's a King's Indian defense, so that's going to be fun.
G3 King's Indian, yes. Bishop E3, I guess.
Now you sometimes play the King's Indian as black when you really want to win, right?
Yeah, when I'm really in a crazy and desperate mood, Jen.
Crazy and desperate. when you
Yeah.
and when you do play the King's Indian, do you ever feel like you just like wish you were playing with the white pieces?
No, not so far. Not in the games I've chosen to play it in. The King's Indian is an opening that, of course, I've like faced a lot more on the white side. And I like playing it against it on the white side. But it's also it's like an opening that I kind of like respect, actually. Like knowing that it's kind of a dubious opening for black, I still respect it, and I still kind of admire it, and kind of wish I could also play more of it from the black side, because it's so interesting.
Which female player do you think is particularly exceptional at playing the King's Indian?
Well, there's not that many actually female players that play the King's Indian for black. I mean, actually, a lot of the Chinese players, which are very, very tactical in style, but they don't play the King's Indian. They play more solid openings like the Nimzo. It's a kind of a favorite of the Chinese players. And the Russians, like even people like Gudina, who you would think would be a great King's Indian player, but doesn't play this opening. There's actually just not a lot. Like, I don't think we have, like the Nakamuras and the Ding Lirens and the Rajabovs, on the women's side who are really, representing the King's Indian.
Now, Judith used to play it when she was.
Judith played it. I mean,
especially when she was really young.
I mean, someone like Ju Wenjun, I mean, she can play the King's Indian. At least she had it part of her repertoire. She played it against me one game. Trying to think of who else plays the King's Indian. Man, there's so few players, Jen. I mean,
I'm selfishly asking because I want a great female player to come to my girls' club room and teach the girls to play the King's Indian. So I might have to ask you, Irina, even though you only use it for special occasions.
On the basis of like the 2 games that I've played, I'll share my experience.
And the white side, hey, you can talk about playing it from the white side. Now, in this particular King's Indian,
well, I'll tell you who plays the King's Indian. Yeah, Alina Kishlinska, she does, I think, play the King's Indian. It's part of her repertoire, at least. So,
yeah, and you know, she's of course a great player, and we see her playing it right now in this important game. Now, knight d4. What happens if I just take the pawn? What's the plan here? I guess this pawn on
the rook
b4
on
would
A1
then be
gonna
hanging.
hang, Jen. The rook's on A1 gonna hang in the tactic. After
Oh
pawn.
yeah, exactly. You'll win the pawn back on b4 because this rook is loose. Yeah.
So right now, okay, what are we saying? Like black basically got their main idea in, which was to get a knight to d4 in these positions. And what does it mean for how they're doing? I mean, it's still not clear that they're doing well.
No, because this is a big square. This is a big square on d6. I can't wait to put my knight there.
Yeah, I mean, I still like white. That definitely, that outpost is the most important thing about this position. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna win the pawn back pretty easily with a knight on d6. So knight d6 and like knight takes d4, and black is suffering.
Yeah, really suffering, because also if we get to play b5 sometime, this pawn on b7, and also your rooks aren't connected. So I just feel like there are a lot of problems in your position. And knight takes
black has
d4.
some chances to make a draw for sure, but it's an unpleasant position. Like now the rook's hanging, like maybe rook a2. I mean, you got to be careful.
I don't know about rook a2 though, because if I play rook e1 and occupy the e file at some point, that seems really annoying. I guess my knight's hanging right now.
I'm gonna try to play knight f6. I mean, no, for sure, Jen. I mean, there's so much pressure. Like at some point, like yeah, you're. Ooh.
Just a nice little tactic. Look at that. Knight c6, pawn c6, bishop c6, rook moves. We play knight takes c8, and we won like 2 pawns in the bag. Not only that, bishop d5 is now a threat. So if you don't take the knight, you're in big trouble.
Looks good. Looks like a nice tactic. And
oh, she just took on c8 right away. Maybe she didn't like bishop c6 as much. No, bishop
I
c6.
think bishop c6 is probably really good, but
yeah, this is maybe
this
also
is more minimal. Yeah, more minimal though.
Also good, but black has more fighting chances now in the bishops of opposite color game, where we only have 1 pawn instead of, I think it would have been 2.
So can she just take, well, I don't even know, Jen. B5, pawn takes c6 a bit.
We're not up a pawn. Excuse me, but
pawn anymore.
But our position is so good, we're gonna win at least 1 pawn, right? I mean, we could have taken on a5 and played rook b7.
Like what? B5. She's stacking the pawn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think she's stacking the pawn. Is she playing rook b5? No, I guess she's not. Okay.
And now rook b7, c6, bishop d5. I mean, white's going to win some material here. The question is how much and how fast, is always the question with this types of time controls. c6 played. That's a real lump in your throat, isn't it?
a4, I guess. You just got to keep going with that pawn.
Gotta do it. You gotta do it. And then you gotta, what are you gonna do when I play rook b7 and just double on the 7? I'm gonna play rook b7 and, you know, trying to mate as well. She's played bishop d5, same idea though.
Yeah, b5 is really strong. Yeah, the bishop just covers everything.
Yeah, that's a problem in these bishops of opposite color games. Yes, in the pure end game, very drawish, but with these heavy pieces on the board, not so fast. You can still try to get for some mating attacks even without the queens.
Yeah, white's winning. I mean, just rook b7 and just the invasion on the 7th rank is going to decide.
Yeah, very interesting game there for sure. Okay, and not very encouraging for the King's Indian discussion though, unfortunately.
Let's use this game, you know, as a model, Jen, for how things can go from black and the King's Indian.
It's a tough opening. I mean, rook g7 is a nice tactic. Rook g7, rook b8 mating, and she's done it. Just going for the checkmate. She wins. Awesome job. Awesome, Vishesh from India. And let's see what else we have. We've got Karina 87 versus Yaris 9. Speaking of bishops of opposite color, we've got another bishops of opposite color position with attacking chances on both sides. But white's the one with the move, and that counts for a lot.
Maybe bishop f5 would have been good on that previous move, Jen. Bishop f5, just play it. Bishop f5. Why not? Threaten checkmate. All right. Now you're winning. You're winning the rook. Okay, it's cool.
Wait. It's black's move now.
Oh,
okay.
They didn't go queen d8. That was shocking.
Queen h4. Okay. All right. Here we go. What's going on? White's up in exchange now. But that all went very fast. that went in a flash, but white is now winning as she's got the exchange and the pass pawn on c4 as well. So beautiful job here by white. Perfect play, no mistakes at all. Sorry, I couldn't understand what was happening. It was like all happening so fast, and it did look like there were some wild things going on at the end. And meanwhile, I said earlier that Phoenix SJH is always involved in some wild game, and here she is climbing back up the standings. Good for her. Let's see.
So we got new leaders, Jen, actually on 7.5 out of 9. And where is Gunina? Wow, she's now in number 9. She's got 6 out of 9.
Oh, so she would be right on the bubble right now if the tournament ended. Meanwhile, Katerina Nenkova and Karina have hopped back into the top 8 spots, and they're going to try to hold on to them for dear life. That's for sure.
Yeah, it seems like it's 1:29 a.m. in Russia. Just check it on that, like how much more energy she's going to have for that final.
We could take a look on her game. The interesting thing about this tournament is that within the preliminaries, at some point, you're more interested in the games that are like board 3 and 4 than the top board, right? Because the top boards are very likely to qualify regardless of the result. Whereas when you go down a little bit, that's where everything is on the line. What's up with this opening? White looks like they're having a lot of fun. What's that?
It was a pretty strange opening, and white somehow got a few extra tempos there.
Wait, d4, e5. Okay, this is like a variation of the Budapest.
Oh wow, that was actually how it came about, huh?
Well, it wasn't a proper Budapest, but
no,
now
it wasn't. Yeah, this move is supposed to be like dubious.
Yeah, well, you've moved your knight from f6 back to g8, and white's gotten all these tempos, so it does not look like an opening that we'd recommend to our students, right? But let's see what happens. Bishop g4, allowing bishop takes f7, bang. And this is why, you want your knight on f6, Irina.
Oh, wow, she completely forgot that the rook's on f1 because, on knight g5, there's no queen g5 because it's another discovery. She forgot that.
Right, so king f7, what Irina's saying is knight g5 check. She was hoping to play queen g5 and then take on d1, but not so fast. Pawn takes g5 would have been check. So instead, she was forced to play king e7. That can't be good. No. And
yep. So I guess Valentina will make her way back.
I like this. The king's now on e8, but she can't castle later.
Down a pawn, no development. Not an opening to try again, I think.
No, this was a rough one. I mean, but she hasn't lost yet. But I think that it is amusing that in these positions, if it's a real over the board game, like a blitz game, you might try to castle because you could forget, but on Chess.com, you're not going to be allowed to even try it. It feels like there's something with knight takes e5 should be some kind of mating attack. I don't know though. Like knight e5, bishop takes d1, bishop f7, and bishop c5.
And bishop c5, but there's queen
yeah.
c6,
yeah. Okay. But she did it. She did it. So maybe I was right. So let's calculate this again. So
yeah,
bishop c1, bishop
d1,
bishop c5, queen d6. That was the reason you did not like this, because
yeah, why does she need all that crazy stuff, like where you have to count pieces?
Yeah, you would have done something else.
Yeah, because I mean here
we are even in material at this exact moment.
Yeah, I don't know. Right? I mean, rook d1, pawn takes e5 is not that clear. Okay.
No, and she's still going for some kind of mating or just like aggressive.
Yeah, I mean she's getting the piece back, and
she's getting the piece back and pushing you back, and you still have no development whatsoever.
She's finishing her development, so she chose a good way to do it. I mean, I'm sure it's not really what she wanted.
No, I think she must have missed like how good queen d6 was, because otherwise she probably wouldn't have gone for this line. Yeah.
What's going on here? Because this is a position where you can easily like sort of lose your advantage if you don't play.
Although I don't think so, because this b5 idea is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, b4 was a really good move.
Yeah, well, now after c4,
winning,
b5, she's taken, and now she's just playing 97. Yeah, that's an easy way to do it. Hey, can't argue with that. And it's an easy move to miss from Black's point of view because the bishop taking the knight on G8, the knight on G8 looks like such a pathetic piece, but you know, it is a conversion that ends up winning the game for White.
Yep. All right. So she made it exciting, but now it's now we can go see some other games, Jen.
Absolutely. And now it's actually going to be Karina who's struggling a little. She had 6.5 going in. What's this? This looks awesome. What's going on?
Wow.
Wait, White's like, wait, I got to see a
The
little
queen
bit
was
of what
trapped,
happened here.
Jen. The queen was trapped on C5.
Yeah, let's see how that happens. So there was a bishop B3 here, and then B6 seems like it's self-trapping the queen.
Queen D2, queen C5, and bishop B4, I guess is what happened.
Yeah, and now rook takes A8, and she just resigned here because the queen's still trapped. Wow.
Yeah.
You can't play queen C6 because the knight E7 check. Bishop D5. If bishop D5, bishop C5. Wait, yeah, what happens if bishop D5? Just rook takes F8 and then bishop C5, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And White just wins lots of material. So zap of all MC going up to 8.5 points. And Golden Puppy still looking good with 7.5. Still a good score at this point in the tournament. So let's see what else we have. How's Prague Queen?
Who is Zabivol?
We'll find out about that. Now, Prague Queen against Karina Chess. What's going on here? It looks like she's up a rook. So she's won the game. All right. And her rating keeps going up in this tournament, Irene. I think she started the tournament around like 2,400. She's earned 70 points in the course of this tournament. Probably she doesn't play a lot of blitz and she was underrated before.
Yep. So Karina, I mean, Prague Queen it's Katerina. Not Karina. I was calling her Karina. Katerina.
Yeah, Karina and Katerina are both playing well in this tournament.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right. So what is happening here is Black is down a piece. Is there an attack? It doesn't seem like there's anything too dangerous. Queen F2 here. There's bishop D4, but I mean, that's just going to be losing after bishop D4. Yeah, queen C1, just king G2. I mean, White's going to win that. Yeah. Because now they have two pieces for the rook. And they're going to go on the attack. Perhaps rook F1 is a good move.
Oh, I like that. Just threatening queen F7 mate. Why not threaten checkmate?
Of course, she also then she can go like king G1 and start trying to improve that bishop to D2. Okay, queen F3 I didn't love, but it seems like was there bishop F6 somewhere? Okay, I don't know.
And here we have king D3, so queen D4, queen F7 check still looks good. You're going to be up a piece at the end of the day. So she did not take that bishop off on D4, but look at that battery now. As long as we can avoid checks.
Rook F3, game over. Okay, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I thought rook F3 was going to happen. It didn't, but this also does not look like Black's going to be able to continue checking. King G3, queen D3 check now would be met by rook F3, and it's going to be mate for White. And the butterfly will reign and leapfrog.
The butterfly gets to keep her wings, Jen.
Yeah. And fly over Vesper 2018. There you go. And by the way, we're going to have a quick break after this round, guys, so you can get psyched up for the final three. What's going on here? There's a draw by repetition between these two front runners, Awesome Vajesh and Mary Arabidze. 3 rounds left to go. How many points is it going to take to qualify? That is the big question for everybody. And I think that's why this round is a good time to take a break, right? Because people will be able to kind of reconfigure their strategies.
So we got 3 more rounds left, Jen.
Yeah, 3 more rounds left and an end game here that could go to the distance.
3 more rounds. And right now, the qualifying score is 7 out of 10. So we were saying 9 points should qualify. So people need to get at least like 2 more points. And people who have 6.5, I suppose, you know, if they win all their games, they can do it.
And what do we have here by Vanina is just trying to hold on and draw this game against Karina 87.
Ooh. Oh, this is not going to be fun for her.
And look at this time though. They're also having trouble. Like normally with this position, you could kind of like gain time on the clock, but it's not easy to gain time on the clock with 1 second.
Yeah, I guess it looks like, I mean, it's simpler for white because white doesn't have to do much. It's not like white has to plan or anything.
You just got to be careful about these pre-moves. Like you don't want to make a lot of pre-moves that could potentially blunder things, right? That's what we often see in these positions. And there's one other game that we can check on real quick before, because this one's going to last a little while. Well, white is obviously winning this one. Okay, so let's move back. Well, this is going to give everybody else in the tournament a nice longer break.
Yeah,
good timing.
Go on for a while, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's not like, I mean, I don't think it's actually that hard for white to hold here, just because I don't even see how black wins the pawn. I don't see how that pawn on G3, what you're doing to it.
And they might need to be a little bit careful because they did get down to 1 second before. So it's a little stressful, right?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose white can still win.
Oh, you mean on time?
Yeah, you know, just black sort of forgets G4. She's gonna go for it, you know.
That's the problem. I mean,
either way, I think it's a draw after rookie.
Black won by time out. It was the opposite. It was Valentina who flagged. Oh no.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That's not good for her chances. She's gonna have to sweep the final 3 games potentially. Okay, well,
how difficult it is to qualify, Jen. I mean, you know, we're getting like a lot of these top players who just it's not easy to come out of the qualifier.
It is not easy. And we are going to start that break and be back for the final 3 rounds as we figure out who's going to be in our finals to determine the last qualifier. Stay with us. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championships. We are in our final qualifier. I am Jennifer Shahadi. I'm with Grandmaster Irina Krush. Shout out to our Junior Speed Chess Championship, which is going to be a very exciting event. And we've got qualifiers running on June 7th. Check out that schedule. I'm really enjoying the Women's Speed Chess Championships, and I'm sure the juniors is also going to be a great event. We know that they like to fight. Now, speaking of fighting, Irina, there's a big fight in these final few rounds for the 8 spots, as we've got up for grabs here for that knockout, right? And that's going to take place immediately after the Swiss portion. Who's going to make it in?
Yeah, well, I think people who are in the top few places have a good chance. Yeah, like Mary Arabidze and Prague. It's nice to see Prague Queen Katerina Nemkova doing well.
Oh yeah.
So what do we have here? This is Katerina playing Karina playing Zabivol. Okay, they got some kind of a Grunfeld line here, and what's the move here, Jen? It's, you probably know this is DC5, right? And
well, taking on C4 and then taking with the queen on C5 is what I'm familiar with. But this is actually Queen 87, not Prague Queen. Yeah. We should point out Zabivol MC virtually has a spot locked up, right? I mean, 8.5. That's a good score. She probably needs like a draw in the next few rounds to get one, or maybe potentially 1 point. I'm not even sure about that. So a draw would be a good result for her at any point. And yeah, let's take a look at some people whose spots might be more in jeopardy. Well, we've got Katerina Nemkova against Mera Arabidze, both looking pretty good. Checkmate threat on the board, stopped with the move G6. And
yeah, White's probably going to play B3 at some point, because that B2 pawn is hanging. Okay.
I like this move, knight D1. The knight on C3, it was not doing anything.
That's right. That's a good move. That's way better. Right. Knight C5 makes sense by Mary. And yeah, I think black is doing all right. I think maybe take on D3, play C5.
Yeah, one of the problems is like this idea of knight E3. I mean, you are going to have to worry about rook takes B2. There's just not that many pieces on the board that's going to be easy checkmate for white, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little tricky here with these pieces in the back rank. Will white actually have the luxury to deploy them in the way that she wants to? Not sure. Rook E8, good move, because now queen H6 can be met by bishop F8.
Yeah. So
frustrating, because it seems like white, I mean, I've played positions like this white so many times, and it feels like white should have some kind of attacking idea, but you're kind of hitting your head against the wall. Like, I don't see any that really lead to green pastures.
Wow.
She decides to just go for it with knight E3.
Yeah, that's amazing, giving up that B2 pawn and letting the rook in, attacking the bishop. I mean, that hard to believe, Jen.
Well, maybe she thinks she's going to get a tempo with the bishop, like bishop C3 and then knight G4.
Yeah. She's going to give up 2 pawns and then
well, you've gone all in. You know, you had no choice now but to go for mate, right? This is this is no end game here is happening.
I guess she's going to go knight G4 and then, but the problem, Jen, is that even after knight G4, queen H6, there's bishop F8, I guess, because on knight F6 there would have been queen F6, but okay. Anyway, H5 was a good move, I guess, and so now white's going to play G4 next move, maybe king G7 then. King G7 preparing rook H8.
Yeah, great move. King G7 was played. Oh, this is frustrating for white. Like I said, not getting enough in. Maybe she's going to try like F5 here.
Yeah, I would say things are quite hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, F5 at least takes on G4, F6 check. Like maybe there's still some tactics. I mean, white has to try. White has to try. That's all you can do. And she's done it. She's played F5. I do think that was the best try.
Yeah, pawn takes. She'll just take with the bishop, I think. I mean, she'll make white like sack the exchange, but white just doesn't have any attacking.
Yeah.
To follow that up with. So now, you know what move I kind of like after queen F5, Jen? What do you think about this queen C8?
Queen C8, you're trying to just trade off the queens, and I don't have a lot of exciting moves. I'm gonna have to kind of retreat because I can't trade queens. That just is the end of the world. So I like the move Queen C8, and I think that Katarina likely to go down here.
What I really want, Jen, is like not just to trade queens. I want to improve my queen. I want to break 6 because I think the only thing missing from the position, yeah, Queen G8, there's King H1. I didn't like that as much.
She's done it. She's done King H1. She's ready to play Rook G1 check.
Right.
And if you play King F8, hey, Queen C8 and Rook G1 check anyway.
Yeah,
so
she unfortunately didn't. She was also thinking about improving the queen, but I think putting that queen on E6 would have been really nice.
This would have been good if you could play King F8 here, but you can't. But great point, Irina. Even in blitz, I mean, look at how these great players think positionally. Improve your worst piece. You know, you still have time to think about that, and it's admirable. Okay, so she's playing Queen A8, trying to play D4.
Yeah, it's all I ever think about, Jen.
All you ever think about is improving your pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, I always tell my students, you know, remember the queen is not just a great defender. She's not just a great attacker. She's a great defender. You know, it's like I've said these things so many times, Jen, and that's why at Queen C8, I was like that looks like the one thing missing from Black's position.
And White's gonna win now. Look at this, Knight E4 blocking all your attacks. I mean, we're only down in exchange in this position, and we're gonna play Rook G1 check. How are you gonna?
White's pieces have become so good.
Rook G1, Rook G1 and Queen G6. You lose. Queen E8, Bishop H6.
That's why you got to use your queen in the defense.
Queen E8, Bishop H6, Rook H6, Queen G8, mate. And she just lost on time. And look at that, Katarina Nemkova gaining almost 100 points here in this very tournament. Okay, what else is going on? How's Valentina doing? She must win this game, and she's gonna do it.
Yeah, she's gonna do it.
She's got to run the table now. Get in there.
Let's go, Valentina.
What happened in this game? We gotta check back in on these guys. Karina 87 trying to beat Zabavol MC.
Is better, but not okay. Now she's
Don't lose on time, Karina.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Okay, she just gave up a pawn for no reason. Oopsie. Now it's gonna be now it's not so clear, but
it's gonna be a draw. It looks like, yeah. There we go. But and now it's nice for White. She can't lose on time. That's what she wants. And there it is, the draw, which gets Zabavol much closer to just clinching the spot, potentially already clinching the spot. We'll have to take a look at the standings. I mean, I don't think she'll mathematically have clinched it, but like realistically, she's got 9 out of 11. Prague Queen and Golden Puppy, both from the United States, have 8.5 out of 11. Yeah. We've got, it looks like 4 players with 8 out of 11.
Yeah, you were right, Jen. I think when you said 9 out of 13, I mean, it does look like Valentina would need to win really both games in order to get to that score.
Yeah. Or somebody by tiebreak might get it in on, like, it looks like a lot of the time at the end of the round, it's like the 8th or 7th player. It's like they determine it by tiebreak. So people like Valentina will have a good chance in tiebreaks because she's played the top players so much in the beginning of the tournament. So we'll see how that goes. We do have one game still going on here, but it looks like Black is ready to win that rook. How does she do it? Can win that rook. Although they're bringing in her king. Oh, and White won on time. Oh my gosh. White won on time. We've got one other game, Zufar versus, these are 2 players with a lot of points.
I should just never get down to 3 seconds, Jen.
Yeah, easier said than done. And here
this is interesting. Okay, it's a draw. It's a draw. She holds the bishop on the diagonal. There you go. It's already been set up as a draw.
Yeah, you need to have the pawns closer to the center, right? So you have a different front. Right. Yeah, you can squeeze your king in on the other side.
The drawing setup right from the beginning when we started looking at it.
Oh, and there goes the pawn. And that makes the draw very, very easy. And yeah, this is the last game of the round. So we're happening to round 12. 2 rounds to go.
I had this registered this surprise because my cat Leopold just walked by and jumped up to the window, Jen. Wanted to explain why I looked so shocked when I looked away. Observing him, he was like, "Hey, Irina, I'm tired of your broadcast. I'm just gonna go and sit by the window if you don't mind." It's a very beautiful cat. And I was saying, I was gonna tell you, Jen, that it's really not just us two doing the commentary. We can always ask Leopold to join us. He has some areas of specialty. For example, he's an expert on the birds opening.
Oh, wait, and can you say the name one more time?
Leopold.
Leopold. What a beautiful name. I love that. Leopold. Well, I can also bring little Foggy into the conversation. he likes to play. He's at the stage where he likes to play H4 and get his rook into the game.
But did you get what I said about being an expert on the birds opening?
Yes, Leopold. Yes, I love it. The bird.
Yeah, there you go. Because he's actually quite a good bird catcher.
F4. That's a good move. Underrated move, right? Well, ask Leopold. Get him back in the shot again.
Well, I can move my camera to show him to you guys. You want to see him, Jen?
Yes, I do. Zabavol versus Vesper, by the way. What's up with this opening? I like black.
You see him, Jen?
Yes. Oh my gosh. What a beauty.
Yeah. Leopold, look here. Okay.
Hi.
Well, busy looking outside. I'll show him to you later.
Thank you for the cat cam. It can't only be Wesley who shows us his beautiful cats. Okay, so what's going on here? I don't like the Sicilian at all for white. This just seems like a weak sauce Sicilian. Because black has the center and the B file, and you've traded most of your pieces. So this is a Sicilian that has not gone that fantastically for white. But white has 9 points.
Pawn, Jen, right?
Yeah, you're gonna lose a pawn. Yeah. So for sure. Let's look at some of the other games because maybe some other people are a little bit more at risk of not qualifying. This is a hedgehog, and actually, I think both of these players are very likely to qualify as well. It looks like, did black just nick a pawn?
Jen, I'm ready to show you. I'm ready to show you Leopold. 1 second. I got to.
Oh, there's knight F5 here or knight F3. Knight F5, pawn takes F5. Oh, there, I can see your eyes now. What a sweetie.
Yeah, he's really sweet. Okay.
But what does white do here? What does white do here? I'm worried. Knight F5, pawn F5. Oh, there's.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work, right? Knight F5.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Okay, so what's going on? But white's, white's down a piece, Jen.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think she thought she could play like knight F3, discover the attack on the queen, and win the piece back, but it wasn't quite working, and so now white's in trouble.
Yeah, 5 is a good move. Kind of shuts down the whole diagonal.
All right, so I'm looking good for Golden Puppy, but I mean, honestly, 8.5 still a good score. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to qualify. She might need to draw or win in the last round. Let's look at some more people on the bubble here. Butterfly versus Karina, because this one could be devastating. Like if you lose the game here, you might be out of it.
Well, they got 8 points, so they're still going to be in it. But yeah, of course, it's
with a lot of pressure in the final round, and white is up a pawn. So not clear to me how black's going to retake that. Well, I guess knight D5 and knight D5. Yeah. Okay, that's how.
So she actually got the pawn back pretty easily. And I think her position is going to be normal.
Unless we go pawn hunting ourselves with queen B3 with the idea that we were just going to take on B7. So that's what makes it a little tricky. All right, let's see what else we have. What about our friend Valentina here? Pulled that all-nighter to kind of win both of these games. She's playing against Irina Bu, who's probably also staying up quite late, right?
Yes, and
Romania.
Right now black looks better. Black's king is safer. She's got a nice center. She's got bishop versus knight, and she's got more time. So I do think that she can pull off a win here and get into a pretty decent situation to qualify for the knockout.
Yeah. Like I said, if I my thoughts are that even if she's tied with people, she'll probably get the nod on tiebreak because she's started off with 5-0. So the main task though is winning both games, this game and the next game. And that's the hard part, right? And then you just see what happens. But look at that. Nice coordination here. You mentioned the queen's getting into the game. She's going to try to play rook e3, but white stops it. Black's playing so fast.
Yeah. I mean, white's not completely lost. Yeah, she can try king h2 and rook g2 and maybe get a little play on the g file.
Oh, she's totally trying things. That's for sure.
Black's going to play h6. Yeah. I mean, black probably will want to play like queen d1. Yeah. So the problem with king h2 is that there's queen d1, and then
she's playing queen g6, but now queen d1 threatens rook g1.
She didn't really leave herself with any defenders around the king.
Yeah, good spot by Valentina, and really showing the power of the major pieces here. Because there's no defense. King h2, rook h1 check, and hello again on g1. I guess she's going to try king g3, so that if rook g1 check here, you have rook g2. But
hard to believe in that, but yeah, maybe
queen e1 check.
There's queen e1, unfortunately.
And now rook h1 mate. Very nice. That shuffle of the rook and the queen, quite pretty, in fact. A little dance there, and Valentina winning with less than half her time. And let's see how this game is going. Last time we checked, white was down a piece. She's now down 2 pieces, I think. But
she's got some open files.
Yeah, she got some open lines.
Of course, nice little does too. So she's like dreaming of moving her bishop, Jen, somewhere in like rook f8. I mean, it's like her only idea.
And what about this one? We've got Awesome Bishesh versus Chekshuka. Both players hungry for qualification as well.
Oh, this one is exciting. I mean,
Knight f6 check.
White just winning? Like, can't you just take the rook and then take the bishop? Just take on g8.
Now e4, there's queen g3. So that ends the fun. Maybe black missed that.
No time at all. She's got like a second and a half.
A lot at stake here. Hopefully her internet connection is solid, because she needs to win this game.
Okay,
she's probably going to qualify.
Bishop c3. She'll do it. Yeah, she has just enough time.
I mean, that would be impressive. She'll be in that knockout. There's already been 2 Indian players to qualify from the qualifiers, and then we have Humpy Canero in as well. Making it 4 would be an impressive feat indeed, and that's what Awesome Bishesh is certainly going to try to do. But she's definitely looking good to get into the knockout, that's for sure. And here we have her winning all the pieces. Let's go back to this game. Whoa, what happened? White won some pieces back, but not enough. Not enough, and she's going to lose on time as well. So Golden Puppy really wrapping up the spot. It looks like she's got, what, 9.5 now?
Oh, who is Golden Puppy? Is that you said that's Ashrita?
Yes, I think that's Ashrita.
Cool. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
So she's doing really well.
Yeah, she's been playing a lot of blitz. I saw her in other qualifiers as well. Dina, popular streamer, Belankaya, winning with black, of course. Nicely done, Dina. Comrade Eyelash playing against Baskianad. And Comrade Eyelash is going to lose this game. She's got 1 rook and her opponent's got 2. Not good for the 1 rook.
So are all the games done now? It looks like they
almost. It seems like we're going to start the final round momentarily. By the way, we should tell you how it works. Like, after the last round of the Swiss is over, there's going to be a little break while the women all get set up in a Zoom call where, they're going to share their camera and screen, because we have enhanced fair play during that knockout to determine the qualifier, right? So that's what's going to happen. And then we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the exciting knockout portion while 8 of these players vie for that final spot in the Women's Speed Chess Championships with Chess.com and FIDE.
That sounds good, Jen.
Yeah, it should be fun. And we'll get to focus on just a couple of games instead of like how many, like 30 at once or something.
Yes, yes.
Although I think we've gotten lucky with picking the games with a lot of excitement in them. We sure have. And this one's about to be drawn, right?
Yeah. So basically, Valentina's got 8 out of 12, and she is really on the cusp of qualifying. Wow.
So those final round pairings are going to be quite interesting.
Yes, there's going to be, these are going to be very closely contested to qualify.
Oh, and there we go. Round 13 should be underway. Who is it going to be unlucky for? We'll find out soon.
Wow, 2 Russian players. That's not really the best pairing, I feel, for either of them.
Okay, so yeah, Vanina needs to win, that's for sure. In this one, wait, what else is going on? Golden Puppy versus Awesome Vajish. These two should probably get in regardless, right? Let me take a look at the standings on my other. Do you have them in front of you? Because
yeah. Well, Golden Puppy, she's got 9.5, so she's definitely getting in.
And then we've got 3 9 out of 12s. Awesome Vajish, Zabavol, and Vesper.
Yeah.
And some 8.5s. Actually, if it ended right now, we'd have Katarina Butterfly, Karina, Mary Arabidze, and all of the ones with a 9+. So, well, a lot to play for in this round.
Yeah,
Butterfly and Prague Queen.
Take a look. We haven't really followed Golden Puppy all that much.
Yeah, although she's guaranteed to get in, so it might not be the right one to follow this hand, but we can look at the beginning just out of curiosity, because there is that $250 instant bonus prize for just winning the Swiss, which is pretty interesting. And she plays really interesting chess. I mean, this is another one in question, right? We've got an open Najdorf, English attack, where white is white down a pawn?
No, I don't think so. 3 6 7. It's even pawns, and that G5 move, I mean, that really spices things up. Black decides to solve their positional problems in a kind of interesting way. I mean, I guess I don't even know what they want to do with their king. Do they want it on F7? Do they want a castle? Do they can't play H5 because of bishop G5. So I'm guessing Black probably just wants to castle at some point. Okay, D5 is interesting as well.
Very ambitious. I mean, without being castled, I'd be looking at if I could get to move F4 in somehow. But of course, you have to worry about D4. So Ashrita goes for just attacking this knight on D6.
D4, I guess. Maybe D4 here. I mean, or King F7. I mean, yeah, maybe King F7.
King F7, and then if I play F4,
then I always have GF, and E4. You know, that one's going to be fine.
Just kind of close things down, yeah. Because I'm trying to rip open that file. I mean, that would be my desire. Every desire in this position is pointing towards like opening a door against.
And this is really fascinating because on one hand, you know, Black has played pretty loosely, but you know, the knight on G2 is quite bad. I actually think Black is totally fine. I mean, GF, and E4. Like, why would white be better there? Black's king is safe on the F file. They're going to open up the G file for the rook. I would just, without thinking, go for that. Yeah.
And there it is. We're to see that. But look at this time situation. Golden Puppy has a full minute and change ahead of her opponent. So she's really working the clock in this tournament. And that's the thing to do. That's the thing to do when you're playing these time controls. Rook G8.
Nice position for Black. I think she definitely, I mean, I like the way she played. It was really creative.
Both players were playing creatively, honestly. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, Black did the fancier stuff with, you know, with G5, D5, like that was really kind of something there. But yeah, and so now they're reaping the rewards, I mean, of that strategy. Knight F3, Knight C4.
Knight F4 played, allowing Knight C4. Okay. Knight C4, Queen E2. She plays Knight F3 instead. Dangerous looking move as well.
Yeah, D4 is coming.
And Queen takes F5. Yeah, it's looking very appealing for Black, as Austin Vachesh looks not only to qualify, but it looks to try to leapfrog Golden Puppy to win the knockout, which not only makes a statement, but also could give you a better pairing in the finals. Which
How
is
about we go to see how's Prague Queen doing?
Yeah, let's see if she's gonna make it. It's Butterfly versus Prague Queen. Can they both make it with a draw? That's the thing. It could, if they make a draw in this position, they might both make it, right? Whereas if one loses and one wins, like probably the loser.
Yeah, no,
will be
the
out.
loser's definitely not making it. I think that's pretty clear. So
And
what
this
is
looks
going on
promising for
here?
White. I mean,
White's better, right?
yeah, just the way that White is encroaching here, it looks very dangerous because this pawn is going to be so strong. Like pawn takes c5. I guess she's planning to take with the pawn, right? Keep
Yeah, she's
queens on the
planning to
board.
take the pawn for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because if bishop a4 is a threat, c6 is a threat. You have to worry about Mr. King as well.
Yeah, this is really unpleasant for Black, I think.
And so she's playing g4. She says, let's go for it. Let's have some fun. Not going to go down without a fight.
Pawn takes b6, Jen.
Oh, queen b6, bishop e8 check.
So you have to go like queen c1.
Oh, no, I think maybe she was thinking that queen
Maybe
c1
just
and
bishop
g3.
f1 there, Jen, and it's kind of over.
Oh, bishop f1 is over. Maybe she forgot about this little in-betweener. Queen takes b6, bishop e8 check would end the game, winning that queen. So she did not go for that.
Yeah, it was very unpleasant, and she just couldn't figure out how to hold it.
But now this butterfly.
I mean, bishop d1 maybe, and try to go like bishop e2, but it's always queen b5. Maybe bishop c2 here, but then there's probably like some kind of queen c5 like pinning.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I would try queen b1 though, but I think I would have tried something like that.
Yeah.
Just try to keep your opponent off balance. She's got 54 seconds, which is a lot, but they can tick down. And let's see what else we have.
Let's see if she's also got a big stakes game.
And how about this game? Buy Inside is winning against Ababal. So she's going to hop up to 9 points. And that's gonna look good. Who else did you want to look at? Valentina?
Yeah.
Seems like she finished, or not. No, it doesn't. I don't see her up. Oh, she did win. She has 9 out of 13. But I don't know if that's gonna is that gonna be enough? It might be a tiebreak if you get 9.
Well, Butterfly got 8.5.
It looks like we're done with the critical games, guys. Golden Puppy did win the game. So she's got 10 out of 13. Congratulations.
Golden Puppy won?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but I think I have the game over here. Oh, no, it was a draw. Sorry. It was a draw. Look at this mad rook situation.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
That is remarkable indeed. As White was doing fantastic.
No time, but yeah, she did great on the clock. Really great on the clock.
But a fascinating game. I mean, that was wild nonetheless. It seemed like it got even wilder with both sides taking a chance. I mean, there was a queen here, and then White was actually
so basically
queen and a piece.
Oh my gosh. Found herself out of contention with that loss. Unfortunately, she wound up in 10th place. Like Valentina qualified by
tiebreak, as I predicted that was just going to be a tiebreak win with 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, most people with 9 got in. Poor Buy Inside, Bastianide. Wait, let me.
And I think she even won her last round game, right? But she just still wasn't.
Yeah, no, I thought she was going to make it in, but she was the bubble girl, as we would say in poker, because she actually, Nino Badashvili, grandmaster, she was the bubble girl left out of the fun, tied for 4th through 9th. So that's sad. I mean, all right, like 5 of your friends get in and you don't. But she wasn't on the top boards for most of the tournament, so I'm sure she had a slightly easier draw on that. There's some justice in the result.
Wow, well, I think this is really interesting. I mean, I didn't know Ashritha was such a good blitz player. That's really kind of cool to see, and to see that she was doing so well in the earlier events, and then she's winning this one, and that's really, really nice.
Yeah, congratulations to Sharitha for getting that instant bonus, $250, as we see the prize structure here. You get $250 just for winning the Swiss. We've also got a $250 win for the top streamer, and the player who wins it all in the playoff will get $500. But of course, the important thing is to get into those finals, right? Or the main event, as we call it, as we see Golden Puffy with the gold medal, Butterfly with the silver, and Awesome Bijesh with the bronze in the Swiss event. But the knockout is coming up soon, Irina, and we're going to get our brackets ready, and we're going to get our players ready, and then we're going to be back to find out who's going to join you into the main event.
All right, sounds good, Jen.
All right, guys, stay with us as we crown a qualifier.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championships. We are about to crown our final qualifier into the main event, and we're going to do it in an exciting knockout winner-take-all here. We're going to get going quite soon. I'm Jennifer Shahadi. I'm here with Grandmaster Irina Krush, who, by the way, is one of the invited players. So she's already in this thing, and she's going to find out one of her foes in just a few minutes, right? We're going to find out who another player in your tournament is, Irina. Who do you think it's going to be?
Yeah, well, this I think is hard to predict at this point, Jen. Maybe we'll see how the first set of matches go before we make predictions, maybe when we get it down to 4. So right now, actually, I'm learning for the first time who are some of those players that we've been watching. So we have the Russian player, Anastasia Budnaruk. She's definitely a good blitz player. Not surprised to see her in there. Another player from Russia, Alina Bival. The Indian player who did quite well is Vantika, and I think her match with Guina is definitely something to watch. And Ashrita is playing a player named Karina Sivka, who I think she's a Polish player, right? Is that right, Jen? Or is she Polish or Czech?
I'm not sure. I was actually just trying to get my the board up. But yeah, I'll find out.
Yeah. And then we have another Indian player. So she's playing Bhakti is playing Alina. So which matches are the most interesting? Well, I think Arabidze Bodnaruk is two well-known players. That's maybe one I would watch, and definitely Vantika versus Gunina. Those are the two ones I find, let's say, most compelling at the moment, but maybe that's just because I know these players better. And we'll see. We'll keep following how Ashrita is going to be doing in this tournament, since she qualified in first place, and is she going to be able to keep up that first place finish?
Yeah, we're gonna find out real soon, and it looks like we're getting the game started any minute, Irina. Woo!
Yeah, it's interesting how, I mean, first of all, a lot of these players are just playing like either in the early hours of the morning or like in the middle of the night. So, I mean, we got to keep that in mind, that almost none of these players are in kind of a normal time zone. The best one is actually Ashrita. Yes, this sort of in terms of time, this is her zone. It's I think she's in California, so it must be like in the middle of the day for her. And so she definitely has that advantage that she is going to be fresh.
That's right. 4 o'clock in the afternoon in sunny California. So Golden Puppy in the Golden State is definitely feeling a little bit more awake potentially. But the good thing about Blitz is that ultimately Blitz is a lot about instinct. So you can play well, even tired. And here we have it, Irina. The games have begun. Golden Puppy is playing against Karina 87.
Yeah. I kind of like her position. I see that F5 square and some decent chances to take advantage of it. Although G4 is an interesting move. And I don't know about Queen B3. I was kind of surprised by that. I thought she would take with the A pawn and just open up the rook.
And it looks like we've also got Valentina versus Vantika Agarwal of India, who was playing under Awesome Vishesh earlier. We are seeing their game underway as well.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, play by Valentina with that pawn in h4. It's a bit unusual to have that in the Benko gambit.
But and our other game starting as well. One of our other games, we've also got Vesper Anastasia versus Mary Arabidzi playing their battle. So Carol Khan advance. We've got a lot of dynamic games to start this off.
Yeah, so shall we, how about we go to Ashrista's game? Let's go
Ashrista's game?
Yeah,
because that one's the deepest in. You're right. They're already down to a minute and a half each pretty much, or even less for Karina Sivka.
Right. So what do we think about this position, Jen? I
like white.
I like white, yeah.
I like the minor pieces of white better. Like pretty much all, yeah. I mean, I guess these knights are geared towards f4, so that's pretty cool. But this bishop on g7 doesn't look very good. It's, you know, it's surrounded by dark square pawns, so that's definitely not ideal. And she's also just occupied the only open file on the board.
Yeah.
Bishop e3, really nice square for the bishop.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Knight g3, just knight g3 here. It's real simple. Yeah, white has just got everything going for them at this point. I mean, with such a knight. And then they're going to play g3 too, Jen. They're not going to stop by making their knight good. They're going to try to make their opponent's knight bad. So g3 somewhere soon. Kick out that knight, king g2. Ooh, that is surprising. Why? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to take that knight? Okay, I would have taken with the e pawn. What is it, h5? Or why are you giving away the g4 pawn? Because
yeah, that's going to be problematic, isn't it? Knight takes g4 is coming.
Yeah, I don't know why white's not taking it. It's like,
yeah, me neither. That is odd, but it looks like the pawn is now. Why not h5 at that point to try to save it?
They just don't see it, Jen. They don't. They're telling you like they're so tired after these hours of play.
I mean, this is still great for white, right? I mean, look at obviously after we win that pawn, it's just
white's
delicious.
Pawns, if they want, they can even take on e5.
We're taking all the pawns: f7, c6, a7. You get a pawn. Everyone gets a pawn. Too many pawns for Ashrita, and it looks like she is going to continue her fine form. Meanwhile, we've also got this one game between Bhakti Kulkarni and Alina Bival, as they're also a position in which white's got a really nice open b file, but this pawn could be potentially weak, right? You could get counterplay against it with rook f5 if you need it.
Yeah, black's not doing too badly. How about how's Valentina doing?
Valentina, let's check it out. Well, knight d3 was just played by Valentina, but it looks like this is a fascinating material imbalance. 3 pieces for 2 rooks. That's not one you see every day.
Yeah, I guess it looks good for white because the 2 rooks, they're not able to do all that much. White's pieces are really centralized.
And knight c6 can be popped into position sometimes. Not right there because b5 was hanging. But look at this attack. Rooks are not good in defense in these types of situations, right? Like,
yeah, it's interesting that she went to h6. So, I mean, is she planning, like, what is she planning? Like bishop c3, or like, why'd she put the queen there? Is there
h5, knight c6, bishop c3? All these things are on her menu, I gotta say. Black's got to figure out a way to like sack back somehow.
Yeah, this
rook c5, rook h5.
The knight takes c6. There's rook c3 or something, but it's already a move that you have to start looking at. It's not working quite yet, but it's.
What about knight takes? No, I was also looking at
maybe Jen, h5, just open the king. Yeah, h5 would have been, I think, good. But this is all good. It's not like.
Wait, we're down to an exchange now.
Okay, I don't know exactly what she's doing.
We're down in exchange. I mean, we've got tremendous compensation.
They got no time. They got no time. That's why this is happening.
You just got to go. 10 seconds to 3 seconds.
5.
Anything can happen now. E6.
A6. Okay, E6.
But no, we don't want to lose the e pawn, do we?
Shouldn't have maybe done that.
And now we're trying checkmate on G7. Okay.
But
Oh, white won by timeout. Valentina got it done. This game, I think, is still in the first game. So let's take a look at that one. Anastasia's versus Mary. Butterfly won her game, by the way. So we have 3 decisive results in the first round, it looks like. With, I think white won each one.
so she's up a pawn, Anastasia. And she's doing quite well. Yeah, I don't think black has enough compensation here, although that was a bit of a weird move for me. The takes on a5. Why open that file and kind of give black play? So yeah, black has chances here.
It's going to come down to the time. 30 seconds left for Anastasia.
Right.
Anastasia. And God, it's such a pretty name. It sounds good both ways. Anastasia or Anastasia both sound good. I'm not sure how she prefers it to be pronounced, but we'll find that out later.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the queen's trying to sneak in there for some tactics.
Yeah, she's doing the best she can. I mean, of course, white's better, but you know, she's got to hang in there.
And that's a great queen because it has some attacking functions and some defensive functions as well, right? Like you can't play f5 easily because there's queen takes c5. As you pointed out earlier, you're always reminding your students that the queen is a defender and an attacker, and it's like best in the game at both of those things. And queen a3 now, queen f3, b4. So she's really trying to get aggressive here, but this is dangerous because she is letting go of some of the defensive roles of that queen.
I was wondering
Now,
at which point white could play f5 and just try to.
and
like,
queen f7, queen e8 tactics are now in the game. And notice that without that queen attacking, it's very problematic. Queen b4, rook e8. You're playing rook
like
e8.
winning now, right? Just rook e8 here, and
Yeah.
black does not have any perpetual.
King h3, only check is queen f5, which I guess she'll play, but
That's game over.
yeah, there it is. White won. Nice game by white there. White won every game that round, by the way.
Wow.
So let's see how this one's going, because it looks like the one with the most time passed on the clock. Bentica has these 2 bishops. You must like that, Irina.
Yeah, this must have been a Caracan, but for some reason it reminds me of a Scandinavian more. Okay, so she's really behind on the clock, but yeah, of course I do like white's position. Maybe bishop e3. Is that not normal?
Bishop e3, okay. Just trying to watch out for like your king, I guess. Are you planning on castling king side or queen side?
King side, most likely. But I mean, I know I have to be careful with knight g4. It depends on where you castle too. Okay, so she took, and she's gonna play bishop e3. Yeah, that's looks normal to me.
And now let's look at this one too, because Karina with white here is in a must-win situation against Ashritha. Must win this game, otherwise she's out. And Ashritha advances to the semis. And she's got a nice looking position, Irina. That bishop on b7 is not making a fine impression, whereas all of white's pieces look pretty. So that's good, but she has got half as much time as Ashritha. Ashritha is so good with the clock. It seems like she's always ahead on the clock, and that is the most important piece in blitz.
Yeah, I would just play queen f3 and just, I don't know. Oh, well, queen f3, there's knight e5. She has a problem, yeah. That's why.
Oh, and then d4, okay.
Yeah, it's not so easy, actually, to make a move. Yeah.
Queen c2, now knight e5.
Knight takes, so why should she's giving up a pawn and why? Well, she's definitely not going to win this unless there's rook e5, but I mean,
Yeah, that must have been our plan, rook e5. And how do we attack that rook though? Because rook e1, there's rook takes e1 check. So
knight here, I think black is just good, Jen.
Because you could just play like queen e8 or something at worst case. Oh, rook e2, good move. Rook e2, bam, you're gonna be up a piece. Bishop b8, rook c2. We're up a piece at the end of the day.
Yep, that was a pretty convincing match for Ashritha.
Nice work, Ashritha.
Yeah.
Back to Valentina, because I think that game is also a must win for Vantika. Although we haven't looked at this one either. Butterfly, let's take a quick look into this one. Another must win. In this case, it's Alina who's got to win to even the score. But
Yeah, unlikely to happen. Black's got a strong position.
Strong position and twice as much time on the clock. We're seeing that theme again and again. The only other match we have going is Mary versus Anastasia. Now this one, it looks like White's going to win and force one of those tie breaks.
Oh wow, White.
Because there's Queen takes C8, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Queen takes C8.
Queen takes D3 though, John.
Oh, Queen takes C8, Queen takes D3, and the material would only be equal. So obviously Queen B5, way better move, keeping the queen trapped.
Oh,
so what do we do? We have to do Rook C5 or something? She didn't even try Rook C5.
Yeah, Rook C5, we would have still been up a piece. So okay, so she should win this position pretty handily, but she's got to be a little careful.
Yep, but that one looks like it's going to go to a playoff.
Yeah. Well, what to do about the activity of those rooks, though? Oh well.
You have to be a little careful, right? Because these rooks
we'll
are.
Figure that out later. Let's go see what Valentina, what's going on there.
If Valentina can, wait, White won this one, so Valentina must have blundered somewhere.
Wow,
it did not look bad.
And Vantika had only 3 seconds left.
So wait, this was the position, and Valentina was doing fine.
Completely fine, yeah.
And then she played Queen F3, Rook takes C1, Queen D3. She played Queen F4, a mouse slip. It must have been a mouse slip. Rook takes F4.
Wow.
But what kind of mouse slip? Maybe, I don't know. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, because what kind of mouse slip? Where would your queen be going? I mean, you had to trade, right?
Yeah, maybe it was just a hallucination. She had their rook in another square in her own mind.
Yeah.
Wow. So Valentina is now also going to be involved in a sudden death. Okay, let's see. We've only got 3 seconds left for Zabivol, Alina Bivol. And I don't think this one is going to go to tiebreak because she's got 1 second and she's worse. And she needs to win this as White. But hey, I mean, there are chances. There's always these little checksies.
Yep.
Gotta be careful.
That was a pretty good move. And now, yeah, she's maybe going to go, well, no, not Queen F2. Don't do that. Rook F6, nice and solid. Oh, there was Queen. Yeah, there was Queen G3, but King H7. Okay. Now everything is good.
And Black wins by timeout. So Bhakti does advance to the playoffs. Golden Puppy did as well. We certainly predicted that. And Vanina versus Austin Vijesh, Valentina and Ventika are going to tiebreak. And this is the only other game. Mary needs to win this to force her tiebreak.
Yeah, she should be able to do it pretty easily because the king can always go to H1 to hide from checks.
Yeah.
So she needs to calculate A7, bishop E3, A8 queen. Is there a really dangerous discovery there?
That looks scary, right? Rook F1, double check.
There's nothing, right? I don't.
Because you get to hide your king out on H3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, but okay, she didn't want that, which makes sense. Her move is good too. Bishop E3, there's Queen E5. So that looks like a very good and simple move, Queen D6, actually. But now what? Queen E5, like the more pawns you take, the more you open up Black's bishop, actually.
Yeah, I hear you. Bishop G7, Queen E6, attacking the rook on A2.
Not minding this too much.
What's that?
Yeah, Black's not minding this too much, you know, I mean, from a practical point of view. Of course, the problem is they can't really move their rook anywhere. Because White can first of all play, I don't know, at least Queen E8 and like Queen D7 and win the bishop.
Yeah, that is the problem. That's why Rook D2 was played. So she's trying to find a way to get Rook F2 in. But it's only 7 seconds.
What will happen here, Jen? I really feel like anything can happen. Like it's not that easy.
No, not anymore. 4 seconds left to 10 seconds. That is not easy for anyone.
G4
look at this mating. Oh, there's going to be a mate now.
Yeah.
And now White is going to force that tiebreak.
Okay, there we go. Well, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see a tie break.
Yeah, we're gonna get 2 tie breaks. These are sudden death tie breaks. So whoever wins just wins. So and we've seen a lot of wins for white right here in these 2 matches. So whoever gets white gets that advantage, because if you win with white, the match is over. Black does not get a crack back. And we'll see how that goes. Of course, it's just blitz, so color really doesn't matter that much. But if your openings are very aggressive, it can matter. It can matter.
I think that's a good system, Jen. First to win is white. Like, why not? You know, because
especially in this format, because it's based on your performance in the Swiss.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
it's just like it makes things more efficient, because otherwise you can just keep going forever in these matches. We need to, you know, we need to keep going with the tournament.
yeah, and there aren't that many draws in blitz, so it really does work well.
I like that. Someone really thought that through.
Yeah, now we should be getting these done any moment, as
we got Vantika and Valentina, and Mary and Anastasia. Yeah, those 2 are well, you know, Valentina really, she should have won her match, so she's in a tiebreak kind of by accident. But Mary and Anastasia, I think it's been a close match for them.
yeah, it has. Hey, here we go. It's underway. Mary playing white against Anastasia as we get.
Oh, Anastasia is a King's Indian player. That's right. You asked me earlier, Jen. That's one.
Okay, Anastasia. There we go. And what do we have in Valentina versus Austin Vivesh? Got a Slav. So these are concurrent. We're going to have to figure out which one's more thrilling. This one looks good. This one looks very juicy. I take it you like white here. You like the space.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a strange kind of A4, A5 inclusion that I've never really seen before, but I don't know. Do I like white? It doesn't seem too bad for black.
Yeah. Now you want to move this knight away. Okay, wait. Bishop back to D7. She was actually just threatening C2. So knight E3 dealt with that idea. But I am seeing the possibility of moving this knight away and then getting this nice expansion here in the king side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and she has to try to play C3. That's right. I completely agree with that. You got to get rid of black's good knight on B4.
And there it is. Move that knight away.
Yeah, C3, and okay, white's got a little bit of something. I mean, black also has their F5 plan, so, and then I can come back to C5. So I don't think this is too bad for black. I think this is like normal counterplay.
This is good for us, because this position is definitely going to be wild. I'll take a quick look at Valentina and Vantika. This position could also be quite interesting. Bishop C7 just played. G4 move.
Wants to have queen D6, you know, available as an option.
Yeah, so F4 played. And now which way is black gonna go? She castles king side. Okay. This bishop on C1. Not super happy right now.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because it's such an imbalance, and white's so committed with the F4 and G4 pawns, you know.
Maybe reroute this bishop to E1 H4. I don't like it here right now.
Interesting decision to take, but I don't know.
But now the position character has changed quite a lot.
Is there E4, Jen? E4 and just then later on bishop E3?
E4, knight B6. I guess that would have worked out okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, queen C3. There was some kind of knight A4.
Yeah, I was looking a little bit at that. So maybe she wanted to keep things a little less loose for the immediate future, but she's definitely looking at playing that move E4 at some point, right?
Well, yeah, or she might want to play for B5 at some point, but it's hard to like play without trying to chase away that knight.
The thing is, like, this is actually potentially harder to play for white because you need to play with more energy, and black's moves are like a little more obvious.
I agree completely.
And that's one of the reasons why black has an extra minute on the clock.
Yep. It's definitely looking pretty decent for black from that point of view.
From the practical point of view, and like just hopping around with this knight. Nice defensive square, but she could also put it on h4 if the moment presents itself. Okay, let's take a look at this game too, though. This is very important. Oh my God, that pawn on d6 is a lump in the throat here, a rock in Anastasia's throat, because she doesn't have any compensation for this. The pawns are still equal.
Yeah, I guess somewhere in this game the trade on b5 happened, which I really would think that, you know, black wouldn't want to do, because now that knight on c4 is just perfect, and the bishop on g7 points into a pawn chain. White's, you know, undermining black's pawn chain, and yeah, that's why the advantage is huge, because not only white has a great knight, a great pass pawn, but they're about to get a great bishop on the long diagonal. So this is why, you know, the advantage is so big here for white.
Yeah, this knight on c4 functions as an outpost knight, because this pawn on b5 stops the pawn from ever attacking it. Gorgeous piece indeed. Vanina and Vantika, lots happen here, but it's been a lot of pieces being traded.
Oh, so Vantika, if she gets it, what happens if there's a draw? They play again, right?
They play again, and now Valentina gets white. But you know, even though there's a lot of pieces traded, I still think Valentina is going to try to win this.
Oh, she will, for sure.
Because she's got a whole extra minute and change on the clock. That's a big deal in this time control.
She will. And, you know, yeah, white's position is quite weak. And now I really like that move, queen a7, actually. She found the weak spots. Okay, knight e3, I guess. Or yeah, knight e3 is fine. On rook c5, there's knight f1.
No, she really wants to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. That's what this move is saying.
The bishop's opposite color. I don't know. I might have gone for that, actually. Okay, I will play e5 here. Oh, this one? Really? Okay, you want to play f6. I see.
Now,
white is definitely fine now. I mean,
yeah, white's got some.
I would have played like knight e3, at least if it was tactically possible. I would have tried to do that.
Well, the thing is, as the position opens up, white's position becomes much more dangerous. I mean, dangerous for Valentina, right? Because these bishops are very powerful in open positions.
I mean, right now on pawn takes, like she can just play like bishop c3 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Simple move, but kind of poisonous.
Yeah, anyone can win this. I mean, 1 minute to 20 seconds left. She's played bishop g5. Yeah, I don't know why
she did that, but I mean, taking on g7 couldn't have been that bad. Why'd she do that? I mean, just open the opponent's king when you have a chance. So she definitely messed up, I think, on that last move.
Oh, what about this move? So she's thinking that if knight f4, rook f4, bishop e3, you could play rook c8.
This is looking like, I just don't like where white's going with this, you know?
10 seconds left on their clock. That can't be good. Meanwhile, is Mary still winning? It looks fantastic for Mary. She's got that pawn further into the heart of Anastasia's position, and looks like she's going to win.
She's forcing a queen trade, and then there's like knight f7. So this is interesting.
Oh, look at this move. Bishop c1. Nice little backwards move, looking to play bishop b2 and get some checkmating threats again, but she's only got 6 seconds.
But white's position is looking good again, Jen.
It's looking good, but 6 seconds is not a lot of seconds.
But thankfully, it's so easy for her to play. I mean, there's bishop b2, there's queen c3. Queen c3 sounds like, I don't know, safe move, right? Queen e5, like.
Yeah, safe move. That's true. Oh, 2 seconds, 1 second. She's barely making the time. Bishop b2 wasn't allowed because the rook takes b2.
Okay, so she's trying to go for a draw, which.
Yeah, understandable with the situation on the clock.
Yes.
On the other hand,
she's gonna maybe have to defend a little bit, but not much. Yeah, not much.
And by the way, Mary Arabidze did advance. Congratulations, as this one looks like it might go to another game. Although, I mean, that's very stressful for Vantika. 1 second. Hopefully she doesn't have any kind of internet issues right now, because she's really,
oh, she's
that was so close.
She's gonna keep playing Valentina. This is I don't know. I think she has a chance to win this game, Jen. She's gonna
I mean, well,
now.
That wasn't encouraging, getting down to 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, she's gonna win, Jen. She's gonna bring and she is going to make insurmountable problems. With 1 second left, it's just not enough.
Although she only has 9 seconds too. So let's
9 seconds is still not
a lot more than 2. Yeah. Agreed. and that king on g4 just creates so many annoyances. Uh-oh, pawn on h6 is just going up the board. She's pre-moving, I bet. What's she gonna do now?
She's gonna.
Valentina, is she taking the draw here? What's she doing? Rook e1
rook
check.
g1, rook g1 then. Somewhere there's a rook g1.
There's a rook g1 and an h7, rook g2, rook h2 isn't gonna cuss the mustard.
There you go.
And she loses on time. Vantika Irina crushes prediction. Flawless, as we've got our qualifiers to the semifinals. Maria Arabidze, Valentina, Ashritha Swaran, and our butterfly, Bhakti Kulkarni.
All right, so now we got 4. Now we said, Jen, we can make predictions when there's 4.
Yeah, so who are you gonna predict?
Let's see. So we got Valentina, Ashritha, Mary. Oh, this is hard, and Bhakti.
Let me see that bracket.
Who are they? Can I just see the matches? That might make it easier for me. Who's actually gonna play who?
Yeah, we're going to show you guys the brackets here because that's going to be pretty valuable information as Irina makes her predictions. I mean, your predictions have been good so far. And Ashritha is going to be playing against Mary, while Valentina is going to be playing against Bhakti. So what do you think? Who do you got? You take someone and I'll take someone.
Okay. All right. You said Ashritha is playing Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And Valentina playing Bhakti. Okay. I think Valentina will win this match, but the very interesting one is Mary versus Ashritha. Well, I would like Ashritha to do well. Mary's a good player. She's a good blitz player. But I'm gonna go with Ashritha.
All right, I'm gonna go with Valentina Gunina to win it all then. You're going with the Ashritha to win it all, right?
No, just for this match. Jeff.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, then who are you going to win it all?
That's a good one. I am gonna go with, all right, let's just go with Ashritha.
Okay, so you're gonna go with Ashritha and I'll go with Valentina. But yeah, I mean, anyone could win this now, that's for sure. I mean, everybody's playing great chess. I mean, sure, there are some blunders, but I think considering how much chess has been played today and how fast the time control is, they are playing fantastic.
Yes.
And we're a minute away from the game starting off.
Yeah.
Whew, this is gonna be good. It's gonna be real good.
I mean, I don't know. First of all, Ashritha, I mean, just like more energy, compared to the other players, like with the time zones. So I think
faster. She's also always ahead on the clock. I think that's very encouraging.
I mean, her match with Gunina would be very interesting because they're both very fast,
Yeah, but Gunina Gunina and Aswaran, if that is the final, is going to be a real good one. But no matter what, I mean, Mary is also playing some great games.
Yeah, this one's going to be a tough one. I mean, just because I picked Ashritha doesn't mean that I don't think the other result is possible.
Well, yeah, it's hard not to judge it based a little bit on ratings and also results in the preliminaries. And when it comes to ratings, of course, there's Valentina who tops the tables. And then Ashritha, really just crushed in the prelims. So yeah, it's a normal way to judge. I think that's why we're kind of picking those two players. But hey, we can certainly see it turn around because now that spot is on the line. So people are going to be bringing their A game.
Yep. It's getting close.
Yeah. We should see the board start any moment now. Semi-final time. I think these games are slightly staggered. So you might see one start before the other, which is going to be fun for us. So we can focus in on one of the games. And as it's winding down, the other one will start.
So Ashritha Mary, it's going to be a Karakhan. We'll see what Ashritha's got in the Karakhan. I think, Mary, she plays an opening that is very popular amongst Georgian players.
And we've got it. Mm-hmm. Oh, we got the game underway now. The one between Mary and the Golden Puppy. Here we go. Well, this is.
Oh wow, she plays Sicilian. Okay, I thought she was going to go for the Caro.
Well, this is good for us. We love the Sicilian in here.
Yeah. So she's going for the English attack. I think she used to play. Did she always used to play this? Okay, A3. Yeah, that
She's
move.
played a3, kind of nipping all sorts of lines with bishop b4 in the butt.
I guess black can just go into bishop e7. Now d6, bishop e7. Is that what she's gonna do?
Yeah, just kind of this evening structure where perhaps the move a3, well, definitely the move a3 is not the most useful, right? Usually like to have it on a4. And actually she did play a4, so that's definitely a waste of time. But, you know, Scheveningen's not an opening where one tempo is going to, you know, shatter the earth, really.
Interesting.
Because both kings are castled on the same side. So still is very sharp, but not as sharp as some other Sicilians.
Yeah, I don't know. Bishop c6. I'm not really sure what's doing exactly in the opening here.
G4, let's go, baby.
Happen. Yeah, we know d5 is going to happen. Like there's zero doubt about that. So I don't know if this g4, you know, Jen wasn't the most scary g4 in the world, unfortunately for white. All right, so far Mary is
Mary?
Wow, yeah, she's Mary.
Queen, I always think, okay, so you just play queen e2 and like play for the e4 pawn in some way, right? Or maybe just
I don't know.
solid.
I don't know what white plays for in this position. Pretty hard to win that pawn. I mean, black can even go b5 if they really want and just kick out that knight. I mean, well, b5, I mean, okay, maybe that gives white an opportunity to play f5, but yeah, I don't even think so. Like,
you like black, yeah.
I do like black. I think it's a good, I think white wasted too many tempos. This move, yeah. I mean, not bad. Not so sure about though either.
But you're also giving up the two bishops, right? So this trade of bishops might not be that troublesome for white. And with this weakness with g4, trades aren't necessarily that bad for us as white, you know. And notice also that d6 square, if I trade bishops off, I'm looking at playing rook d6 in some positions.
Yeah, notice that you can't move the bishop away to b4 because the bishop b6.
Yeah, so I didn't like that trade for black that much.
Yep, I agree, Jen, because now you're left with only one bishop, and for the moment he's not the best one. Yeah, he's blocked by the pawn, and yeah, I don't love what no. This is not the spirit of this position for black. I mean, like now you're not going to be able to really use the openness of white's king against them in the end game. In the end game, like, you know, white's doing at least fine. I mean, they'll try to win this e4 pawn.
And a minute ahead on the clock again, as is Valentina. Valentina's also a minute ahead on the clock, but how's her position? Let's see. As usual, she's going for some kind of attack here. You see the knight menacing ideas like knight h3, rook coming into the fray as well. It's getting scary now. Knight h3, rook g6 is coming in too.
Yep, the rook d6 is a good move. It keeps the queen from like kind of working on that diagonal. So yeah, I mean, I don't think white's position is too bad unless it's just losing after knight takes h3.
I don't think it's losing. This bishop on f3 allows a way for us to kind
of... we can go bishop g2 and then queen h2. There's still some chances there, but
so she plays rook g6 first.
Very dangerous, Jen. I wouldn't want to be a white here. I mean, what in the world do you even do?
44 seconds left. Well, she played king h2.
Right, there's knight f2, right? Like knight f2 and don't we just lose?
Knight f2, there is bishop takes d5 check, but I don't know what good that does, except maybe I can play bishop d5 check and then scurry back to f4, try to trade queens, queen f4.
And there's also the rook is hanging on d1, Jen. This like not very liquid.
That's true. That's true. Bishop d5. I can't play. I don't have time to play queen f4 exactly. That's true.
What is she thinking about though, Valentina?
Maybe bishop d5 check. So after knight f2, bishop d5 check, and maybe God, I can't play queen e7 because you have knight f3 check winning my queen. Oh, I don't know. But I have to do something in that line.
I mean, I don't know what she's thinking about unless she's like looking at knight h3, pawn takes, and then knight f2, which is also interesting. Okay, that's fine. I don't know why she needed to do that.
She played f4. She's played f4 instead.
Okay, interesting. I don't know, bishop takes e4, knight takes e4.
She has simply taken on f4. Okay, what's going on here?
I don't know. Can you take on h3, Jen? Pawn takes and knight f2. Or is there bishop g2 and it's like a complete mess? But no, bishop g2, there's queen g3. So I don't know. Knight h3, Jen. Let's go for it.
So knight h3, gh3, knight takes f2, bishop takes d5, jack. You still just play king h8.
Yeah.
And look, we've got it on the board. Knight takes f2 played.
There we go. I attacked for the first time in my life, Jen.
Yeah. That's what you tell everyone. Image posts here by Irina Crash. As you know, some of these competitors might be facing her in the Speed Chess Championships. Okay, rook g3, threatening everything. Queen d7 protects h3.
Amazing that white's still alive here, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
that easy.
Well, we can't play rook. We can't easily take something on f4 because knight e6, right? So queen f4, there's knight e6.
And the bishop is amazing defender, and the queen, like the way they're holding everything.
Oh, knight e2. Knight e2, same idea, just winning material.
Wow. So Bhakti might be going up a point here.
Looking good. What do you do? That bishop, as you mentioned, is beautiful defender.
Yeah, wow, maybe she needed to take that pawn right away, Jen, on f2.
Oh, but look at this. She played knight g3 along queen takes d1.
Whoa, why did she miss that?
Oh no, what happened there? Wait, what was that? Queen. Oh my gosh.
Because there was bishop b3 or something, right?
Yeah, bishop b3 looks like it would have been the move. Oh boy. But she missed queen d1. She forgot about it. And black wins.
Bishop b3, there was, oh yeah, there was no queen e4. No, there was queen e4. There was, what was the right move actually on queen a? What is the right move here, Jen?
Is it queen? Well, so queen d6 would allow rook h3, right? So that's nothing special. Knight g3 allows queen d1. Huh. So this should not be that simple then. Oh, maybe it is queen d6, and then after rook h3, just king g2? No, you have queen g4.
Wait. 1 second. Queen d6 is queen d1. So our rook is hanging, Jen. We needed to protect our rook. But okay. That was tricky by Valentino. All right. So now what do we have? We have Mary and Drew Ashrita.
That one was a draw, apparently.
We completely stopped watching it
because you know the other game was so exciting. They were both exciting, but whoa. Okay, so this is not a sudden death round. This is the regular round. So this is a winner take all situation. If Mary wins, she will make it into the final, and if Ashrita wins, she makes it into the final. Another draw will lead them to that sudden death tiebreak. Meanwhile, Valentina and Bhakti have restarted their match. Valentina just needs to draw this game or win this game, and she will be a finalist.
Interesting how another Indian player is playing the Banco Gambit. I mean, Vantika played the Banco Gambit against Valentina, and there is another Banco Gambit that Valentina is facing. So perhaps they think it's a good opening to play in Blitz.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think it's not bad. Hard to keep control in the Banco Gambit with in a Blitz game. So Valentina decided to give that pawn away, keep the A file closed. Not a bad decision. Yeah, maybe she'll be going knight d2, knight c4 soon, like right here. Knight d2, or knight d2 allows knight c2, but then there's knight c4. No. So there you go. Knight d2, knight c4, and a little positional bind. Not bad. Queen a6 here, and then White's gonna play maybe rook ae1 and go like for f4 eventually. Yeah. F4 I think is the plan. Okay, she wants to do it without even any preparation, which I'm not so sure about. But she wants to get the knight into c6 while the knight on a6 is really bad. So that's the concept here.
So queen a6 is now, oh, she forgot to, okay, so I was thinking about this move knight d5, but isn't the problem knight takes d5, queen e5, queen a6, but g5 is hanging too. Oh boy, this is very exciting. What about knight f7 here, Irina?
Yes, well, knight f7, I guess there's some kind of...
That's exciting. That's what she did. Valentina did it, knight f7. I guess you have to play knight c3, right? To hold on to all your
Well, knight
marbles.
c3, but there's some kind of, you know, queen e6 that we need to calculate.
Well, I just think just what she did, just pawn
Oh.
takes c3 because a6 is hanging at the end, and now your king is in terrible shape.
Yeah, white's, I guess, just better positionally.
And I could have played rook e1 maybe, but no. Oh no, sorry, my bishop was in take, and then I didn't have a mate, I don't think. So just this, okay. Bishop f4. Is queen c3 doable? Well, she's tried it.
Well, she kind of has to. Wow, they're
Yeah.
playing really fast. Okay.
Oh, but Valentine only needs a draw here. Okay.
Oh, that's why. Oh, actually, right now she's down a pawn. So I don't know if this was the best way to play. If you only need to draw, right?
Yeah, something went wrong here because I think with the king on f7, you wanted to keep queens on the board, right? You do not want to trade them off.
Yeah, well, she was definitely doing just fine here. And yeah,
Yeah.
off the c3 pawn, and like she could have just played bishop e3 here, just really simple.
Or maybe bishop d2, just protecting the pawn, but it's passive. But yeah, let's look at the other game going on. How's that one? Mary White looking like a nice position here with her knights in such beautiful harmony with the bishop on c3. But that knight on h4 is also looking at our fine piece on g2.
Yeah, white's a lot better because look at that strong center, Jen.
Yeah, gotta agree with you. Those pieces are just in perfect harmony, really. And now with this queen coming up to g2, knight g2, we can even take with the queen, which allows for a lot more harmony.
Yep.
Because we
All right. So white is just, I don't know, kind of crushing. They got all the squares. So hard to play with like no squares at all. I don't know, did she just blunder the d6 pawn? I think white's gonna take it. No, because there was bishop h3 or something. Okay.
But she just traded off queens, and now, like from a positional point of view, this is just dominating, and positional is going to potentially turn into tactics because how are you going to guard?
Yeah, what is she thinking about here? This is very strange because there's really nothing to think about. Just h takes.
And the problem is, okay, well, she started with bishop e2, attacking d3. Okay.
Okay. Well, I have to admit I blundered that. So there was something to think about.
Yeah, but I mean,
wow, maybe sack the exchange, knight d6 then.
Maybe, but I'm also worried that at the end of the day, I'm threatening b7, but I'm also actually threatening stuff like knight c7 to e6. Like with your bishop no longer on that diagonal, you've got more problems than just a pawn.
Knight b7.
I don't understand what rook d8 does, because now after knight b7, I'm threatening the rook and I'm threatening c5, right? This looks really good for white.
It does.
It looks crushing for white.
c4, you know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe rook b8, knight c5, and bishop c4. Still not the end of the world. I mean, the position is still kind of messy, and they don't have a lot of time. King h8. You really can't take king f7. Okay.
Knight d7. Yeah, all these knights are just murderous in this position.
Yeah, they're really strong. Rook d8, I guess.
They keep gaining tempo. That's the problem. And it's not letting black kind of land on her feet.
Yeah, and also the knight on c6 just cannot move anywhere.
And we're up 2 pawns also, so that helps. And now rook c1, trying to remove this bishop from the defense of the e6 square.
Oh, this is gonna be sad. You know, sometimes you play such a good tournament and one game.
There it is, king f2, calm as can be. Let's see what's happening over here. Oh, this is some analysis. Let's look up at our current position. Is black going to win, or is white going to draw? Because if white can draw this, she will advance.
Wow, this is interesting. So black just played king d5.
Let's come back to this one because it might go the distance, whereas this one looks like it should end soon, right?
Yeah.
Does black have any ideas here? 14 seconds left for both players. B4 defending the beautiful knight on c5. Ooh.
B1.
Just defending all the guys, and
yeah,
she's invading into the position.
King d4, maybe. Nope.
need to get our knight to a good spot. Oh, but you give up the b pawn.
Give it the B pawn. That's a big deal.
That is a big deal.
Wow,
You don't
now
lose
it's
that. But what about like stick that knight on f6?
Totally random. I mean, rook e4 is coming and rook. That's it. Oh, okay.
Oh, this king is the thing.
Okay, the king's coming to f6 and white's gonna win. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get a checkmate now, but you only got 3 seconds left. Be careful. Woo. You do not want to lose on time here. Rook takes c8.
Bishop takes
c8.
Oh,
But there's knight e5.
oh, this is too crazy.
Knight takes d7. Is white still winning? No, okay.
And rook takes, and it's a draw, Jen. It's a draw.
And it's a draw, and we're gonna see a tie break here. Oh boy. Okay, what's going on over here? Are we not? We're not gonna see a tie break here. So this is what's gonna happen. Oh, looks like
Valentina is getting the result she needs. Okay.
she's saving the day with her outside pass pawn. And there we go. This is not the first time we've seen this save. Valentina's going to advance, and we're going to have a sudden death to find out the finalist that she plays for that spot. Oh boy, Irina, if she gets into the final again and doesn't win that final, that's going to be a rough story. But you know what? Mary and Ashrita are also playing fantastic chess. So no matter who wins this spot, it is going to be very well deserved.
I agree, Jen. And I feel a little bit bad for Mary in this game. She definitely deserved to win, but Ashrita defended well, you know, and when you get down to seconds, it just becomes really random. And, you know, I guess it was good that Mary even found a way not to lose in the end, right?
Indeed, because that knight was able to block. So basically she was queening her pawn, but the bishop was able to take the rook on c8. So that's where things went wrong. We've got a Sicilian now for all the marbles, as this is sudden death and no better opening than the Sicilian to decide who gets that spot. Speaking with no bias, of course. You know, Grandmaster Judith Polgar, the greatest female player in history, recently visited our girls club, Irina, and they asked her what her favorite opening was. She didn't take very long to respond.
Sicilian, yeah?
Yeah, because she likes it for white and she likes it for black. So
That's
hard
true.
to beat that.
Yeah. All right, so what's going on in this endgame, Jen? I mean, I guess the first impression, black must be doing fine. However, what to do with the bishop on c8? A little bit of a problem. Maybe white has a tiny bit of pressure, but okay, bishop a6 is the plan. Good. Bishop g4 is also reasonable. I guess we're going to take and play h3. We're definitely going to play h3, right? h3 and g4. And then try to get some chances maybe against the f7 pawn. Okay, those are my thoughts, Jen, but h3 is a good move. I mean, you got to play h3, right? Or is there going to be bishop h5 and bishop g6? Is that why she's hesitating?
Yeah, that looks like black's plan now, to try to attack that pawn.
Yeah, but
Gosh.
there's bishop b6.
Yeah, we're gonna be going after that a pawn.
That was a bit weird. Okay, that was a bit passive. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, I'm not in love with the plan that white's doing, but okay. How about king f2, king f3? Well,
So bishop g5. Okay, you always got to worry about like knight e4 type
I
stuff.
don't really like that. Why? No. This is not the way.
You don't want to give up those two bishops. No, that the problem is that knight in c3 currently not very well deployed. And I'm having trouble finding a very exciting square for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a big positional mistake to give up the bishop like that. That was a perfectly good bishop. You could have tried to activate maybe your king earlier. Okay.
Well, we could try to stick a knight on c5. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be super stable, right? That bishop b7 played.
It's very hard to get that square. So at this point, black is happy. Black is, how are they doing on time? They both have a lot of time.
Yeah, they've really raced to this position.
I mean,
Normally, we would see this position with not very much time in a 3-minute game, but they are both determined not to get into time pressure. Okay, knight a4. What's she trying to do with this knight? Is she trying to play c3 and b4?
Bishop a3, Jen. Bishop a3. You gotta check that tactic. Okay.
Oh yeah, she didn't do it. She played rook d8, trying to get into that d2 square. Rook d4 attacking a4, putting pressure on e4 as well.
Knight back to c3, or yeah, I think you kind of have to.
Yeah, solid.
Okay. Yeah, it's solid. Not so much fun.
Wiggling around. B4, the moment has come where white
Yeah,
finds to play b4. Now rook b8. I guess we've had to play b5.
But by the way, if white wait, you're saying, Jen, if white draws this, white qualifies, right?
No, this is the tie break, so it's sudden death. So if white draws this, they play again, and Mary gets to be white.
Oh, really?
And Mary plays really well with white. It seems like she gets a lot of good positions with white, so that's a bit scary for Ashrita. But hey, I mean, it's worse than it's better than losing. So,
When do they have white just winning, Jen?
Never. Wait, what do you mean? You mean black, right?
Oh, you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's yeah. You said if white wins, then the match is over. I get it. But if they draw, they keep playing, right? It's
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what's going on here? Well, I still like black, but it's not looking too bad for white.
No, and again, Ashrita customarily, she's built up a time advantage. She's just playing faster than her opponent. And if that trend continues, you know, it doesn't seem that scary now, but make it 30 seconds to 10 seconds and it's scary.
Yeah, black is trying to go bishop e6 and f5.
Yeah, that's a nice plan.
White really needs to figure out what they're doing with the knight on a2, because they can't sit with that knight.
No, they got to activate it. I'd love to catapult it to a5 right now.
Yeah.
That would be a fun move.
Yes. I guess. Knight
Bishop b1. Okay, wait. Not sure exactly why she did that, but
she didn't want the a file to open up completely on rook a3, rook b3. I guess that's the idea. So now black's playing for f5. White is really, the pieces are awkward, you know.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. At b5 looks like
now
takes
maybe rook a3
or bishop c5. Threatening bishop d4 check looks like a nice move. Though that little triangle of pieces is not a normal configuration, right?
No. This poor knight on a2 should not be there.
b6 bishop d4. Did she just forget about that?
Forgot.
Oh, she just forgot about it. Oh no.
Now she loses the only piece that.
And she's also rook b8. You just lose the pawn. After playing great all day, she blundered. The terror of blitz. And Mary is also playing great all day, and she took advantage of the blunder. Good job.
Yeah, no, I could see there were some little problems in that Sicilian handling, you know, that it was not so going to be so easy for Ashrita.
In a way, this is a fair result because Mary was totally winning that other game with white, right? And so, yeah, she's had a lot of good positions in this match.
Yep.
And this one.
Guys, are there any swindling chances?
I mean, there always are with 20 seconds left on the clock, right?
The problem is just bishop c8 and like king g5, you know, or bishop c4 or something, bishop f7.
Yeah, she has some ways to just shut it down. Yeah, I mean, being up on an exchange and a pawn.
The knight's like pretty much trapped now.
Yeah, there we go. This is going to be the end very soon.
Yeah, rook g8 was a nice move too, winning the g2 pawn.
And look at that king cut off as well. Although she's just going after the pawns now. Just rook a2 and rook g2 is going to be threatening. Rook takes g4, and there it is. Mary Arabidze has qualified into the final to play against Valentina Gunina, and we're going to have a finalist.
It's exciting.
It is exciting. It's very exciting. There you go. Good job, Mary. What a match.
Well, I think that is definitely the deserved winner of this match. Well, but Ashrita played a great chess all day. So
yeah, great player, clearly very underrated to only have the in a US chess rating and just a WAIM title, but she's just hanging tough and crushing in these like massive fields where, you know, there's so many grandmasters, international masters. So I don't know if she's planning to take over the board chess more seriously, but she's certainly doing great in online chess. And we're going to take a little break for the players as we get into the finals in just a few minutes, Irina.
Sounds good, Jen. We'll see you guys after the break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championships, where we are so close to crowning our qualifier. I'm Jennifer Shahadi. I'm here with Irina Krush, who's already made it into the main event. She is one of the 8 invited players of the Women's Speed Chess Championships, and there's 16 total. We're about to get our 16th player. It's going to be either Mary Arabidze or it's going to be Valentina Gunina. Irina, this is going to be quite a match. Irina, you picked Ashritha earlier. I think I picked Valentina. So now that it's down to Valentina and Mary, what is your pick?
I'm gonna go with Mary.
That's fair. I love it. I mean, she's been playing some great chess. She gets some really good positions. Sometimes the technique is not flawless. And that's why we saw Sharifa kind of get back into this match. But hey, she made it happen.
I think it's going to be a really good match. I mean, Mary has played really very stably all day. She rarely gets bad positions. I think she's good as kind of like pretty. She has pretty sound play, good positional understanding. And of course, you know, Valentina, she is more unpredictable and more highs and more lows. I think that's what we usually see from her. So, but I mean, she's just overall a really great player. So it's hard to say what's going to happen in this match.
And it looks like she's back at the table. She's back at her computer. Is Mary, as we're going to see these games get started momentarily. 2-game match. Winner gets the spot, gets the $500 for winning this qualifier. A lot on the line here, Irina.
Yeah, I know. It's those moments are tough when everything that you've been doing, you know, for hours or days, and it comes down to like, you know, just a few minutes. So definitely both of these players are probably feeling the pressure at this point.
And in Valentina's point of view, she's been in this situation earlier today where she ended up losing a grueling playoff to Desi Corey. And now I'm sure the last thing she would want to do is to have that happen again. So she's going to be trying extra hard.
Yeah, we got the Queen's Gambit declined. Solid opening from Black.
All right.
We're going to see a position with an isolated pawn. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Black wants to avoid that. And what's going to happen? B6, right? Actually, Black is about to get a very decent position out of the opening. That is what I see happening, Jen. That's Bishop is coming to B7, and White's not going to have that very much.
Yeah, trading off those dark squared bishops does take the sting out of my potential attacks, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now Black has lost. Oh, you know what kind of I like? What about Bishop F3, Queen F3, and Pawn D4, Jen?
Instead, she plays takes on D4, knight takes D4, getting rid of that possibility.
Yeah, that's fine too. And Knight C5, she has Bishop A6 ideas. Actually, Bishop A6, you know, Knight C B5. Well, something to think about. E5. Now, Bishop A6 is a big move here. I mean, maybe White will play Knight DB5. Maybe that's that. Maybe that's.
Yeah, I'm thinking Knight DB5 after Bishop A6. So she just plays Knight D5. Queen C2 threatening Queen H7 mate. What you gonna do about that? You got to be a little careful. You don't want to weaken your position too much, but you got to play G6.
Go Knight of 6, right? Knight of 6, a simple move, and then. Okay, I don't know about that. I really don't know about that move, Jen. I don't like
G6. You don't like because you're worried about something landing on E6.
G6 or G6, and I just don't like that in the long run. I don't know.
Like
now I feel like White's better. I mean, White has the rooks already on the open files.
But look at this. Black's just playing it very dynamically. He's saying, okay, you are attacking me on G6. I'm going to attack you on G2. And now moves like Knight E3 are in the air.
Right. On Knight F3. Black has to calculate Knight takes E3, right? So that's why she didn't do that. And what does she want, actually? Don't tell me she wants to play, okay, F4, yeah. Well, that's a move. That's normal enough, right? Okay, I kind of changed my mind about White being better because I don't see that anymore. I don't see anything wrong with Black's position around the king. White has this potential weakness on E4.
Yeah, and it's hard to play E4 because then, you know, our pawn is going to be really weak. So she plays Bishop E4, but we got to watch out about B4.
Yeah, there's no B5 tactic. Okay, but B4 is a bit annoying.
Yeah, because after Bishop takes B1, takes on C5, you move the bishop away, and now we have this glorious pawn on C5 that we can move to C6.
That was really an unfortunate blunder by Mary. Yeah, I mean.
But she took on C5. That was her idea.
Why is that the idea, Jen?
Oh, no, I mean, Mary's idea was to play B takes C5 so that she would not land in that position.
Yes. This makes sense. This doesn't look bad. Yeah. Again, I don't know. White has a rook trapped on E5. Why do they have that rook there? I'm not sure. What is she?
Don't know. I mean, we could try E4 here. Queen F4 is nothing special because when we take on D5, the queen is protecting the rook.
Yes, e4, but it's like it's a big
Mm,
commitment, yeah.
yeah, it looks a little bit shady, the whole position.
Right.
Like it's kind of held up with
Wow.
scotch tape.
But I mean, she can't really play with that trapped rook, so I really don't know what. I mean, she's gonna have to play e4, but it's also quite ugly. I mean, they can just go bishop b7. I mean, f4 is gonna hang. The rook's. I don't just the rook is in completely the wrong place. Like something has gone very wrong here for white.
Time situation is almost exactly equal, 120 for each player. But it's Mary's move now. She's played rook b8.
Yeah, that's very reasonable. Rook b8, rook c8, rook c8 next, I guess.
e4 was chosen. She's gone all the way back. That bishop is a long range piece, retaining a lot of power even from the side of the board.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Okay, so she goes knight d4 with what idea? To take on a7? No, she's not going to be able to do that. Rook f1, I guess. She really, I don't know. Does she want to trade? I mean, she doesn't really want to trade. Yeah, rook f1.
We need to get that rook back into the game. We need to get the rook back in the game, but our pawn on e4 will fall if we do that.
Yeah.
So this is the tricky part about this position.
So
I'd love to go like
queen e3, Jen. She needs to go queen e3, rook a5, and then 5, and eventually get those pieces out.
So rook b4, hammering on that e4 pawn.
Well, queen e3 is kind of what she wanted to play anyway, right? So
Yeah, the rook is loose for the time being, and queen e1 was another idea, attacking the rook, but queen e3, okay.
Yeah, this game's going to be crazy because I mean, neither of them have a lot of time anymore, and the position's completely.
Although I don't blame them. I mean, both have been playing well, and this is already move 30, so it's not surprising that they would be in time pressure in a 3-minute game. So rook a4, queen e2 played.
So, but I mean, definitely Black's position is kind of better and easier to play.
Yeah, the rook on e5 is still awkward, and the knight on b3 is also awkward. So
oh, that poor white king, you can just feel how
drafty
about his future.
Okay, she's taking a pawn. Brave. And queen d8. She's trying to figure out a way to finagle that queen into the position. Queen d3, then queen e2. Look at that ever alert instinct to activate the queen.
Oh, white's in trouble here.
Oh yeah, and she's done it. She sunk the queen into the position. Rook e1. Okay, I didn't even see the move.
Oh, she can't move her knight. I mean, she wants to go queen e3, but then she's going to lose the a2 pawn and just like miserable suffering.
And that's what she's gone for. That's what she's gone for. And Mary is also ahead on the clock.
Yeah. Okay.
So even material, but the bishop on a8 is so much better than that knight at the moment.
Yeah, she's gonna. Okay, knight
c5. What's up on rook c8? Rook d2. Even more aggressive.
That's right.
Looking dangerous now because bishop takes e4 can also come in.
Oh wow, she's not going to survive this, I think.
I don't think so either. Only 6 seconds left on the clock. Wait, there's rook a1. No, rook f2 to start. Rook h2 is running rook h1. Oh no. Yes, Mary is going to win the first game. Yeah, 2 seconds left. She makes the move, but we play rook h1 and rook a1, winning a rook.
Yeah. Oof. Tough.
Still playing. Look at that fight. She will never stop fighting.
Yeah, I mean.
And there it is, though. This check is devastating because bishop e2 is also playable. Not that this doesn't work as well. 1 second left now for Valentina.
Black hasn't really converted this in a very good.
But she won on time as Mary is taking the lead. And now Valentina is going to be in a must-win situation if she wants to have a playoff, right? If there will be a tiebreaker if Valentina
have to win with Black. This was not a great game for her. Mary's solid opening paid off, and Valentina wound up with a much more difficult position to play with a lot of commitments there with the pawns and the weaker king. And yeah, Mary just played solid games. It's kind of what I was saying, Jen, that she's got a solid style and she's able to get those like decently built up positions. So she's not an easy opponent at all.
No, she isn't. I mean, I think with white also being in a must-win situation against her with white, not ideal because she's played some fine games with white pieces in this match. I mean, in this event. So this is an unenviable situation for Valentina, but we know how much she likes to fight.
Yep. I guess knight b6 here or something is what she usually plays. Or thing is, like, you know, black cannot even go for any equalizing options. So maybe, wait, didn't Mary already beat Valentina in this line?
Yeah. Yeah, I think in the preliminary game,
Right?
right?
There was a pawn on d6, right? Okay, just take on c6, Mary. Just take on
Oh
C6.
yeah, you just want to keep things simple at this point.
Simple. I mean, your draw is good enough. I mean, why not? Why? This is fine, but you see this is more of an imbalance, right? That's kind of what black wanted.
But looking juicy for white.
Yeah, but what is she going to take with now? With the bishop or the pawn? I mean, the pawn is probably correct.
Pawn is correct, but
No.
you're saying she'll consider bishop takes d5 considering the tournament situation.
Yep.
And she did it.
Makes sense. I mean, white's still fine. White should be able to trade off some things here.
I don't know though, because I sometimes think, you know, it's better to just take the better position. Because, you know, now it's like imbalanced again, you know. I mean, okay, I guess she's trading everything off. Okay, I get it.
Maybe rook b5. No, well, rook b5, there's queen c3. Okay, c4. Yeah, c4 is c5. That's a good point. c5.
Yeah, she doesn't just need a draw here.
This is very solid for white at the moment.
And very good time management by Mary as well, spending only a minute to get into this position. They're 22 moves in. Yeah. Both players just blasting off moves.
I mean, she's going to go, I don't even know what she's going to focus on, the D file or the B file.
Well, there's the answer to your question.
There you go. Yeah, she wants to go like queen c4, rook d7 kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, okay, if rook c6, yeah, there was queen rook d7. Okay, so she couldn't do that.
So you're saying queen c4 here,
queen
or
b5.
queen a2.
Queen b5 here. She'll definitely go for that a pawn, I think, or rook d7. Is she thinking about rook d7, queen c5, rook d7? Or just play queen b5. It's very nice. It's you don't have to trade everything right away.
Nope, she did rook d7, queen takes c5, rook b7, all on the board.
Okay. Not as ambitious because she didn't improve her queen.
Yeah, yeah. So make them fight for a draw, right?
Problems anymore, right? I mean, I don't know. I think she could have like tried to make black work a little bit more, but at the same time, given the situation.
Yeah, but it's a little risky because she's got a minute left on the clock. So she really doesn't want to get into a position where Valentina can just kind of like mess around a little bit. I mean, I under a minute now.
A bit worse. That's true. Just a bit. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, you got to be really careful because now that e4 pawn is in take, so you can't play moves.
Rook b5, Jen.
Rook where?
Rook b5.
Rook b5, yeah.
Queen c1, king h2, queen f4, g3. Nothing terrible.
True, true. But look at that, under 40 seconds left now. Remember, there's only a 1 second increment. You do not want to get down to like 20 seconds. No, you don't want to get down to 20 seconds. Queen takes a4 played.
Oh, what is she doing? What is going on here, Jen? Why did black just win a pawn? That seems wholly unnecessary, Jen.
Yeah.
It seems like really strange.
I mean,
this is gonna be, she's like
queen a6 is a is like an idea. Like, I guess you have rook c6.
So, I mean, I'm pretty sure she's gonna lose like somehow because I mean she has so much less time and she's just down a pawn.
Yeah, no, I think so too. And that's why I wasn't crazy about all these like moves to kind of like simplify. I feel like if she just like played quickly to press her advantage, maybe that would have been a better strategy because, hey, I mean, they're great players. So I get it. Like she was trying to simplify to draw, but the problem is she just took it one step too far.
Yeah, well, or maybe not far enough. I don't know. Rook b5, I think she was fine, but she decided to give up a pawn. So pretty strange. And now she's going to be sitting there. I mean, she's just losing, right? I mean, queen e. Oh no, queen e4. There's queen c8. Okay, so there's still a bit of.
Oh, definitely. There's still some play. I mean, because the queen on a4 is like you
Rook
could
f8
say
was weird, but okay.
We got a battery. Maybe we can play like h4 and h5.
Well, now I think White's doing. Well, okay. Maybe, I don't know how White's doing, to be honest.
Oh, now we can take a pawn. That should be a draw. Queen takes a5.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's take the pawn.
Queen f4, king g1. She cannot activate.
How can you can't hold on to the pawn anymore. So we should be doing, and you have no open finals to put your rook on to try to checkmate me.
That's the problem.
Ah, so this could be a draw again, Mary. So close.
Was kind of, rook f8 was very passive, yeah.
Yeah, we needed to try to keep that pawn defended by the queen, right? And here, what? She's trying to keep things going by playing g4. I love it. And we take
go Valentina.
Oh
Nice
no.
stuff.
Now queen f4.
Whoa, queen f4. I mean, on g3, that's gonna happen, right? G3 or pawn. Wow.
Oh boy, and rook d8, threatening rook d1.
She is going.
There's also rook d2 in the position.
Yes, and the queen e4.
And we won the rook. Valentina won the rook.
Wow.
And now there's going to be a playoff. Oh my God.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for White.
Wow.
I mean, that position, she had a great position to make a draw from, so this is a really big blow. It's a big blow to her.
We're going to get another game, guys.
Valentina, she did great. I mean, this G4 resource was really cool. I mean, she's so tricky.
G4 was great. In a blitz game, man, that's just going to strike fear into any opponent.
She's really good at that. So that was nice to see how she did not give up. I mean, despite that passive rook on f8. And now, all right, now
sudden death.
The person who wins first wins the spot.
That's right. Mary starts off with the white pieces, and she will win instantly if she wins the game. Same thing with Valentina, a draw. They keep replaying and switching the colors. So for all the marbles, the spot, the win in this qualifier, the final qualifier. Oh boy.
Two very, very worthy players, yeah.
I know. It is kind of sad to see that only one of them can get the spot, right? But there are 17 players. I mean, sorry, there are 15 players already determined, and there's only one spot left.
But I definitely feel like, the psychological advantage now really goes to Valentina.
Oh yeah, because that was
she won, it was the way that she won. That is really hard to swallow,
Yep, I agree. That's hard. It's always hard when you play very much for a draw and then it backfires because there's so many moments that game she could have played for a much better position, starting from like bishop takes d5. But let's get back into this game because that's us still dwelling on that is exactly what Mary has to not do if she wants to win this game.
Right. Okay, so let's see, Jen. I mean, Black's position looks pretty fine.
Yeah,
solid.
for sure. A nice bishop on b2, though. I mean, this is a great game for both players to play for a win.
Yep.
Rook e1, just activating that rook.
Interesting. Okay. How about, no one's going to play queen c3. That's probably kind of pointless. Okay, knight d4, I guess you'll take, or queen d4. Queen d4.
Threat and checkmate. Why not?
Yeah, f6, I guess, is the point.
Yeah, she's gonna play f6, I think.
This is where I think the game is going to get interesting when there's this pawn imbalance with Black having the pawn majority in the center and white having it on the queen side. So
Now, where do we put our queen after e5? Let's see. Just back to e3 or
C3, maybe C3, Jen. But
yeah,
C3
I was just a little uncomfortable with being on the same line as your rook, but you know, b5, I guess
I think black is overall just very comfortable in this position.
she did play queen e3.
F6, are we going to see that, or is there knight h4? It sort of provokes knight h4, so we might. Yeah,
Maybe she'll avoid playing that unless she absolutely has to for some
Yeah.
tactical reason.
But what else can she do though? I
What
mean,
to play for, you mean? Well, bishop c5, okay.
Yeah, queen. Yeah, it's a good move. Queen, what, c3?
Yeah, sure, queen c3, and then what are you going to do? You're not going to go back.
Queen e2. So she decided to shut in the bishop. Okay, knight h4 is going to happen soon.
I like that idea. Oh, she shuts in the bishop completely with c5, knight
That's also
d4.
a good turn of events for white. Just what?
Oh yeah, white's looking pretty now.
Yep, and knight h4 is a big idea, and I think we're going to see it right here.
Both players playing very quickly. I mean, they are really rising to the occasion and playing great chess and playing it fast. I got to tell you, considering especially how long Valentina played and how late it is in their countries, this is some remarkable chess.
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. I completely agree. Knight h4. Are we going to see this move at some points in this game? I don't know.
Well, I know you're dying because that knight on f3 doesn't have any kind of mobility yet.
You don't like knight h4, play knight d4. I'll accept that too.
Yes, but you did play your move, knight h4. And that knight is just so powerful on f5 because queen g3 tactics are coming and it's very difficult. You know, knight g6 can be met by an h4. There's f4 in the position. Lots of happiness here for white.
Let's see. Does knight d6, what happens after rook d6, pawn d6, bishop e3? Yeah, and then you can take rook c7 and you are better. Okay, knight d6 is a possible move.
But she's played queen takes d6. Ooh, that was a nice one.
Oh, oopsie.
Well spotted by Valentina.
Yep.
Nice. And you know, white's a
That was
beautiful
good
position.
round. Yeah. So now black's going to be up a pawn. Now white's fighting for a draw.
Tough one for Marion. Great find by Valentina. I mean, that's what she's so good at.
Yep.
Getting a bad position sometimes, but always kind of staying in there with the tricks. This is remarkable. You know, you were looking at rook takes d6, not as good as queen takes d6 because pawn d6 attacked the queen at the end of the line. And, you know, seeing those types of weird forcing moves, even in the blitz game, is not easy. And Valentina is one of the best at that.
Clear extra pawn for black, and the bishop on b2 is still restricted.
And an extra minute, Irina.
Oh, okay. She decided to do it like that. Well, yeah, the knight's going to come e6, knight e6 at some point. Maybe bishop d5. Okay.
Yeah, good move. Very good move by Mary. This is a little tricky now, right? What are you going to do? Knight e6, bishop d5. Everything's like tied down. I mean, you're not that happy about playing rook c7, are you?
Not very happy, no. You know what I can do on rook c7, Jen? I can play rook c4. I can replay rook c4, good move. She'll play it. She's going to play it and she's going to go for the bishop of the opposite color. Yeah.
She's going to go for that draw in another day.
And we will
fight another day.
We will see another game, Jen. Okay, I mean, at least I think we will, yeah. Okay, now she's putting her bishop on b4, everything is fine. So look
But
at
knowing
that.
Valentina, she tends to play these out. We've seen her in other situations do that. So I don't think it's going to be over in the next few moves, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nor should it be. Hey, I mean, she's got 30 extra seconds on the clock and an extra pawn. Just make them prove it.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully for white, they don't have that much to think about here.
Yeah, just pushing all those pawns for simplification.
I mean, g3 pawn takes. I mean, you can always take. Yeah, there's not even any breakthroughs here. You just stay on that diagonal. Okay, you can. G3. Well, she's gonna play G3 somewhere. G3 pawn takes king E3.
Yeah, that's what she did indeed.
Yeah, but that's fine because there's bishop C5 check.
And we still have bishop takes G3, and now it's going to be a draw. There it is, a draw. Wow, great play by both players.
All right, girl, they're really fighting well. Nice, Mary saved it.
And Valentina's got a crack with the white pieces now. Can she do it? I mean, I gotta give Valentina the edge now because she tends to stay ahead on the clock. But gosh, it's anyone's match.
Oh, interesting. Double fianchetto line. All right. So white's, I don't know. Is white better, Jen? Should black play F6 here? All right. She decided to do that.
And then she played F5 straight after, and the bishop went back to G5.
Sure. Okay.
Probably going to see Queen E8, indeed.
Complicated position. Okay. They clearly, well, I mean, Mary's choice, yeah, she wanted to keep it complicated.
I mean, they're playing so fast. Even for a 3-minute game, they're playing really, really fast.
I agree. This is like bullet speed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's part of their strategy. They don't want to get under time. And that's really smart if you can avoid making any major mistakes. And so far they have.
E4, yeah. I mean, it seems like white's position is a bit more pleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're still not developed and we're ready to play rook E1 and try to make some hay.
It's kind of interesting. I guess black will go like knight D7, I was going to say, knight D7, queen F7, something like that. Or, I mean, there's this queen C6 square, but then there's always D5, so they're not going to do that. Queen F7, yeah, it's just normal. And bring the rook to E8. Ooh, okay, that move by Valentina, that would make me think. But I mean, white wants to maybe play E5, but should we take on E4? Then you kind of give up the light squares with queen E4, queen C6. Maybe she could take on E4 and play D5. It's really interesting, Jen, because like pawn takes E5. Okay, so they're playing kind of the pawn takes, yeah. Anyway, I want to take on E4 and try to play for the light square control, but that's not what's happening here. So no, D5 is not that good of a move. So what should black do? I wasn't sure about this move C5. I got to tell you that like right away, Jen. This move C5 by black, I'm not sure it was very helpful because it also weakened black structure a bit. And
yeah, but black's is just,
are they trying to provoke white into playing E5? I mean,
and get knight G4 in.
Yeah.
No, we have not that bishop. I mean, bishop G1 seems a completely adequate reply there. So
I mean, I think white sort of has to play this E5 move at some point. I don't really see what else they're gonna do.
No, but she didn't do that. Oh, she did. She did play E5. Okay, after a little bit of a think for Valentina, at least, because she's usually pretty speedy. And now instead of knight G4 right away, she captured and just played knight D7. Huh.
Okay. Yeah, because a knight G4, there was bishop G1. I guess she thought maybe her knight would be in trouble. So I have to admit, I don't really know what's going on here, Jen, or how to evaluate this. I'm guessing black is doing pretty well, and the move H4 looks pretty wild. Yeah, Valentina is trying to like unbalance things even more. I mean, black can take on H4. It's not crazy. Black can play G4. That's also completely normal. I mean, I guess what Valentina is banking on is the bad bishop on G7 that like she's got locked up there. What about like F4? F4 pawn takes. That's totally unclear.
There it is. F4 is in the position. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Not sure how good that was, but you know, because like I was thinking about it, because it's almost like you sack the pawn, you play G4, and you get like some piece on F5, but you don't have a piece to put on F5.
Yeah, I'm worried that opening this G file is going to help white more than it will help black, because we've got that. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
So like right now, White's got more going for them. I mean, they got that strong center, and it's actually kind of hard for black to fight back against it.
Yeah, and we've also got like, okay, so Queen H5 played, and look at that beautiful knight defending the pawn on H4 for her. So Queen G4 does no good. King F H8, King F2, both players sidestepping their king from the most dangerous of the action. We know that Valentina's starting to look at moves like Rook G7. But Rook F5 played. Let's see what's going on here. Can she just play Rook G2, Rook G1? She's going for it.
Do that, yeah. She has to double, and she's better. Yeah, those two pieces are really suffering. And at some points, I mean, well, then she was going to double. Then she's going to play Rook G4, Queen E4. She'll creep in, try to win the F4 pawn eventually. Like basically, black's two pieces can't do anything.
That's right. She's done it. Rook G4.
You know,
Maybe she'll play Rook G2, Queen F1, and Queen G1.
I agree, John. Queen, actually, or Queen F1 just next. Queen F1
Yeah.
was really interesting. And also Queen B7, Jen, is not going to be fun for black to deal with. Or
That's
Queen-
true.
or
There it
Queen-
is. This is beautiful play by Valentina. What a
Yeah.
nice positional game so far. Queen C6, just too many squares that are open for the
Oh,
taking.
yeah. She's gonna
And
win.
Queen E6 is going to be threatening Rook G8. Uh-oh. This looks like this could be the end of a magical run for Mary. This just looks so strong for
Well,
white.
Yeah. So I guess that initial prediction I made, Jen, that's the one I should have stuck with. Yeah.
Is there Rook G6 here? Rook G6, King H7. All right, how do we knock out?
How do we do that,
King
Jen?
H7, always resilient is Mary. She's only got 6 seconds though.
C5. Pawn takes B5, Jen. That's what I would play.
Simple chess, okay.
Yeah, let's not forget to just take that pawn. The knight
You
on
could play
B6.
Rook G2 now. Just play, now you're threatening Rook H2 on the board as well. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Rook H2 played,
Here
and
is
G5
over.
is gonna fall.
Game
And if you
over.
play Queen G6, Knight takes G5, there's no more pin. There's no more pin on the king, and there it is. Valentina Gunina has done it after 9 hours of play. Oh boy, 9 straight hours of play, Irina.
Wow.
She has won the final spot into the main event. What an epic battle.
It is epic, and now she's in for a great battle with Katerina Lano. So that was actually one of the reasons I wanted Valentina to win, because I think it's going to be a really interesting match with two great blitz players, her and Lano.
Yes, that is going to be a really tough battle for round 1. This is amazing. And for those of you who aren't watching all day, Valentina Gunina was in the final earlier, lost a very tough match against Desi Corey, and managed to do it all over again, get through the massive Swiss qualifier with 80 players in it, and win the knockout of 8. But Mary Arabidze, big shout out to her, because she really put on a fine display as well. And it's quite late for Georgia. So huge respect to her for almost getting it done, Irina. She played some great games as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I think Valentina, I mean, just like not, not giving up, putting in all that effort over those hours. I mean, it's great to see her come through. And yeah, she used her resourcefulness, her trickiness in some of those key moments today.
Great. And we are going to get Valentina set up, I think, for a very quick interview, as it's in the middle of the night where she is. But we're going to set that up, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championships, where we just crowned our final qualifier, Valentina Gunina. Huge congratulations. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, I was unlucky at the first qualified because I was almost there. I mean, just like one point more, and just like I started to blind from some points. And second it was so funny. I mean, because I was now at 4 a.m. in Moscow time, so I'm just completely sleeping. And at some point, I just started to blind her with every move, like one move. I in one game, I just put my queen, and I was just like, okay, it's just grabbing. What to do?
Well, you got it done. I mean, it's quite incredible. I mean, you've been playing blitz chess for like 9 hours straight.
Oof.
I mean, you must have the games kind of running nonstop in your head. When are you going to play blitz again? Are you going to wait till your match on June 10th?
I know at some point I just was continuing to play by my hands because okay, just my brain just stopped some hours ago. So, oof, but I'm so happy that I did it.
Yeah, that would have been very difficult, I think, for a lot of your fans to see you get to the final twice and lose in the final twice. I think a lot of people were, despite how wonderfully Mary played, a lot of people were rooting for you, Valentina, because that would have been quite difficult. How did you deal with that? You know, nervous? Were you really nervous about the same thing recurring?
Yeah, but you know, last time what we had when it was in April or March, so I was trying to qualify 6 times, so I cannot do it on the first tournament. Yeah, but it was fun. I mean, I'm so exhausted, but it was really fun. And yeah, I couldn't control my nerves at the first qualified. So that's the point why I didn't do it. So.
And you're going to play against Katerina Lano. These games are starting on June 10th.
No, guys, I'm going to sleep now.
Oh yeah, no, you're playing Katerina Lano right now. We're starting her now. Irina, do you have any questions for Valentina before we excuse her for breakfast?
I just want to say congratulations, Valentina. I mean, it would have been a shame not to have a great player like yourself in the Speed Chess final. So I'm happy that you made it, and just wanted to wish you a good night.
Thank you.
Yes, sweet dreams. Have a great breakfast or sleep if you decide to go in that direction. And we'll see you in the main event, Valentina.
Thank you. Bye.
Wow, what a great sport she is. And a great fighter. Shows Irina that fighting pays off, right? I mean, she went for it. A lot of people would have given up at that point and not played the next qualifier. She did, and she got rewarded for it.
Yeah, sometimes chess is really brutal, but she stuck through it, and she came through. So it's really nice to see. And
here we have the pairings. Katerina Lano is going to be playing against Valentina Gunina. We got Ho Yifan against Mamedova, Li Tingze against Vashali Kostenyuk versus Harika, Muzichuk versus Asmak. So all Ukrainian matchup there. Stefanova versus Desi Kori, Humpy Kineru versus Bibi Asubayeva, and Irina, you play against Nana Zagnidze. And we drew those pairings actually earlier today. And Irina pointed out she's playing against a very tough opponent, but really everybody in this field is quite tough. All of the qualifiers indeed, and all of the invited players on the left. Irina, any final words from you as you prepare for the next few days? What are you going to be doing?
I want to say thank you, Jen, for doing this commentary with me. I felt like it was the easiest, kind of event ever. We're just like talking to you, that went so smoothly, and it was a lot of fun.
I had a great time too, Irina. I mean, it really flew by. The only reason I can tell 5 hours passed is because it's pitch dark here in Philadelphia. And yes, I also had a great time Congratulations to all the qualifiers. Thank you very much to Chess.com for having me and Irina do this session. Thank you to FIDE and Chess.com for putting on this event. And of course, thank you to everybody who watched, especially everyone who watched all day. Well, you got quite a show and quite a redemption story as Valentina got it done in the end. Well, we'll be seeing you June 10th, and we've also got the World Chess Championship coming up in November. So, hey, there's a lot to look forward to next week and also in a couple of months as we wind down this Women's Speed Chess Championships. And we start also adding in a lot of in-person events as well, Irina.
What's the next event on your calendar, Jen? What are you going to be commentating on?
Gosh, well, hopefully some more Women's Speed Chess Championships, Irina.
Anything in St. Louis?
I'm not at the moment. I've got a lot going on with US Chess Women, which is one of the reasons why this Women's Speed Chess Championships really resonates with me. We're expanding that as the interest in girls and women's chess now, Irina, has never been greater. There's a lot of interest in sponsorships and media projects, and a lot of it stemmed from the Queen's Gambit and from the online chess boom and the great female streamers out there like the Botez sisters, so many of the streamers who've been here in this very event, making this boom happen, and interesting females in the game. I couldn't be more excited about all the opportunities ahead. Hey, we've also got the Crypto Champs coming up. Speaking of Alexandra Botez, she's going to be hosting that with I Am Danny Wrench. So put that one on your calendar as well. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks again to Irina Krush, Chess.com and FIDE Women's Speed Chess Championships. Mark it on your calendar. June 10th, we're going to start the main event. And hey, Irina, good luck to you. It's going to be a tough crowd.
Thank
I
you,
believe
Jen. I'll
you
try
can
to
do
give
it.
people a good show, like we had today.
Yes. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.